big squads. They've got lots of singles and players in the men's and women's and doubles as well. Some of them might not see much action over the next week.
A cast of thousands there. Been his long-time coach, huh? Been together a long time, so he's produced a very good product. As Jorge.
So things underway, RAC Arena in Perth, the crowd turning up, of course, counting down many of the locals to tonight's clash between Team Great Britain and Team Australia, but great entertainment on court already. What a bizarre opening to this first tie, this first match between Team Spain and Team Brazil.
Medvedev went in number 2 seed, high hopes, and the young Brazilian claimed the win of his career. So if you can do that, and as we've seen with the Spaniard having beaten Djokovic in Monte Carlo, Wimbledon, they're good players. We've seen glimpses of that so far as they knock off the rust from the Christmas break. Not much of a break in tennis. They said their off-season lasts for 6 minutes, not 6 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm sure it feels like that for the players too.
And some of them get a little excited and play a few exhibitions in their downtime as
they
well.
Obviously like playing.
With this. Yep. 15 love. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Following the ball, I didn't see it. If I saw it, I would call out. I didn't see it. No.
Well, maybe an equaliser, David.
Not sure. There's some patrons coming in at behind the server. But that was a feature of their encounter, the one and only encounter in Rio back in 2020. There was a lot going on between the players and the fans and the chair umpire as well. At one point, they almost had to be separated at the net.
That must have caught the outside edge.
It dipped, didn't it? But we'd like to have another look. So,
well,
fingers crossed.
Generally, when you challenge the technology, you're on a hiding to nothing. Maybe not on the first point of this match, but I think here.
14 love.
So strong service hold. So he's had 2 good service games. Tomljanovic for Kina. Just lost the 1 point on serve. And a swift minute 58 as well.
At 15 now.
They both seem to be a little edgy, don't they? Maybe the history is just at the forefront of their minds here, but the first match of the new season, and their heart rate's up a little bit. They're a bit grumpy. Hey, it's not all beer and Skittles, is it? You have to compete, Dave.
Well, you look at the team bench and you see your nation's flag there.
Yeah.
And as is always the case, you've got the underdog thinking that they're the top dog, and the top dog thinking, I can't lose to the underdog. So that's always the seesaw. That's why we love it.
Two dogs going head to head.
Game, Team Brazil.
So,
Team Brazil.
Team Brazil, 3-2.
Games to 2.
Well, it's been a good start, really, from both players, considering there's been a bit going on. Had that long delay after the first point. A few unforced errors from both, but you would expect nothing less.
Yeah, I think
each other out.
I think in that game, I think the Spaniard would be a little disappointed. He missed a couple of second serve returns, and at this level, it's not something you want to happen too often. So, you've got to at least make the opposition play. But yeah, I agree. There's been some good tennis, but a little bit, well, no issues, but certainly a strange start, really, after that first point of the match. They're both settling down.
This is the other element of the team play, that you've got a lot of voices in your ear, and we do see during the United Cup that the captains like to get involved. Sometimes the players are showing absolutely no interest. Sometimes they like to hear the conversation.
And look who has landed Novak Djokovic in town there. A hug for Olga Danilovic, his teammate at this year's United Cup. What an opportunity for the world number 119 to learn from the 24-time Grand Slam champion. Looking forward to seeing Novak on court soon. And we've got a bit of tension, haven't we? A bit of emotion happening in this opening match of the tournament. Alejandro Davidovich Fokina and Thiago Zivot-Vilg. It's on serve in this first set, but certainly plenty to keep us watching, that's for sure.
Watching the Davis Cup, Neil Fraser had the best Jason recliner in tennis. It was the magnificent chair that sat on the old grass at Kooyong.
What a great part of Australian tennis history has Neil Fraser provided. He's a great man of our sport. Yeah, good hit. Just overplayed it slightly.
15 love.
Sun's starting to beat down, and Fitzy, you were wondering where your hat has gone. You were foraging around here in the commentary box, and Todd has got it. So when you're looking for it at the end of this match, Todd didn't bring a hat.
What a sneaky little teddy he is. He stole my hat. As Sandy Roberts would say, oh my hat.
International audience, no idea what we're talking about at all. It's one of the great Australian commentators, and that was one of his famous lines.
I tell you what, gents, you need it down here. And you were talking about the weather. It's sort of a light cloud cover, which is perfect for tennis. But when it moves and the sun's out bright like it is right now, it changes quickly. It heats up, like feels like 4 or 5 degrees when it's burning down on you, and that's making it quite challenging out here today with the pace of the ball and the control of the racket from both players.
He's almost got the muscle shirt on today, Teddy Woodbridge, hasn't he? I think he's been pumping iron in the off-season.
He was in the gym early, 5 a.m. He was in there. Just.
Gee, there's some racket head speed there on that forehand. It's a lower percentage shot, that one, you know, when you back away as a right-hander, back away into that backhand corner and try to rip it down the line. you have a shorter distance to hit it into and a higher net towards the side of the court. So you need to be more precise, but gee, that had some heat on it.
Again, team.
It's another good hold for Davidovic for Kina.
One of the interesting things sitting courtside here, Fitzy, is when you talk about the two forehands, they're somewhat similar in production, but it is Davidovic Fokina has a lot more shape, and he can really hit harder and safer. And you can see the trajectory over the net, then it spins hard down into court, whereas the Siboc Vilj, he tends to flatten it out a little bit and can be a little bit more inconsistent.
So that was nice, standing on the baseline.
Yeah, Dave, I feel like so far in this match, their backhands have been a bit, used a bit more as a weapon. They've been more effective on that wing, both players.
That's one thing we know on this surface. If you're going to use the drop shot, it has to be superb.
15 all.
Yeah, not just the execution. I think the choice of moment that you use it. Of course, you know, so many drop shots here. They bounce so high off this hard surface, and yeah, you need to get it perfect. Preferably have your opponent on the back foot, moving back to give yourself a bit of extra margin to hit a good one. Our friend and colleague, Jeff Masters, has just sent me a text a minute ago, and he's likened this service motion to the great man, Roger Federer. He thinks it's sort of been, I guess, sort of developed with Roger's serve in mind, and it's not unlike it. Doesn't mean it's as good, but certainly the technique of it is quite similar in a way.
The headband similar too, so from
was that a warning, Todd, there?
Well, what happened, there was some noise in the crowd of a phone, and he stopped, and Mohammed didn't hear that from the back of his chair there, so he went to give him one and withdrew it.
rally's starting to get a little longer as they move into their work in this opening set, approaching the half-hour mark.
And that was the two forehands that I was talking about there just a moment ago. That shape of Davidovic Fokina, who's able to draw him out of court, and then if you go that flat from that far into the corner, your percentages come way down. And here's your break points, fellas.
Ball, please.
Well executed. Brilliant, really, considering the stakes.
Well, yeah, and it is a play that a lot of players use, especially the ones that grow up on clay. They tend to, when they come forward, they tend to drop volley. But he had hit this perfectly. That was Pretty good execution there.
Davidovic gets the opening service break of this opening set and leads 4-3 for Team Spain.
Team Spain lead 4 games to 3.
So that might just be the difference on the ranking, the experience. That was a good game.
Yeah, and the backhand down the line has worked for him here. They're both using it, trying to open the court up, and that was a bit of a desperate pass. But gee, he got there with time, and what great control from way back in the court. So he deserved that break there.
It's got the team up off their seats. 4-3 lead in this opening set. Full team zone for Team Spain, and they've just seen their man Alejandro Davidovic break serve here to lead 4-3 in this opening set. Just on 32 minutes gone. And that was a impressive effort from the Spaniard, and considering he's just lost the 1 point on his serve so far. Last 2 service games have been to love, so that's going to be a tough task for the Brazilian, Thiago Side-Box-Field.
Time.
See if he can find a way to combat the serve of the Spaniard here.
New balls. They'll be quicker through the air.
Let for service. I have 15 love.
The odd socks, it's a superstition since his teenage days. One black, one white. Well, it's good defence from the Brazilian there. Hung in there.
Never seen that sock
15
fetish before. It's odd, isn't it?
Well,
literally.
Yes, correct. It makes washing a lot easier though, because you don't have to worry about finding the 2 matching ones.
Good point.
That would be, because you've always got one spare white or black one, so you just put them together. Maybe that's how the superstition came to pass.
It's quite funny, actually. Well, those new balls fly.
30-15.
And that's a big miss at this stage of the set. That was an important return there. Second serve straight to the forehand. He misses it with the long ground stroke. The ball carried through the air further, and he'll be ruining that missed opportunity. Big let off here for the server.
Good follow-up serve too.
14-15.
Do you think we'll see one of those sneaky underarm serves today? He likes to do it, doesn't he?
Short odds, I would think, at some point, unless coach has banned it in 2024.
Well, we're not in 24 yet.
No, I'm sure the audience will understand that we'll talk about the 24 season that's underway. So new year, no underarm serves.
I'm with you.
Serve's been effective so far.
I think it caused a little bit of a grievance in their previous matchups, though, didn't it? And he is a long way back. Look at how far the Brazilian is back behind the baseline.
Well, he claimed in that match in Rio that he wasn't ready for the serve, but so when the power game's on for Fields, it's powerful from the back. He gets to juice for the first time.
Yeah, that was heavy hitting by anybody's standards there. Big forehands.
So under pressure on the first time on serve.
Advantage.
And he handled it.
Team Spain.
Superbly. Well, that was well done.
Team Spain.
Long way back and consolidates the break in the previous game. Team Spain 5-3 in this opening set.
And Dave, I think to take your game to a world-class level like this, you need to be able to win points in different ways. And this is just an example of that, a great change-up, catching the opponent unaware. You've got to have the feel, the touch to be able to execute on that drop shot. But that was the time to play it. His opponent was so far behind the baseline and probably on the back foot a little bit as well. That was a perfect choice.
$15 love.
Yeah, that spin is becoming more and more prevalent, as Coach Woodbridge said. It's just safer over a period of time. You miss less, just through margin for error.
Well, that was another excellent volley, full stretch. And when he has come into the net, he's shown that he's more than comfortable there.
Well, these
30-15.
These net tapes are pretty tightly wound, and you need a bit of luck to get that over. Quite often when a ball hits a net tape that's that taut, it'll stay on your side. So he gets a bit of luck.
Net. First service, technical error. A request from Mr. Can you show it? It looks way in.
So was a let, but Davidovic for Kina just asking the question about where the ball ended up.
We're showing it now.
Tactically, an interesting move. Big service game.
First service.
Well in.
Yes, primero servicio. But yes, mucho in. Yes, and like this in. It goes inside, way inside.
Oh, wonderful. That's the shot that does a lot of damage at this level. If you have the ability to hit the backhand down the line over the high part of the net, you can open the court up. It's more risk, but there's more reward to be had here. And he's hit that perfectly. And there's the danger. You saw the Spaniard make it, the Brazilian misses.
40.
And he was a little bit off balance there, possibly the wrong choice.
So that brings up the set point. Made the most of the opportunities late in this first set.
Left, first service.
A good second serve.
Yeah, there's time to take risk, isn't there? That was one of them.
It was deep and it had some extra fizz. 179 kilometres.
Advantage. Team Brazil.
It's his third ace. Good timing.
Game.
Well, he's done well to extricate himself from that little tight spot.
Team
Will
Spain.
force Nori to Keenan to serve for this opening set. Well, we're lucky to be here in Perth, Western Australia, magnificent part of the country. This is the Ningaloo Reef. Just over 500 kilometres north of Perth. Swim with the whale sharks. Not sure that's my cup of tea, to be honest. They look a little hungry, but what a magnificent part of the country. Snorkel through the reef with the abundant sea life. Turtles, fish, coral, absolutely superb, particularly in sunset. And as you did yesterday, Fitzy, on your birthday, celebrated by just a little aperitif as the sun went down. Magnificent.
I'm not sure at this age you celebrate much at all, David.
Of course, Twin Cities hosting this year's United Cup. The action underway at RAC Arena in Perth, and there is Alexander Zverev, one of the stars in Sydney on Ken Rosewall Arena, just hitting up and getting ready. He'll be in action tomorrow night against Team Italy. So Team Germany returning, Team Italy will be their opponent. Angie Kerber, of course, partnering with Alexander Zverev as part of Team Germany, making her return after becoming a mum. The former world #1 will be welcomed back by plenty of supporters in Sydney. But the action underway at RAC Arena. That was an intriguing first set so far. Davidovich-Fokina to serve for it at 5-4 in the first.
At time.
You mentioned, Fitzy, that Brazilian serve looks a bit like Roger Federer. Davidovich-Fokina says he idolises Federer, but thinks he plays like Djokovic. It's a pretty good combination. Pretty good combination. Rafa feels a bit left out.
Look, I think it's fair to say he may have got a little ahead of himself there, saying he plays like Djokovic.
Well, he feels he plays more like. Maybe that's my misphrasing.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Here.
Don't
Love
hold
15.
that on him.
Not a good start there, though, is it, to serve out a set? Okay, well, it can set the tone, a double fault there at the start of a game. It puts you under the pump, and that normally reliable spinning forehand lets him down. Is it my imagination, or does he also look a little bit like Roger Federer?
The headband, certainly. Probably a little shorter, not quite as tall, but there's a touch of a young RF.
Just a touch.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Roger may well be listening, and he might
I
vehemently disagree.
Could you imagine Novak back in his hotel room here, having just arrived, hearing this as well?
That's a low percentage shot, and he hits himself in the head. He chastises himself because that was the wrong choice. That's a free point he's given away at 15:30, trying to break back into this set. That's like gold for the server. Yeah, and probably in the end is... It's not the only thing, but it probably cost him the set here. He did have a good chance, did the Brazilian.
And that serve then too, not 100% pace, and that just was a bit of a difference as well. Second set point. Good scrambling. I think Davidovich-Fokina maybe just looking up to say, was it up? But he got there. Some good wheels.
Yeah, that was one heck of a get. I thought for all money he was gone there. I thought the execution by the Spaniard here was probably going to be good enough. Good hustle.
He wasn't expecting it to come back, that's for sure. Back to juice. Good stretch, good slide. Great result. just long.
Advantage. Team Spain.
So a third attempt closing out this opening set.
Interesting, Dave and Fitzy, you've got two players out here playing quite a similar game. One's won a lot more matches towards the back end of last year in the Brazilian, and the Spaniard who didn't win a lot, and that's starting to show here in the confidence in finishing this set off in these set points that have been saved. We'll see whether he's able to get it done here. Davidovich Fokina.
He works so hard to get back into it, Zajbashvili, but then just an error like that hands the ascendancy back to the Spaniard. Fourth set point. Well, that one worked, and that one closes out the opening set.
Team Spain.
Team Spain, Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. 6-4, 52 minutes. Good start. Well, it took 4 set points, but he was a better player. And it wasn't certain. As we look at the statistics from that opening set, the first serve carried him a long way through. Got a little shaky when it was time to close it out. And the rest, Fitzy, there's not too many differences.
No, there's not. What struck me was that Davidovich Fokina at the end there wasn't generating tons of speed on that first serve. It was, you know, around the old 175k mark, and that's a bit unusual for these modern players. They can usually crank it up around the 200 at least, and so I don't know whether he's playing a bit more conservatively there at the end. Maybe what Todd Woodbridge said about him having a few nerves closing the first set out might have had an effect. But it was a pretty evenly contested set all in all. And, you know, with a bit of luck, the Brazilian might have been able to, you know, get back into that set there. He played a couple of poor shots at the wrong time at 15-30. And then a miss hit at 30 all just to give the momentum back to Davidovich Fokina.
So first set highlights.
From that first set, it was taken by the Spaniards 6-4. The break midway through took a few set points to consolidate, but he got the job done. The 24-year-old world number 26. In the team zone, they were pretty happy with it too. So they're underway, Team Spain against Team Brazil in Perth, of course, RAC Arena. Scarborough Beach, there's the CBD. There is so much to see and do. The cultural centres of that CBD now connected by a number of walkways, the wineries, of course, of the Swan Valley, and Kings Park, one of the iconic parts of this beautiful city. A great spot to be able to look around at the surroundings, and they are just spectacular, especially this time of the year. We're heading for a top of 33 degrees. A bit of a wry smile there from Alejandro. It was a fascinating opening set, and it started at the very first point of it.
Second set. Team Brazil.
Unhappy child in the crowd. Underway now.
15 love.
Yeah, I think with a non-full stadium here, that you tend to hear that reverberation a little bit, and there's not much. I mean, you got to let a young fella have a bit of a whinge occasionally, you know. So always good to move on, keep playing, but the noise is a bit more prominent, I think. Well, there's a bit of spin because heavy topspin can open the court up more, and that's what the Spaniard's been able to do a little more so far. By using spin and, you know, from high to low on with the racket, letting it drop like that creates more angle or gives you the ability to do so. So, good start there from Zajbac. Vilj.
I should explain to our audience regarding the pronunciations. We do our best to pronounce the names as the players do, and it looks like Saiboth Wild for all money, and lots of conversations went on this morning, including with the ATP officials, and we actually found Tiago in the lift at the hotel, and he recorded his pronunciation. Zajbac Vilj. There's that tight net that you talked about earlier. Rejection more than acceptance.
Yeah, some of us are used to that rejection more than others, David. But it's a common occurrence with a tight net strap. Well, yeah, the forehand just haunting him a little bit here. He seems safer when he backs away and hits the off forehand over the lower part of the net, but when he tries to create that spin, he's starting to miss hit a few now, and this is a big moment. Well, poor slice. And the Spaniard jumps all over the short slice and does the right thing, pressurizes the backhand by moving forward, and that's opened this match right up.
Gets the service break in this opening game of the second set and marches like a man on a mission back to the team bench.
One of the interesting things about Vilj is that he won a lot of matches in challenges at the end of last year, and he's a pretty confident guy at times, but when he's in that environment, he really struts it. And then when he gets to this level where he's in amongst the bigger guys and those bigger names, he's not quite as comfortable in the same environment with the strut. And I think I've seen a little bit of that today, in that he hasn't been able to sort of cross over from the challenger level and stay a consistent tour player and really believe and focus in that. And that's the key to this young man's sort of consistency over the next couple of years to you know, he's been in the top 50, went out to 400, back to 70, and he's on his way back. But he's still got this belief issue about being around the big guns.
Which is strange, Todd, really, when you consider that win at the French Open against Daniel Medvedev. I'd be strutting around like a peacock for a few weeks after that.
Yeah, but you've got to back it up, and he didn't quite do that there.
Very good-looking peacock, by the way.
Left for service.
Yeah, his body language it does look a little bit negative at times, doesn't it? It's just not quite enough confidence in his walk and his approach.
15
and the momentum's really turned against him here.
The interesting thing for me is you sit down at the end of that first set and say, well, I was close there. I stretched a couple of times towards the back end of the set. I had a couple of opportunities. I'm in this. And then the top dog, as we talked about before, comes out in the opening game and says no. And that's what the good players do. And now the Brazilian's starting to go for shots that probably he shouldn't.
No, and this is the other part of his weakness, is he doesn't hang in as long as he needs to.
He's visually, or he's mentally dropped off a little bit here, hasn't he, Todd? That was a bad shot there. Needs to regroup very quickly. He's got loose all of a sudden and throwing in unforced errors.
So follows the break of serve with an easy service game. Races out to love the second set. Fastest game so far, minute 15. Had 2 service games to love in that opening set. He needs a reset here. So much Filge just has to take a little time, use the maximum that he's got. Have a better service game here.
No, that's just wrong tactical move there. I bet Todd Woodbridge didn't like that. I mean, he had an option there to go off and away with the forehand approach. He just hooks it straight into a running forehand for the Spaniard, and that makes it an easier pass. He was a sitting duck there at the net. Just the wrong move.
At 15 all.
Well, he didn't learn from the point 2 points ago.
15-13.
There's less opportunity for a defensive player to swing at the passing shot if you get them to go wide to their backhand and take one hand off the racket. On the forehand wing, you're playing with a bit of fire. If you approach in there and move forward.
So again, just a slight delay. Tomlin not satisfied with the bag of lollies that have come along.
Gee. Well, he's gone a little wayward.
15-40.
Because he was completely off balance there. Tried the lowest percentage shot really down the line with the two-hander, and he's in a big hole here now.
The boots have become a bit of like concrete, haven't they? Footwork at the back, 2 break points.
You've got to be able to compete early in the second set. Take the disappointment of losing the first and start afresh and very quickly. As Davidovich, Vakina hasn't done a lot early in the second set, and he's 2 breaks up.
So Team Spain have already got the opening set. Now they race out to a 3-love lead.
Team Spain lead 3 games to love.
Kimberley region of Perth, Western Australia, and the rugged Australian outback. Not many Australians get to this spot. It's a place we should visit.
Have you been?
Haven't been there. Have you?
Yeah, I have.
Magnificent,
I have
unbelievable.
been there.
Mitchell Falls.
Yeah, incredible place.
Very strong Australian Indigenous culture.
The colours, David, in the Kimberleys are quite fascinating.
Our ancient history, the Bungle Bungles and the Kimberleys. Not big on the helicopter, to be honest, and that's a part of it, isn't it? Do you have to get in one of those things?
No, I've been on a boat up there in the river system.
Okay. I'm safer on a boat. Boat's more my go.
There's a few crocs there.
Now we have cameras everywhere again at this year's United Cup. Now these are scenes in Sydney. Caroline Garcia with some grimacing and then getting some treatment and then getting an ice pack in the players' dining room on her right arm, so on her elbow there. So we'll keep eyes on that. She's not due to play until Monday for Team France as they take on Team Germany. Her opponent would be Angie Kerber. Her teammate, in terms of the singles aspect anyway, is Adrian Mannarino. So a strong Team France, and they'll be concerned with what they've seen there. And concerns also for Team Brazil at the moment. Thiago Zabovic struggling in the second set, just dropped his pace a little bit after a competitive first set against Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, so he has some work to do.
He has found the range though, Fitzy. I know that you're suggesting that it's more the errors on one side, but Davidovich Fokina has been able to raise the level, I think, a fraction as well. That's put the Brazilian under pressure.
Well, there's no pressure on him. I mean, he's been given a heap of free points here early in the second, so now he can swing freely, and he's more likely. He's got confidence now because he's 2 breaks up. He's more likely to play better, probably.
8 unforced errors to 1 in this set. Well, the choice of the drop shot's been strong from the Spaniard. Senses when So much field, she's at the back of the court. That one had a little bit of depth to it, but he was a long way back.
And you mentioned unforced error there before, Dave. That last forehand that he missed was not really unforced. He was put into a portion of the court where he felt if he didn't go for a big shot, he was done anyway, even though he had a bit of time on it. And that's tactically where the Spaniard, I think, has played brilliantly today. He's put him into the parts of the court where he knows he's uncomfortable, and he's gone for the shots at a low percentage, and that's been, you know, he's done the homework basically, and he's executing his tactical plan perfectly, and that's been the undoing for the Brazilian.
I think also the spin on the Spaniard's forehand allows him to do that, because with that spin you can create more angles, so you can push your opponent into those more remote parts of the court, and it makes your opponent then go for more because you're out of position. So all in all, yes, I mean, his style of game is helping against the opponent today, and his tactics.
The one thing he doesn't want to do here, the Spaniard, is let him back in now at this point, just to close this one out. You can just relax a fraction mentally.
He's made a lot of those balls close to the line across court. The technology thinks he's missed this one, so a little bit unnecessary here, coming back from 40 love up. Could be a 2-game swing if he loses this game.
Advantage, Team Spain. Again, Team Spain.
So after commencing that service game strongly, got a little shaky, but then was able to close it out, and now a commanding 4-love lead.
Team Spain lead 4 games to love. Love 15.
Just needs to find something here, the Brazilian, to finish on a strong point if it does close out in this second set. He's got a big encounter against Hologic, Polish #1, on Saturday night here. Their second tie of this United Cup.
15-all.
Needs to finish strongly. Am I imagining a slight change of tactics here from those opening few games?
Well, I think
the margin's in a bit, taking off a bit of pace.
I think more than anything, what strikes me is that he's locked into trying to compete again. But that's all well and good. But there's been 4 games in the meantime that he probably didn't. He mentally wasn't applying himself well enough early in the second set. So this hole is immense now. But to his credit, he's at least trying to compete here.
At 40-15.
Thought he might take that one overhead, lets it bounce. It was a pretty high, reasonably good defensive lob here. Thought he might smash that, but made the forehand choice.
$40-13.
Yeah, the spin again, taking the ball out of the court, and he's just in defensive mode then, is the Brazilian.
Use.
Yeah, you can really see that he struggles in the corners of the court, doesn't he? He's the player that likes to dictate play, and when he can, that's when he has his good results. But he's been pushed back deep, and he's been pushed in the corners quickly, and he's been exposed here today.
And all of the great players in the world, Todd, they defend well, don't they?
Exactly, yeah. You don't really notice how well they defend.
Excellent point.
Out.
Just long. Great stretch
Team
from
Brazil requested.
Zimbabwe's
Right baseline.
increased the pace on a number of occasions as he attacked. Seesawing point.
Well, because of the technology making this call, it's all. Well, I'm assuming it's almost impossible to be overruled, because the technology is going to show the bounce of the ball. And even though it's close, I think he just this is out of frustration, questioning this.
Advantage, Team Spain.
A little lucky, got away with it. Ball bounced very high, and Minaur had the pace to get there. Nice touch.
Well, you quite often see that tactically on a clay court. Players, if they get drop shotted, they'll come in and they'll reply with a drop shot of their own, but it's dangerous on this high bouncing court. the percentage there is probably to push it deep and try and get it as close as you can into a corner to give yourself a chance for the next volley. But good execution by the Spaniard.
It's become a bit contagious, a drop shot, but Tomljanovic Fekina gets away with it and continues to march towards a victory here.
Team Spain, 8 games to love.
Ha habido dos cuando estás un poquito atrás y como la bola cuesta un poquito acelerarla, te has abierto de hombros. ¿Te has dado cuenta? En una, me parece. ¿No? Porque a veces...
Yes, that last drop shot was pretty deep into the service box. Did set up the next one, and the stretching volley just wide. With second set here. First one was approaching the hour mark. Match time 1:22 at the moment. And Alejandro Davidovich Fekina is going to serve for the match. Relaxed scenes on the Team Spain bench, as you would assume. They look up at the scoreboard and see 6-4, 5-love. Been an impressive second set for Tomljanovic Fekina.
Te lo tiene que hacer, te va a caer porque él juega fichas y las juegas, pero no le dejes ahí. Tú sigue con tu rodillo.
Time.
Singles up next. So there's Tormo for Spain. Features Hade Maya. That's going to be a high-class encounter. And of course, the mixed doubles will round out the tie. For now, this match is on the racket of the Spaniard.
And 15 love.
Boulter, when Vilj defends on his forehand, he doesn't put enough emphasis on getting the ball deep, I don't believe. He just sort of pushes it back into the middle of the court, and that just invites the Spaniard then to dictate.
15-0. At 30-15.
His levels dropped off, though. I mean, he was competitive in the first set, wasn't he? I think the Spaniard was a little nervous too, but feeling his way. But certainly, I think Vilj here in the second set has really let his standard down a little bit. And made it pretty easy in the second set for the Spaniard.
40-15. 40-30.
When you're treading on thin ice, you may as well tap dance. And that's what happened there.
There was no soft shoe shuffle on the thin ice there, was there? That was close too.
Yeah, caught the line.
Yeah, caught good.
Deuce.
A bit of spirit in the last 2 points from the Brazilian.
Advantage, Team Spain.
That forehand slice it is a bit wayward for me. He needs to improve that shot. I mean, that was it's a basic sort of shot. That's forehand approach with the slice, a bit like a volley in terms of technique, and you need to really be precise with where that ball goes.
A couple of clean winners.
Yeah, there's a bit of
3 match points saved.
bit of caution being thrown to the wind.
Advantage, Team Spain. Game, set and match, Team Spain.
So a winning start for Team Spain.
6-4,
Alejandro
6-love.
Davidovich Fekina, impressive. 6-4, 6-love. And the start that the Spaniards woke up this morning wanting, and they have delivered. Impressive second set. Stretched in the first, but completely dominant in the deciding set.
Yeah, well, I think he just maintained his level better, didn't he, Dave? I mean, the first set was closely fought affair with a few bits of luck. You know, the Brazilian might have been able to sneak that first set over the line and actually be up a set. But once he'd lost it, his game dissipated to a degree. He just didn't play to the same level in the second set. The Spaniard maintained his, and therein lies the difference, I think. One-sided in the end.
So just on an hour and a half duration of the encounter, and the winner is with Todd Woodbridge.
Alejandro, congratulations. You must be very, very happy with yourself to start the year off with such a clean match.
Well, maybe for you it's the start of the year. For me, it's the last match of the year.
Yes, true, true. I'm thinking forward.
No, I mean, it's great to start like this the year, and you know, the confidence that it gives me this match. It means a lot to me. Then, you know, I'm very happy with the performance today, and I hope Sarah now is gonna fight as she knows, and it's gonna be fun to watch her.
It will be fun. Tell us a little bit about the break that you had, your last tournament. The break, the holiday, the training. The last tournament for you was Paris Indoor, so you've had an opportunity to get fresh to start the new season.
Yeah, you know, always it's great to have some holidays, because you know the tour is very long and we compete all the year. Then to have 15-20 days off don't see any match of tennis and don't see anything about tennis, it's great, you know, to refresh your mind and to start very, very strong.
And what about the fans here in Perth? Because it's nice to get down under, get to the summer. Have you enjoyed your time here so far?
Well, I just walk with my team around the city. I didn't see a lot, but you know, this year my goal is to every city that I go, I want to know something more about that.
Well, you've got plenty of tour guides sitting in the stands who would like to take you around. Congratulations on a very good opening match here at the United Cup for Spain. Well played.
So a very solid first match for Team Spain and for Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. He gets the win in straight sets, 6-4, 6-love. So Team Spain on the board for this tie. That's a great way to, well, as discussed there with Tony, either finish your year or begin the new season. And what a season he had in 2023, reaching a career-high ranking of number 21 in August, currently at 26. The 24-year-old is set to have another big year, and we're loving him being part of the United Cup. One thing we're also loving at the United Cup, of course, is our team zones. We saw there was a little bit of spice from the team zones too in our opening match of this year's United Cup. 12 months ago, they were all the centre of attention.
Controlled aggression. Here we go. Stay on him right now. Don't let up, mate. Come on. Great stuff. Come on. Everybody, one at a time. You got this. Stay positive. Keep fighting.
Where Rafa speaks, everyone listens.
Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Come on.
You're too far back because you're too close.
She is having a ball of a time out here.
I don't know what the hell this season's made for you. It's better you drinking it than me.
Tell you what, the Czechs are determined to enjoy themselves here, aren't they?
Oh, I wish there was pickle juice back in my day.
The closer you return, you lose. Yeah. Not the one pressure point serve went to the floor.
Yeah, she did so well putting the returns deep, giving myself chances to move, returning the guy's serve, and
dude, I will knock you out.
Taylor, could you take him if you had to?
yeah, one punch he's out.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything for my hands. Francis Tiafoe, he's a naughty boy, isn't he? But really fun.
It's a grind. Yeah, it's good. You've got to be tough.
141 kilometres per hour. Look at Rafa.
Unbelievable tennis. That's you all day, Evo. Great tennis. That's the way.
And the ball boy can't quite believe his luck.
Fitting that we finished there with Big Foe, the big show. He was certainly the entertainer of the first edition of the United Cup, and we look forward to seeing the personalities shine once again 12 months later on. So we're underway for the United Cup for this new season. It was Team Spain getting the first win over Team Brazil at RAC Arena in Perth, and we look forward to the women's matchup. That's coming up in just a few moments' time. They will certainly be enjoying themselves. Cottesloe Beach, just one of the many stunning bits of sand and waterways that you can access in Perth. The Swan River on the right. This is Kings Park, a beautiful view over a CBD that's really been transformed in the last couple of years, and it plays host, the home of Casey Delacqua, who joins me now. Casey, you must be so proud to see this event, an event that you've been part of in terms of the behind the scenes of bringing it together, but to see it in Perth with the two world number ones. What an opportunity for tennis fans in WA.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, there's a great legacy of tennis in Perth, and I think for them to have the United Cup, they've got obviously Australia, which is just going to be huge, but also to have Novak land there, Iga Swiatek, some great tennis, both in Sydney and Perth, but Perth particularly in these group stages have got some phenomenal tennis, and I know all of my family are over there in WA. They've all got tickets to go and watch as much as they can, because it's going to be a great event.
Such a cool opportunity. And for our second edition, we've made some tweaks. You talked us through them at the start of our coverage today, but certainly the feedback was taken on from the players. It was an outstanding first edition, but there were some areas that we can make it even better.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like with anything, obviously there's an inaugural event and you learn and you have a lot of learnings from those events. And it was really important from the tour's perspective that there was enough jobs or opportunities for players to get matches. Hence why there was, I guess, a bigger format with more players included. But obviously it's a bit of a condensed format with just the one men's singles, one women's singles and a mix. But that's what happens. Everything evolves, and this is obviously the second edition. It's still great. We've got some fantastic teams involved, obviously, and also those team zones that we've just seen adds to the element. And I just love, I guess personally, the fact that we really are preaching equality with equal prize money, you know, equal ranking points, big ranking points for the players, which is extremely important as well.
It sure is. We are underway. We've had our first tennis result for this year's United Cup. Let's head to Perth, where Todd Woodbridge is standing by at RAC Arena. Todd, it was a little bit of a spicy one to get us started with.
Yeah, and it was always going to be like that, Chris. I think we were looking to a big match. Vilge is a great talent, but we saw a little bit of where he's been struggling at times with his career is that he dropped a tight first set and then walked away mentally from the match in that second set. But for Alejandro Davidovich-Fokina, a really good, solid opening match. And in the quick courtside chat that I just had with him, it was about starting this season fresh. And he's had some time away, switched everything off, and you could see he's come back, you know, quite focused. And he didn't have the best of seasons at the end of last year, but in this opening match, he showed us that full repertoire.
Todd, what are your expectations for him this year and where he can push on to? Because last year at times his level was extremely high and reaching a career high ranking as well in the process.
Yeah, well, look, I think it's learning from those things. He lost a match at Wimbledon in a tight 5-set tiebreak to Holger Rune that he really should have won, and it was just interesting in the big match on the big stage, just freaked out a little bit about taking that next step. And it's about the belief that you can be in quarters and semis and finals of majors and be comfortable in that scenario, not comfortable in that third round. And that's the next step for him to go on to bigger things in the 2024 season.
So Team Spain on the board. Next up, we've got the women. How are the conditions there as we look ahead to a matchup that's pretty fascinating?
You know, Casey's talked about, you know, she's from Perth. It's beautiful, actually. A very light covering of cloud, which has made it perfect for tennis. When the sun's in full bloom, if you like, it's quite hot out here. The court today, when it is hot, is flying a little bit. It's quite fast. It'll change in the evening session tonight for Australia versus Great Britain. It'll be perfect. But, I mean, this is such a great arena for tennis. I haven't been here for about 5 years now, since pre-COVID, and to come back and see the setup is extraordinary. And look, we've got a good crowd to start the first session today, and that will only grow, particularly as the world #1 Novak Djokovic on the men's side got in yesterday. And I think people were waiting to see if he was going to get here to Perth in person, and he has shown up. And I suspect that the tickets are going to go through the roof now that we know that he's here, and you're going to get that opportunity to see one of the greatest players of all time.
Todd, it's been a great start to the day already. We've got the women's match coming up, so we'll let you get set to watch on for that one. But let's take a look at tonight's lineup, because from our point of view as the host nation, it's a beauty. Any time that it's Team GB against Team Australia, we get excited. Cam Nori versus Alex de Minaur, two players just on the verge of the top 10 in current rankings. Katie Boulter against a resurgent Ajla Tomljanovic. And then if you don't mind the world #1 in doubles, Storm Hunter there alongside Matt Ebden against Boulter and Skupski. I wanted to ask you, Casey, about that lineup. It adds a little bit of spice, doesn't it? Because we're looking forward to that, aren't we?
Yeah, it's exciting, obviously. I think for the first day of the event and the tournament, to have Team GB versus Australia is pretty incredible. Cam Nori is obviously an exceptional player, but Alex de Minaur, he's pushing top 10. And obviously with the women, we're looking forward to cheering on Ajla Tomljanovic against Katie Boulter, which will be a tough one, but I'm sure over there with the Perth crowd, they're going to get some good support for Australia.
That's all ahead tonight. At the moment, it's Sara Sorribes-Tormo and Beatrice Haddad-Maia. So Team Brazil looking to fight back. Your commentators for this match, Bojana Babusic and Jelena Dobic.
The second match of this morning's tie between Team Spain and Team Brazil. Fantastic men's match to open up the 2024 United Cup. But I'm really looking forward to this match, the 6th encounter between these two players. I'm Bojan Babusic, and alongside me, Jelena Dokic. Jelena, this one will be interesting.
It sure was. Well, there's a lot of history in this match, but let's just first start with how excited I know we are to be here, the players as well, and great to be starting at the United Cup here in Perth. But interesting, as you said, it's actually their 6th encounter. Hologic does lead 3-2 in the head-to-head, but they've had some interesting matches, including earlier, actually this year at Roland Garros, a match that lasted almost 4 hours. It's the longest match of 2023. So if we go with some of those past matches and the history, we're in for a big one here.
Absolutely, and it's a beautiful day here in Perth, a balmy 27 degrees. No doubt the players have spent a fair bit of time on these practice courts getting ready for a moment like this. And not only is it the opportunity to represent their country, but also to gain a few extra ranking points, a fair bit of prize money to really kick off their 2024 campaign.
It's so great to have an event where the tours come together, men and women, equal prize money, equal points across the board, and such a fun event. And week or 10 days if you go into the final.
So after the point toss, we're going to do a photo facing that way. So ladies, best of 3 tiebreak sets. 6 balls in play, ball change 7 and 9. We have the live systems. The calls will come automatically, and the close ones might be shown on the boards at the bottom. Okay? Yeah, no, you have live. So the system's live, so it calls automatically, and some close ones might be shown on the boards, but it's the lower boards, okay? Towel baskets are in the corners, the ace lines. Could you please just use the one with your flag in it? Do you have any questions, ladies? Sarah, it is, what do we have? AO or Yvonne Gulligo? Heads. Heads, okay, perfect. You want to toss it for me? Up in the air, Lily? It's tails. I serve. You'll serve? Okay, can we just have a photo, Beatrice? A photo? That way? Yeah. Lily, turn around. Face the cameras. No, Lily. Lily, face the camera. Sarah, you said serve, yes? Thank you.
A beautiful moment there for Lily, our hot shots kids. An opportunity to see world-class tennis players here in Perth. And let's just reiterate, Jelena, what Alison Hughes, the chair umpire, was talking about. Now, there are no challenges here. They're relying on the electronic line calling, something different that the players will need to get used to.
So you can get a replay and see the actual call, but there's actually no challenges because we do have that automatic line calling with no lines people. That's what Hologic was just confirming.
So as the players take a few more minutes to warm up, look forward to unpacking what these players have achieved in the last few years on court. But just talk us through Team Spain, Jelena, here.
Well, for Sara Sorribes-Tormo, 27 years of age, ranked 48 in the world, and that's actually not just a great ranking to be in the top 50, but she actually took some time off earlier in 2023, took 6 months off, just felt like she needed the break, had a bit of an injury as well, so to get herself back into the top 50 is a massive result, and actually even won the title a couple of months ago in Cleveland. And just a really consistent player, doesn't give any free points away.
Has been as high as 32 in the world, and that was back in February 2022. Interesting, as you mentioned, Jelena, did take 6 months off, just felt like she needed a little bit of a break just to regroup. Her game is quite physical, so no doubt took a bit of a toll on her, but great to see her back out on court. And quite an impressive year to get back inside that top 50. Let's have a look at Beatriz Haddad-Maia.
Well, she's had a great year. She's ranked 11 in the world, was as high as 10 just earlier in the year. So her best year on tour. Same thing, age 27, same as her opponent, has 3 titles to her name, including one just before the off-season started, which was in Zhuhai at the WTA Elite Trophy. So that was a big title. But I think what the real breakthrough for Hologic was getting to the semi-finals at Roland Garros. And that was a massive breakthrough for her and getting those big wins. And I remember her just a few years ago at the Australian Open. She got to the finals in the doubles, and that really helped her to really get that confidence in singles. Has had some injuries herself, so to be right there on the verge of pretty much cementing herself in the top 10 is a great effort. And this is the history we talked about between the two, Bojana.
Absolutely. This is their 6th time that they're meeting. They last met at Roland Garros last year. Hologic winning that in 3 tough sets. So history has anything to say. We're in for a long one.
Well, this is another thing as well. I was waiting to commentate the next match after that, and this went on for 3 hours and 49 minutes.
Okay.
So I watched quite a bit of it. So yeah, that was interesting. They both had opportunities and match points, and it was quite a match.
Well, the players just taking a few more serves before we get underway. Just to recap, Team Spain took the opening match. Let's have a look at the weather. Currently 23 degrees. Is expected to get up to 33. Just a beautiful stadium here in Perth.
Probably it is perfect weather, isn't it? 23 degrees, and especially Perth, we know we can get quite hot here, so it's a bit of a, let's say, kind of warm-up day and night here for the players and the conditions they're playing in. There is a bit of humidity, around 40%.
As we say, the team captain for Spain, Jorge Aguirre. It's actually the coach of Alejandro Davidovich Fokina.
And it's actually interesting because Sara Sorribes's actual coach, Silvia Soler Espinosa, she was a former player herself as well, top 100 in the world, is Sara's coach, and she's here as well. So we might see her throughout the match because, of course, the players can talk to the captains, but also if their private coaches are here as well, which we've seen a few players do have their coaches here also. So we'll see how that communication goes. That's always very interesting when you've got an event like the United Cup to see what that dynamic is like.
We just saw the team captain for Brazil, Rafael Pacciaroni.
And that's actually Beatriz Hologic coach. Yeah.
So it really is an opportunity to work on those things from the off-season, to tweak maybe a few things here and there and really solidify that confidence for the tournament. Such a big event for the players. But anything can happen, and confidence is a really big thing, especially with that time off. Back on the end of 2023.
Well, off-season's a funny thing, isn't it? You can start out great, or you can be a little bit rusty. So we'll see what happens in this match, but always excited for the start of the season.
Well, here we go. Sara Sorribes Tormes to start. And we're underway for the women's singles here at the 2024 United Cup.
Well, you can see even with a point like that, Hologic wants to play aggressive, and this will be the challenge today because there's such a big, for me, contrast with these two players, with Sorribes Tormes. Not as aggressive, or doesn't have the weapons like Hologic has, but she's very consistent. And for Hologic, that will be a challenge. How aggressive does she play, but still keep those unforced errors in check?
solid start here for Team Spain. Always nice just to get that early hold. Try and settle some nerves.
Beautiful shot, and that's what she's going to try and do. And there, Tomo just didn't have any time to react straight away off the return, was pushed off the baseline, didn't quite have the time. Look at the beautiful footwork here from Hologic. Loves the forehand, it's her favourite shot. What an angle. Have a look at that preparation and footwork. Perfection. And Hologic sending out that early warning sign, what's going to happen with that second serve if it's not deep enough or good enough.
You can already see how it can unfold very quickly.
Exactly. And Hologic right on top of the baseline as well. Short backswing, just firing it, even through the middle, just so hard to deal with that pace.
Oh, beautiful way to hold her opening service game. Sorribes Tormo. I think it's 1-love, first set. Let's just have a look at the replay of this point. I mean, they're both very good doubles players, and we will touch on that as the match unfolds.
Yeah, I really like this play, though, because it was not just the element of surprise. She came in quick. That was a nice angled volley. But also, I like the serve into the body when you're playing someone as tall as Hologic, and I know her a little bit and actually went past her this morning. And again, I just forget that she's actually 6 feet tall. She's very tall. So when you're playing someone that's got that height and long levers, you want to go into the body and jam them and, you know, use that as an element of surprise. So for Sorribes Tormo, that's perhaps something today that she can throw in, because she might not come out always, you know, on top in those baseline rallies and might get overpowered at times. So that was really beautiful to see that variety.
Certainly that element of surprise, keeping her opponent on her feet. And we're fortunate enough to have courtside Jill Krabers, former world number 39.
Hello guys, how you doing? It's very nice down here. You guys were talking about the weather a little bit earlier, and it's just perfect conditions, not a breeze, and really nice playing conditions for these players. It's perfect.
To talk about some of the results Hologic has had in 2023. You mentioned, Elena, the semi-final at Roland Garros, where she defeated players like Ons Jabeur, made the 4th round at Wimbledon. And then how about that end tournament, the WTA Elite Trophy, where she won, defeating players like Caroline Garcia, Madison Keys. So she certainly has the game to defeat not only the power players, but also those finesse players that have that variety.
And so you can see her game style, and she wants to dictate those points, but look, she does. She knows how to come forward and use the drop shot as well. We saw a lot of that at Roland Garros, and that's why she's able to play on different surfaces. Has done, in fact, well on grass. Won 2 titles in a row on grass in 2022 as well. So she's got different parts to her game, different shots in her repertoire. both. And this brings back memories of Roland Garros.
Right. Well, it's the longest rally of the match, and we're only in game 2.
And that's the repertoire we talk about from both. Look at that little half volley, but Survestoma, the anticipation, but also to improvise there and go with the slice. She was ready, good movement forward, stayed low, and just guides it down the line.
Nice to see all the players up on their feet and the team captain.
Yes.
They're excited.
Might want to pace themselves if we're in for 3 or 4 hours, but good to see.
And there's that forehand again that we have witnessed so far early on, and that forehand loves to run around and dictate off that side.
But you see even that type of point as well. Look at the court position. It's Hologic right on top of the baseline, trying to attack, take time away. And Survestoma, she will be a little bit further back. That's just the way that she plays, and is used to playing that way a little bit more because she likes the clay courts more. So this is the contrast I was talking about between the two players.
Well, the favourite surface is clay. Favourite tournament is Roland Garros.
And that's a little bit tentative for me right there. And that is where Hologic, I think, for me, the reason why she has tough matches with Survestoma is because it's hard to decide, do I stay in some of these rallies, build the point, but am I then allowing her to do what she wants to do and not taking time away from her? But if I'm aggressive, if I make some unforced errors, does my confidence go away? And we've all played those types of players. Those are decisions that you have to make on the court.
A bit of pressure here now for Hologic. She's looking to get in, isn't she?
She is, and I think that's what she's going to have to do. Survestoma was a couple of metres back behind the baseline. They're doing a great job of just defending and trying to keep every single ball in. But for Hologic, it's going to be a long day if she absolutely plays everything right. I like where she is inside the baseline, but this is now where you go, okay, what's the next step? And that's coming forward and taking a ball out of the air and putting that pressure on my opponent.
So a bit of confusion. It looks like the system had called the ball out, but it was an error. So it looks like they have to replay the point, the players.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was an error called during the point. The point will be replayed.
So we had this in the first match just a couple of times where it happens where the system actually calls the ball out, makes the wrong call, and then the umpire steps in and overrules. So when that happens, we're replaying the point. I like that point from Hologic because it's a little bit in between being passive and too aggressive. It's that controlled aggression where you're still getting the depth and you're still being aggressive and taking the ball early, but you're not overplaying it. And you kind of get that forced error from your opponent.
Almost didn't expect that return, Hologic. Great first serve and an even better return.
Good. She needed that point as well for a bit of confidence there. Wants to really hold her opening service game. Kind of never want to start off by losing your serve.
Well, especially with her stature. She is 185 centimetres. Hologic likes to have, I mean, it would be nice for her to have a few more free points like that.
Well done.
Held on nerve. Team Brazil. Jill, you're courtside. What are you noticing about these two players early on?
Well, that was a really good game from Hologic to be able to get through. And I have to say in the beginning, the very first game, I felt like she was hitting it a lot more flat than Sorribes Tormo. And I think she made some really good adjustments in those last few points to be able to get just a little bit more margin on her ball and then attack at a much better position when she was in a much better position in the court to do that. So I think she started to find her rhythm and her range in that last game.
Oh, yes. Excellent. That is terrific reflexes and hands. She knew exactly what she wanted to do after that return. Made sure she got that first volley in, got down low. And here, look at how she closes the net so well at end range. Excellent feel. Just angles that racket face a little bit. Terrific.
Noticing where Hologic is standing on the serve, both first and second serve. She's right on the baseline, isn't she?
But have a look at that speed gun there on the second serve, only 127 k's an hour. It's not going to do it, especially against someone that takes the ball as early as Hologic and has that pace, power, short backswing. And it's not just the pace, but it's also the depth and where you're hitting that second serve. And at the moment for Sorribes Tormo, just not able to get Hologic uncomfortable off that return. Here's another one. She has plenty of time to get around to use the forehand, and here again the footwork. And that is the trajectory, the margin of error Jill was talking about.
3 break points now for Hologic. And what a way to do it. First break in this first set. Hologic, 2-1 first set. And that's what she's capable of, isn't she, Hologic? Just that aggressive game style, attacking the serve. And if there's one weakness in, or a couple of weaknesses in the Sara Sorribes Tormo game, would you say it would be that serve element, Yelena?
Yeah, it would be a little bit of that. So it's more so the second serve, I would say. So you can see that it's a safe serve. She's not going to make a lot of double faults, but there is just not enough on it when it comes to the kick, the pace, the placement. It is quite a short serve. So against especially the bigger hitters, you will get in a bit of trouble with that. So for Sorribes Tormo today, it will be also very important that she keeps that first serve percentage up. And look, her first serve percentage is 40%. Got to get that up higher.
Absolutely.
Day one in Perth well underway. In Sydney, competition begins tomorrow. Stefanos Tsitsipas, one of the big stars for the second seeds Team Greece. He'll be alongside Maria Sakkari, the world number 6 as he stands at the moment. Semi-finalist at last year's Australian Open, loves playing down under, keeping the fluids up because it is quite humid in Sydney today. He'll start his campaign, as will, of course, Team Greece against Team Chile. His first opponent will be Nicholas Jarry. What a great year he had last year. So a tricky first encounter as it begins season 2024. But in Perth at RAC Arena, Beatrice Haddad-Maia. She's up a break as Team Brazil look to fight back. So 2-1, only early doors in this second match for the United Cup after a victory to Alejandro Davidovich Fokina in the opening match.
Beautiful shots here of RAC Arena. Team Brazil with the early break. And it's Beatrice Haddad-Maia to see if she can continue taking the lead here in this first set.
Please take a seat to the back of the court. Thank you.
It's interesting watching the demeanor between these two players, because after that last game, I do feel like Haddad-Maia just looked a little bit more confident. In the first game, she was shaking her head even when she won the point. That sort of disappeared in that last game, definitely feeling a little bit better. But Sorribes Tormo, she just has that intensity about her, and she's, you know, she's going to stay out there and fight till the end.
Let
Couple of unforced errors there from the Haddad-Maia forehand, which is her weapon, but it can also let her down a bit at times, can't it?
It is, but that was a very good slice there from Sorribes Tormo, especially down the line. It was almost going inside out. So you've got to be careful when you get around that ball and you're there outside in the tram lines in the doubles alley, and then just how much risk are you going to take? And that's what she tried to do, because it's hard to get back into the court then if you almost don't hit a winner. And that's a challenge for Haddad-Maia in this match. It's the risk versus the reward.
And there's the reward. Just finds that little bit more margin.
50-30.
And that's the tough thing when you know you got the match or you're controlling the points on your racket. As we just quickly have a look at the serve. Abbreviated motion, both arms go up at the same time. Leg drive, good extension as well. Have a look at that landing also. Really smooth service action. Yeah, see, like that. So that's where you're going to make that right shot selection. She was behind the baseline to hit it that flat and go for a big shot. That was a rally ball. And I think she just needs to get into a little bit of a mindset where, okay, I will play aggressive, but I'm also ready to build the point, construct it. And just looking at these couple of games early on, maybe just going a little bit too much up and down the court. Maybe use the angles, open up the court a bit more. Maybe throw in coming forward or a drop shot.
So a few forehand errors for Haddad Maya. Gives Sorribes Tormo the break, and we're levelled here in the first set, 2-all.
And Jill, is that a bit of doubt now? Again, for Haddad Maya, looks a little bit, as soon as she maybe makes a couple of unforced errors, especially off the forehand, there's a little bit of doubt there?
Yeah, I think a little bit. You can see it in her face just in the last few games. But, I mean, Sorribes Tormo, the type of player she is, she can do that to you. Even before you walk on the court to play, you know these points are going to be long, and that can feel so draining at times. So you have to, what Yelena, you said earlier, you have to be able to pick and choose when to step in, when to be aggressive. You have to be patient at times.
Love.
Oh, I like that from Haddad Maya, but Sorribes Tormo, that's the speed and the agility around the court that she does possess. We've already seen it in this match, and that is her strength. That was phenomenal movement forward, but also just even to be able to control that shot, hold it till the last moment and guide it down the line. Crafty.
That's where the errors start to creep in, because it almost seems like Haddad Maya, she's trying to be aggressive. She thinks she's won the point, but the ball just keeps on coming back, and it starts to plant a little bit of doubt in the mind of Haddad Maya. And a comfortable hold for Sara Sorribes Tormo. Takes a 3-2 lead here in this first set. As we take a look at Rottnest Island. situated 19 kilometres off the coast of Fremantle, and you get there by ferry. And someone that would be very familiar with Rottnest would be you, Yelena. Talk us through it.
I mean, this is your home. You're the familiar one. But yes, I had a great time. And these little guys as well, the quokkas, I was able to actually get a couple of photos and selfies. I did have to chase them around for about an hour, but I got there in the end. Just amazing. The crystal clear waters. The food was incredible as well. Only actually 19 kilometres from Perth, which you wouldn't have known. I think for a lot of people it's very close, and just a beautiful day out.
Certainly a sight to see, Rottnest Island. If you can get out there, highly recommend it.
Coming up on night one of the United Cup, it's Cam Nori. He won all 3 singles matches last year. How will he go this year? His first opponent, Australia's own Alex de Minaur, on the cusp of the world's top 10. He was at number 11 just a few weeks ago. And then it's Katie Boulter, his girlfriend, on court against Tomljanovic as she continues her comeback from a knee injury. What a blockbuster showdown for you on night one of the United Cup from Perth. And it is a stunning city, stunning scene today, heading for a top of 33 degrees. The tennis action so far has been pretty impressive. Of course, it is Spain, Team Spain, as you can see in the bottom right of your screen. They were the first victors of this year's United Cup, courtesy of Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. At the moment, it's tight. We're back on serve in this first set between Sorribes Tormo and Haddad Maia.
So Beatriz Haddad Maia looking to level things here in this opening set. Kilometres. That first serve from Haddad Maia certainly is a weapon. Just when you think you've won the point, the ball just keeps on coming back and back, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And Sorribes Tormo did a good job to stay in that rally, but that's the depth I was talking about. Just a little bit more. You can't throw too many balls into that mid-court area, especially against someone like Haddad Maia, but still great hustle there. Still making Haddad Maia have to hit that overhead. Good effort there. Didn't take her eye off the ball. Yeah, see, that's the variation I like. That's what we talked about. And sometimes even if you're not successful with coming forward or a drop shot, it's an element of surprise and puts a bit of that doubt into your opponent's mind on what you're going to do next. And then they can't just hang back a couple of metres back behind the baseline. And on top of that, she actually did win the point. So good variety.
Rips that forehand. Haddad Maia to level things here in this first set. 3-all. Hard to know which way this first set will swing because it really is toe-to-toe.
I like this, though. She's backing herself. But look at that height over the net. That's the trajectory we were talking about. That ball was a lot flatter earlier on in this match in the first 2 games. Much better there. And you got to continue backing yourself on what's potentially going to win you this match. And for Hologic, that is to be aggressive, controlled aggression, play within yourself. But that's exactly what she has to do.
I think also starting to see a little bit more positive emotion. I think from the first game, Sorribes Tormos did that well, constantly doing the fist pump to her team. And we're starting to see that a little bit more from Hologic Maya when she hits and executes a very good shot. So it's good to see.
Oh. Those backhands are very flat, Jill. You're right, sitting right there on that baseline. That is almost hitting down at the ball, isn't it? Let's just quickly have a look at Sara Sorribes Tormos' serve right there. Good leg drive, good extension. The right arm is lagging a little bit behind the left, but then she opens up. That right hip comes around, and that makes her collapse on that serve. That's where she loses pace and direction. How you turn defense into aggression right there.
Team Spain's happy.
And Jill, I interrupted you there. But those backhands look a little bit flat. They're almost like she's hitting down on them, Hologic Maya. You're right there on that baseline, aren't you?
Yeah, she hits that shot flat in general. So I agree with you, just a little bit more margin, but especially where she was falling backwards on those couple backhands, and that's when you actually have to go for a little bit more shape.
Crucial hold for Team Spain. Sorribes Tormos. 4-3, first set. Shift in momentum between the two players. You can tell Sorribes Tormos has a bit more fire in her at the moment. Hologic Maya seems like that body language just dropping a little bit.
And this is actually very interesting because the match that I did watch at Roland Garros, the really long battle that they had, it was a lot of that. There were so many momentum shifts and breaks of serves and both players having that those opportunities and even match points, and that just kind of seems to be yeah, what happens in their matches for whatever reason, and I think it's just the contrast.
Y mantenerte, pero a la vez sentir ese puntito de relajación en la salida. Aquí has llevado una paralela de revés que te has botado a un metro de la línea, o sea que la estabas llevando aquí y la bola estaba botando y tú todavía seguías con ella en la raqueta, o sea, espectacular. Entonces, seguir buscando ese impacto tuyo porque ella lo va sintiendo, y cada rato lo va a sentir más. Ahora con la bola nueva intentamos mantener la posición abajo y a ver si en la que puedas un poquitín y estés apoyada, a ver si consigues que le salte un poquito.
A few instructions there from the captain of Team Spain.
Busca aceleración sin meter brusquedad aquí, sino relaja y que le salte, porque se puede llevar un para afuera en este juego, con la bola nueva, ¿vale? Convencida.
They talk to their players, and nice to see Sara Sorribes Tormos also getting involved in the conversation. Wish I could understand what they were saying. Do you speak Spanish, Yelena?
No, I don't. Yeah.
El tema es que confíes un poco en tu fuerza aquí cuando te venga.
But it's really,
we could interpret what they were saying.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of communication going on there, which I think is really good, and it seems very positive. And Sara even getting involved and possibly saying, you know, this is what's kind of
this is
going
what's working
for me.
This is what,
yeah, exactly.
Sara Sorribes Tormos is out. She's jumping around. She's got the momentum at the moment in this first set. Let's see if we can get Beatrice Haddad Maya back into this first set. That's where she wants to finish, inside the court.
Yeah, but that was controlled aggression. So she had that margin for error. She played a little bit more within herself as well. And even that dry volley, look at the height over the net. But she went 5 shots, you know, relatively big, but didn't go big, big and bigger and get into maybe an unforced error. Good shot there of that dry volley. Early preparation key and hitting it around shoulder height. Wow.
Thought that ball stayed so low off that slice, and that's where Sorribes Tormo can cause some danger as well, is because when she gets pushed back or pushed wide on that backhand slice, she really understands that shot well, where it makes it difficult for Hologic to really get aggressive on that shot.
You can see there just how low it got. Hologic struggled to get under the ball because that is just how low it was.
She was there with so much time, Sorribes Tormo.
Well, the anticipation was fantastic. The movement to get up to that, she was ready to hit, just tried to make it a little bit too good. Didn't need to be that good, did it? Because Hologic was all the way back on the baseline. But again, you got to give credit to Hologic here. That's the variation. She's trying something else because Sorribes Tormo, she is a couple of meters back behind the baseline there, returning, but also during the rally as well. So bringing her forward and throwing that in is a good tactic.
Also a change of pace on that first serve. Another change of tactic for Hologic. Almost worked to her advantage. Still has some work to do though. That's just too good from Beatrice Hologic. Uses that forehand again, her weapon, and levels things here in this first set.
Well, set up by the good serve here. I'd look at how far out Sorribes Tormo was, and even for how well she moves, she couldn't get to this one. But have a look at where Hologic was, about a meter behind the baseline. Still so much strength up there. That shoulder area to actually still hit a winner, get under and over the ball. just wonder if she's trying to get around to hit that forehand a little too often, because they didn't get around in time, and she has struggled a little bit with the backhand, Hologic, with hitting it too flat and having some unforced errors. So is she going to have to adjust that and make a bit of a change there and still try and hit it over that to actually use the backhand and not get stuck with the feet?
She just has to be careful that she's not wanting to rally all day. That's what Sorribes Tormo wants to do. She wants to be in those rallies for as long as she can.
(30-15).
It's only her first double fault of the match. Still, though, every point is important here at this stage of a set.
What she does so well, isn't it? She just fights for every single shot. Does not give up.
Yeah, but she reads it well, and she knew she was a couple of meters back behind the baseline. Knew that off that overhead, he was going to probably come with pace straight at her. Right here, have a look, she leaves and anticipates. She was already moving to her right. It's great anticipation, and even this one, she already started running. And as a player, that puts pressure on you. Hologic missed that drop shot because she felt like, I need to do more and more and better and better. Full credit to Sorribes Tormo.
Team Spain keeps on with the fighting spirit. 5-4, first set. You can tell what type of player Sara Sorribes Tormo is. She is a fighter. Loves to be out on court. The longer the better for her. And now it'll be interesting to see how much of the conditions on court, the heat, if there's a fair bit of wind, and just, I guess, the match fitness coming off both players a few weeks off the tour. First match back. Physically, where are they at?
There's a lot to play out still. You can see a lot of communication and feedback right there. I love how she listens.
She's on board, isn't she?
Si la jugada te deja ir, o sea, sin prisa, tú vas en tu jugada, pero si de repente ves que coges un poquito de posición en tu cabeza, voy a buscar la opción o bien porque te bajo y te aprieto, o bien porque tiro y te hago saltar y que dudes.
We have cameras everywhere at the United Cup. John Millman in the foreground. Taylor Fritz also spinning the legs over. Millman, he will retire. What a veteran performer he's been for Team Australia. He'll retire after the Aussie Open, the highlight beating Federer at the US Open in 2018, of course. While for Taylor Fritz, the defending champion, Team USA, they're the third seeds. He'll begin his campaign against Cam Nori and Team Great Britain on Sunday. We're getting to the final stages of this first set as Team Brazil look to try and hang in this contest. Beatrice Haddad-Meyer to serve. We are on serve in this first set at the moment. It's a pretty gripping encounter. They both come out of the blocks well, striking the ball cleanly to get their new seasons underway.
Bit of pressure here now for Beatriz Haddad-Maia from Team Brazil. See if she can level things here in this first set. Has some work to do. And Jill, from your end, are you noticing anything different from either players in terms of tactics that they've changed or the conditions a factor right now?
The conditions haven't changed that much. I mean, I think they both physically still look good, but you're right, their demeanors are very different, even between their teams as well. I mean, Spain seems a little bit more energetic and getting a little bit more energy to Sorribes Tormo. And just a completely different feel over from Team Brazil. I mean, they just look much more calm and relaxed. But, you know, when Rafael, the coach of Haddad-Maia, is speaking to her, Haddad-Maia is just kind of looking down where you saw like Sorribes Tormo making eye contact with her coaches with such intensity. And so a very different feel from both of them.
Well, that was good patience there from Haddad-Maia at a very important time in the match, really needed that point. So she actually didn't overplay, made a little bit more within herself.
As we have a look at the unforced errors, 22 off the racket of Haddad-Maia and only 8 off the racket of Sorribes Tormo. Really tells what type of game style they each play.
Legs for serve.
Oh, excellent feel. Good variation. Changed the grip in the last moment.
40-15.
From that semi-western to go to continental to get under the ball and to hit that drop shot. Not easy to do. Have a look at this, and well disguised. Looked like she was going to hit a forehand.
It's not easy. She was on the baseline too, so it had to really be executed beautifully. Positive hold there for Haddad-Maia.
Much better depth in that and those rallies from Haddad-Maia as well throughout those points. And I do like the use of the drop shot quite a bit because we see where Sorribes Tormo likes to hang out by the Perth sign at the back of the court. That's where she likes to be. It's pretty deep in the court, so I like that variety from Haddad-Maia.
Especially if it gets into a physical match, if you continuously have to run down those drop shots, but also kind of not knowing that when they're coming either keeps you guessing, but also physically takes a lot out of the legs if this match goes into a long one. We're already at 51 minutes and it's 5-all. I haven't seen too many double faults yet, but that's now 2 in the last...
Well, the pressure's building.
Yeah, 2 service games, but the issue with that second serve is that, you know, when you get under pressure, is it going to hold up?
She knows that Haddad-Maia will continue to attack the return, even though she doesn't make it.
Well, usually, you know, your serve and your shots are going to hold up if you've got the technique. And with Sorribes Tomo, she collapses a little bit, especially with her left arm as well on the serve. She turns her right hip, so she really comes down on the ball. That's why her double faults go into the net, and it's a kind of a slice serve. And even there, you can see she just comes down a little too quickly. Has to stay up a little longer with the ball and extend up.
And another opportunity for Haddad Jemaya to have a look on this second serve. Sorribes Tomo wants to challenge, but there are no challenges.
Well, she can get a review here. She was sure that ball was out.
Very close.
Team Brazil is requesting a review of the ball on the left far sideline.
So another request. I think the players are still getting used to this format.
I think it's just got the line. Maybe she kind of thought too early that this was going to be wide. Yeah.
30 all.
So 5-all, 30-all. Interesting to see how the players handle the pressure now.
Too good.
It's huge.
And that's under pressure as well. That's one of those choices you make, you know, risk versus reward. Do you go for it, and how much do you go for? Paid off there. It's a big forehand.
So break point now for Haddad Jemaya. And another solid drop shot for Haddad Jemaya to earn herself the break. She leads 6-5. First set. And she's really utilising that forehand drop shot, isn't she, Beatrice Haddad Jemaya? Not only can she get a lot of pop and pace off her shots, but also has that little bit of finesse, that variety. You can see how far back Sorribes Tomo was in that last point.
Well, she had the time there as well. That was a mid-court ball, and not much pace as well. And that's the depth we talked about. Sorribes Tomo does so well at defending and keeping the ball in play, but you also have to be just aware of your depth as well. And the Haddad Jemaya made a really good choice of shot there. Had a lot of options as well. That's not easy, and chose that drop shot on a break point.
Beatrice Haddad Jemaya looking very calm and confident. She leads 6-5 in this opening set up against Team Spain. There's been lots of momentum shifts, but she's kept her cool and she's handled the pressure well, and she's stuck to her game. And now it's whether she can consolidate that break and earn herself this first set. Just under an hour of play here in this women's singles match. 57 minutes played exactly. And it's Team Brazil. Beatriz Haddad-Maia looking to close this first set.
Love 15.
I had a lot of options there, hard to pick. You know, could go down a line, you could go across, maybe on something like that. Maybe going a little bit more through the service line instead of just trying to hit up and down the court. So use the angle a little bit more. Give yourself a little bit more of that safety, a bit more top spin. You know what, she makes that look easy, but it's not. To get around the ball continuously like that, gotta have great footwork, be strong on the legs, and look at the steps that she makes to adjust.
There's a lot of work going into the point, isn't there, to get to this point.
Have a look at this.
Yep.
Yeah, early she knew exactly what she wanted to do. And I love that angle as well, so not so much depth, but a bit more height to actually get the angle. Beautiful.
It's twice now in this game where she's had the opportunity to win the point, and she's almost hesitated or she's second-guessed herself.
But you can see there almost a little bit of nerves and panic. She really rushed that. She smothered the ball instead of hitting through the ball all the way towards the target. That's what you want to do, even under pressure or even when the nerves are there. Just continue hitting all the way through the ball. Oh, too good.
Team Spain's happy. Everyone's off their feet.
It was actually a really good play from Haddad-Maia there. 15-14. But Sorribes Tomo, again, just the strength to actually get out into the corner and then have a look at the shot that she produces. And she was also already ready to get back into the court. Just the angle, yeah.
And just seeing where Beatriz Haddad-Maia was situated in the court, to have that awareness.
I think
she heard you.
Yeah, that's a shot I would really like Haddad-Maia to maybe use a little bit more off both sides. Because when you've got someone standing back a few meters back behind the baseline consistently, you can't kind of get through them unless everything is deep and powerful all the time. But that puts pressure on you. Look at this little angle. Early preparation, just it gets under and over the ball. A little bit more racket, head around the ball, perfect.
Saves one break point, but still another one to save. And she'll be disappointed with that game. It certainly was on her racket for Haddad-Maia.
Jill, I just want to ask you quickly, because for me, I've been especially paying attention to Haddad-Maia's serve, and that might be key in this tiebreaker. She's actually, for a lefty who has a good serve, not using her lefty out wide on the outside, especially, other than sometimes on the second serve, but just not using the angles, really, to get Sorribes Tomo off with that serve. It's more just going up and down the court and just straight into the hitting zone.
Yeah, I thought you made a great point with the ground stroke in particular, using the angles off the ground because of where Sorribes Tormos is standing. And I agree with you. I don't think she's used that lefty serve at all. I think because she can power through her opponents with those serves and get some free points. But so I feel like she relies on the power a little bit too much. She can throw in that variety and put a little bit more slice occasionally on the angle serves.
So this is what it comes down to. 6-all. Tie break, first set. What a way to open that tie break from both players.
It's a great point from both. Sorribes Tormos again having to cover a lot of court, did well. This one had options. Maybe using the lob, because Hadajmaya does close the net, especially after the first volley. So that's where you maybe just hold the shot a little bit longer and just throw that one up. But nevertheless, Hadajmaya, I mean, great reflexes. That's the serve. We haven't seen her use that very much. Jill is laughing.
Good call, Elena. She heard you.
She heard me about the drop shots.
Worked out pretty well.
Yeah, the angled ground strokes, and now the serve.
Might need you to get you in the team zones, Elena.
Oh, I'm okay up here, Brianna. It's a tough job. Huge.
Perfect start for this tie-break for Hadajmaya.
Now, I know they've had massive matches in the past, especially that last one at Roland Garros, almost 4 hours, and neither player is going to give up. They're massive fighters and great competitors. But for me, this first set could be key, could set the tone for what happens in the rest of the match, and maybe even, you know, in the second set, and whether the match is finished in straight. Oh, wow. See, again, she closes the net so well. Great hands. We talked about being an excellent doubles player. And that's just crisp right there. But I think for Sorribes Tormos, just has to hold it a bit longer. Now just be aware, look at where Hadajmaya is. Just use your peripheral vision there to see where your opponent is and maybe throw up that lob.
So 5 consecutive points for Beatrice Hadajmaya. Goes to show what she is capable of when she can. When point after point, that consistency.
Well, to me, I felt like the first point of the tiebreak was huge because she got that huge roar from Hadajmaya as well. After she came into the net, played a very aggressive point. I think from that point on, you could feel that she had that momentum. It was such a great first point to start the tiebreak.
Great hustle there from Hologic. Couldn't quite get there, but Sorribes Tormo, I like that change up right here with the forehand. She saw the opportunity to take it early, comes forward. Look how low she stays down on that volley and continues to move forward as well. It's actually really good running technique there from Hologic. She was ready running with her racket forward. So when you do that, that's what you want to do. So you're ready when you actually get to the ball. And then you can either angle it, you can go down the line, but you've got to be ready to hit that ball in case you get there.
No doubt, Beatrice Hologic knows that Sorribes Tormo will fight to the very last point of this first set. So she has to keep the pressure on. Big forehand there from Hologic to earn herself 5 set points.
Team Spain requesting a review of the call on the right side.
So Sorribes Tormo just wants to check where that ball landed. Set points now for Hologic. And only need one to win the first set. In an hour and 9 minutes, Team Brazil are up 7-6 in this women's singles match. Well, she played a flawless tiebreak. Beatrice Hologic really did not do anything wrong. As we have a look at the first set stats, Yelena, what really stood out for you?
Well, you always look at the kind of the serve percentages, and for Sorribes Tormo, that did go up. It was at around 40%, 61%, a bit more for Hologic, 68%. Look at the net points one as well for Hologic, 9 out of 13. Yes, there's a big difference in unforced errors, but also look at the winners from Hologic, especially on the forehand. She's got 14 there. And the big thing, though, is it's the key points, the big points, which you don't have here in the stats. And for Hologic, when she really needed to play her best, she did. And she wasn't serving first. She was under some scoreline pressure, but she played a perfect tiebreaker. As we have a look at some of the highlights right here, and we saw some incredible tennis, two players with very different game styles. And we saw the variation. Hologic really trying to be aggressive here and right on top of the baseline, trying to control the rallies. But it really did come down to that tiebreaker, and Hologic.
Coming up tonight, Cam Nori taking on Alex de Minaur. It's Team Great Britain and Team Australia. Two top 20 players, Norrie at 18, de Minaur at 12. It's de Minaur 2-1 in the head-to-head. He also claimed the most recent win at the Toronto Masters in straight sets, but it was Norrie 12 months ago at this tournament that got the job done. So looking forward to that on a spectacular day in the capital of Western Australia. This is Perth. What a beautiful scene it is. The Swan River winding its way around the CBD. So much redevelopment of the cultural centres of Perth in recent years. They've got a fantastic new stadium there as well. And that's the emotion there from Beatrice Hologic. She's keeping Team Brazil in this tie against Team Spain. She's taken the first set 7-6. She was dominant in that tiebreaker. Really put the pressure on Sorribes Tormo, who had no answer for the pace, the skill and the sheer determination of Hologic. What a season she had last year. So now it's the questions being asked of Sorribes Tormo. Recent history suggests, though, this one is far from over.
Second set, Team Brazil to serve.
That's a perfect point, just wearing Hologic down, but also just working the ball all around the court. Sometimes these matches when you have a massive first set and when it comes down to the tiebreaker, they can go kind of, you know, one of two ways, and that's that we can have a completely different second set and he can finish the match off quickly, or we can very quickly get to a third set. And sometimes the person that's won the first set tiebreaker, they can lose their concentration. It was a bit of relief that they've won the first set.
That's where this first game is so crucial for Hologic, just to keep that momentum from that unbelievable tiebreak that she played.
And sometimes the player that's also maybe lost the first set, it can be really disheartening, like I said, like more a psychological battle, and he might be hard then to start off the second set well. And that's why I always say, you know, being a fighter, being a competitor, it pays off, because I always say the locker room is watching. That means everyone's always following matches, and whether, you know, you're able to come back from being a set down and, you know, sometimes we say for those players, you know, they just don't go away. It's so important. Oh, well done, ladies.
That point had it all. It had the angle, it had the drop shots, it had the depth. It really brought both players forward.
They used every single part of the court. We saw the different shots, different repertoire as well. Great feel here from Sorribes Tormo, and Guest right here as well.
What was the movement from Sorribes Tormo also? Just that little shuffle to the right to make Hologic think where to hit that ball.
¡Qué barbaridad!
So I'll just quickly go to, I think, the reputation that you have on tour as a player, as a fighter, someone that doesn't go away, and it's the worst kind of player to play. Not already before you actually go out there on the court, because you know what you're in for, but when you are out there and it's in your mind, knowing that the opponent just doesn't go away, doesn't give up. Having that kind of aura and reputation is really important.
2 break points now for Sorribes Tormo, and a look on a second serve. And it's a double fault. That gives Team Spain the early break. Sorribes Tormo leads 1-0 in this second set.
Jill, that was for Hologic a little bit of a maybe letdown after playing such a great tiebreaker, but it is all about the concentration and the momentum shifts, isn't it?
I think it's tough when you have such a tight first set. Sometimes that really carries your momentum forward and you keep going and playing better and better, but you put so much energy, as you said, into a first set as well, and you almost sometimes had this sigh of relief that you got through it, and sometimes that can cause a letdown. It really depends where your mindset is, what type, the player, how they're feeling in that moment. And you mentioned it really well, how much effort it takes to win a point against Sorribes Tormo, and knowing that you have to continue to do that for another whole set. I mean, that was a long first set, and so in your mind, you know how much energy it's going to take, and you can't have one little let down, because Sorribes Tormo is going to stay in every single point.
Well, Jill, we've been there. All 3 of us have been there, but you don't know whether it's better to continue having kind of those nerves and that nervous energy, or to relax a little bit if you find that first set.
Right, it's tough. It's a very fine line balance, but I mean, this is where Haddad Maia, even with that, maybe not her best game right there, she gets broken right away. This is where you got to sort of dig in, get that focus back.
Oh, that's a great point. I think what I like from Sorribes Tormo already early on in this second set is she's trying to get the ball into Hologic Maia's backhand, so that Hologic Maia doesn't control the rally as much with the forehand, and then she's opening the court up and the different angles and able to go down the line and come forward as well. So a little bit of a different pattern of play that we're seeing here. See right there? So she's going actually more into Hologic Maia's backhand, which we have seen quite a few unforced errors of. She hits it so flat, and at the moment just not able to find that trajectory. So for me, Sorribes Tormo, I can see a bit of a tactical difference already in this second set, and it's working. There's another backhand error.
But even if we take away the scoreline and we just look at the 2 plays, you would never be able to tell that Sarah Sorribes Tormo has just lost a really tough first set. She's almost just reset, and she's just the same player. There's no fluctuation in her emotions, in how she's playing.
There she goes again. See how she opens up by going to the backhand? She opens up the line, and now she's using her lines actually to get Hologic Maia on the run and at full stretch, and just to open up the court a bit more.
Just getting a lot of good energy from her team as well after those last few points, all of them up on their feet.
She also creates it herself too, Jill, in terms of her energy and her positivity.
Yeah, she's just overall has a great demeanor. I mean,
great mentality.
She shows that she's going to fight. You can see it in her when she walks around.
Yeah.
So a bit of work to do here for Beatrice Hologic Maia. Love 2 here in this second set. Oh, she was there. Just couldn't quite execute off that backhand side, Sorribes Tormo.
She knows it too. That was a great hustle the movement right there. Have a look. She was already running forward. The racket was there, just overplays it a little bit. Needed to just get a little bit more around the ball, just a little bit more angle it, less kind of power there, more feel.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Having to do a lot of work there physically, Hadajmar, to actually get around and hit those forehands, but phenomenal footwork and strength.
Not once, but twice off that forehand side.
Have a look at where she is, but also to create that angle is not easy. Good effort. Early preparation with the racket really helps.
Certainly can create the angle off both sides.
Yeah.
Sorribes Tormo.
But look at this. She was actually on the run right here. And look at how she wraps her left hand actually and the racket around the ball all the way to create that angle. Not easy to do.
That was a really smart shot selection from Hadajmaya, just
15.
using her eyesight to notice. That was one of the few times that Sorribes Tormo was actually inside the baseline, and Hadajmaya recognized that, got good height and depth on that last shot just to jam Sorribes Tormo.
So a couple of opportunities now for Hadajmaya to get herself on the board here in this second set.
Forty, 13.
Really knifes it, that slice. Sorribes Tormo, such a good shot, and stays low as well. And I really like that last one because it was also a little bit shorter in the court. It was through the middle, so Hadajmaya didn't have a lot of angle to work with and really just overplayed that forehand, wanted a quick point, and that's sometimes the challenge. When do you pull the trigger?
Well, it's not only physical, it's mental too here, because Beatrice Hadajmaya had a couple of opportunities to get herself on the board, thinking that she may have had the game in her pocket. Not quite to be.
Let's Fesser.
Now has to work for it again. Restart.
Advantage Team Spain.
A little bit of pressure applied again to Haddad Maya.
And this is what we're talking about, that psychological thing. If you get down in the second set quickly, you start to want quick points. This is now really going for the lines, going for too much. It's almost that psychological edge that's now on Sorribes Tormo's side here.
So a breakpoint opportunity for Sorribes Tormo to continue her lead here in the second set.
That is a big save from Haddad Maya, because that potentially could have been 2 breaks of serve down. She played a patient point. Got a little bit more of an angle there through the service line. I really like that play.
So saves a break point. Back to juice here.
Advantage Team Brazil.
We don't see that a lot from the racket of Sorribes Tormo, those free points. Possibly allowing Haddad Maya to get back into this second set. Tough game for Haddad Maya, but she holds her nerve. She's on the board. 2-1, Team Spain.
Team Spain lead 2 games to 1.
Beautiful shots here of Perth City, views over the Swan River. Elizabeth Quay with lots of bars and restaurants and so much to do. Murray Street Mall for shopping. Kings Park. Beautiful city, Perth. We've got Optus Stadium. And the beautiful sights of the Swan River at night. It's the place to be, Yelena.
Sure is. Well, your hometown, isn't it? But yeah, we've got some of those beautiful views from our hotel as well of the Swan River. Just amazing.
Really tough match for both players here. Team Spain up against Team Brazil. It is Beatriz Haddad Maya who took the opening set 7 games to 6 in just over an hour. And it's been a topsy-turvy second set as well. Sara Sorribes Tormo with the early break. Still with some work to do.
Y sigue, déjate crecer con el partido, ¿sabes? Lleva un poco el marcador aquí, está muy bien que lo vayas llevando y que te va dando genial, pero está bien. O sea, convéncete de que está bien, ¿vale?
So much intensity.
Vamos, vamos. Venga.
Amongst Team Spain. And Team Brazil, on the other hand, look a little bit more relaxed.
It's interesting because Hologic is actually really taking her time on these changeovers, but also between points as well. We've seen that, especially in this second set. And she has been able to compose herself a little bit from a bit of a slow start in the second set by doing that. So she's doing that with a lot of purpose.
So Sara Sorribes-Tormo looking to continue the lead here in this second set.
Love 15.
And psychologically, well, I say that it's important to know those ebbs and flows of a match and when to kind of slow down a little bit, when you need a little bit of that extra time, or when it's time to maybe rush out of your chair. And why I say that, that's what the best players in the world do.
15.
And I'll go to really the best player. Novak Djokovic has talked about that recently and saying even that he looks at the screen right up on, you know, to see
how the other players
are and their face expression, and to see if they're maybe looking tired or tense. That's how far you go, those 1%ers, and just how important the psychological side is in tennis.
Oh, it's phenomenal touch there from Hologic. I mean, she really let that ball drop. And sometimes when you do that, the shot can be a little bit more challenging to control, but she's got such good hands at the net. It's a lot of underspin on that drop volley and needed it with how much height she had on. That's just incredible touch.
I like how she's able to actually still angle that racket face to get that drop volley. Takes skill and soft hands.
Let second serve.
So she misses that one, but still, she was almost, you know, 2 breaks down. Potentially, Tom was serving for 4-love, but by slowing down, Hologic has given herself that kind of 5 to 10 minute window to get out of that little bit of a slump that she had early on in the second set. So that's just great awareness of what she needed to do.
So Sara Sorribes-Tormo with the opportunity to continue her lead in this second set. Just not quite capitalising on that shorter ball, did she? Back to Deuce.
See what she's trying to do, and she's trying to get out of just those cross-court patterns and not allowing Hologic to continuously be able to get around the forehand. So she's going into the backhand and then trying to change it up down the line. You just got to be careful, though, that you don't overplay, because that was a rally ball. So you just still got to make sure you keep your margins. Massive point here.
Well inside the court on that last backhand. Hologic fights her way back into this second set. Love 2, and now she's level at 2-all.
Well, a point away from bringing a double break down. And she fights back, and we're leveled here at 2 games all. And Jill, what do you think? How important was that game right there, that break of serve?
Yeah, that was huge. And I mean, just watching the court position of Sorribes Tormo, I do feel like she's trying in the second set maybe to get up on the baseline a little bit more. And I think those last couple of points, she drifted back once again, and it just gave that opening for Hologic to get that break back.
So this is the same end where Hologic served to open this second set. So let's see if she can maybe just slightly adjust, whether it's the serve position or her positioning on the court. I'd love to know your thoughts, Yelena, on the serve of Hologic, because she certainly has the potential to win a lot more free points. However, I feel today hasn't quite capitalised on that serve. That's a wonderful point. Just really calm and composed. She was so patient, Hologic, and I love the drop shot because she didn't panic. Good disguise here. She played it all the way, moves forward. And even here, she holds, she almost waits for Sorribes Tormo to commit to the down the line and then doesn't panic on the pass. I'll go to your question with the serve. Well, first of all, the first serve percentage for Hologic is at 44% in this set. Low. It's quite low, 60% for the match. But also, I think it's the reason for that is indecisiveness. And I don't think that she's used that lefty slide serve enough to both the juice side and the ad side. She certainly set herself up with that last serve. Just not quite able to execute on the forehand. Because, I mean, you know, for us right-handers facing a left
And especially
It's not nice.
It's a nightmare. It really is. Just that complete different slice to the other side. As you can see, Jill's laughing.
Oh my goodness, I had nightmares about some left-handers.
Especially when you know that someone's got like Hadajmaya, who has a big forehand and can execute so well.
Well, she tried it there. Oh, that's big. I see a big reaction as well, a very positive reaction.
40-13.
And not just with the serve, but also from the back of the court, like she's using some of the angles here. And that's what you want to do against players, especially that are further back, that can absorb power and absorb a lot of what's coming from the other side of the court. Use the angles, use that serve as well out wide, especially as a lefty.
It's an opportunity for Hadajmaya to take a lead now for the first time in this second set. And does so with a big forehand inside out. Hadajmaya with the lead now, 3-2, second set.
Team Brazil lead 3-2, second set.
What a way to turn around this set. Trailing love 2 and then winning 3 straight games. Hasn't been easy for Hadajmaya, but as we've touched on, as you've touched on, Yelena, it's taking a little bit of extra time between points. Maybe just giving her some time to think, to process, reassess.
Well, those first kind of almost 3 games, she did really well not to lose her serve for the second time in a row. What she did really well was just to slow it down. It was really quick 2.5 games where she just had a flurry of errors, low first serve percentage, so it's not easy to turn around.
And to her credit, Hadajmaya, up against someone like Sorribes Tormo, to be able to not give the second set away, but to fight back and take the lead has been impressive.
So deep into day one in Perth. In Sydney, we've got players warming up, getting ready for their matches starting from tomorrow onwards. Felix Auger-Aliassime in the gym. Team Canada taking on Team Chile on Sunday. His opponent, Nicholas Jarry. Felix, good memories of Ken Rosewell Arena, having won the ATP Cup here with Canada a couple of years ago. They are the 7th seeds. The women's singles player, Leylah Fernandez, so a very strong combination, and he's looking strong as he goes through the motions there. Looking beautiful is Perth. What a stunning city it is, the capital of Western Australia. Just over 2 million people, and it has never looked better. And the players on offer have never been better either. If you don't mind, the world #1, Novak Djokovic, he's landed in Perth, he's ready to go, and Iga Swiatek yesterday catching a few waves, surfing, just one of the cool things you can do if you make a trip down under to Perth. It's a beautiful part of this country. So Team Spain, they were ahead after a victory to Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. And now a little bit of pressure for Sara Sorribes Tormo. She was up 2-love. She now trails 2-3, but she's serving to square it back up in this second set.
That's another shot I feel like Hadajmaya can add a little bit more often, is that high, heavy forehand deep into the corner. It's so difficult for righty, if it goes high up to the two-handed backhand side, to consistently get aggressive on that shot. That was a really nice deep shot from Hadajmaya.
I'm not sure if you've noticed, Jill, you'd be able to see it better down on courtside, but just the positioning of where Hadajmaya hits her forehand. She has that ability to hit so many winners off an inside-out forehand, but now it's slightly changed up where she's hitting her forehand, choosing to go a bit more to the backhand of Sorribes Tormo.
Yeah, you're right. She's capable of really hitting the ball in any direction. And I think that's why Sorribes Tormo has gotten caught a couple times where she's gotten frozen at the baseline, just hasn't been able to read the shot off of Haddad Maya. But she is, when she goes down the line over the higher part of the net, getting a little bit more margin. The inside out is still flatter, but she feels confident on that shot.
See, for me, this is the play for Sorribes Tormo. Just keep going to that backhand for a couple of shots, because at times Haddad Maya's missed that early on in the rally, and then if not, just you change it up down the line and just kind of move the ball around as much as you can and not allow Haddad Maya to dictate fully with that forehand, especially to get around it and when the ball's in the middle of the court as well.
A few more double faults in the second set from Sorribes Tormo, just allowing Haddad Maya to stay in this game.
Wow.
Well, there's not much there that Haddad Maya did wrong. It really was on the racket of Sorribes Tormo. Just has so much variety. You can tell, well, you can see why clay is her favourite surface.
But she extended the rally enough as well to wear Haddad Maya down in that rally, and then the drop shot was just beautifully disguised. Have a look at where she is as well, behind the baseline. But the last minute change of a grip as well, great view of it there. Enough backspin just to make it stay low and not pop up.
Let's listen.
Great hitting from both, and Jill, you can see a little bit better from down there, turning into a bit of a physical match. We're just shy of 2 hours here.
A little bit, yeah. I think they both actually look still pretty good to me. I think Haddad Maya would stood out to me there, just a little bit more patience on so many of these bigger points where she's been able to just stay in the rallies a little bit longer. And that's sending a message to Sorribes Tormo that Haddad Maya is going to stay in those longer rallies. But both still looking pretty physically good, in my opinion.
Another double fault. If the sun's playing a part on that particular end where Sorribes Tormo is serving.
But remember the conversation we had in the first set, when that serve or certain shot's going to let you down, it's due to that technique, and that usually collapses under pressure, doesn't it? And that serve maybe getting a bit tight letting that left arm down too quickly caused that double fault at a crucial time.
Great anticipation for Haddad Maia. 4 games in a row now for Team Brazil.
Was only 4 games to 2 seconds.
Well, she saw that one coming. I mean, she got a head start. I was watching her side of the court as soon as Sorribes Tormo changed that racket head for the drop shot. Haddad Maia was already on the move, anticipating that drop shot so well.
It's also a good sign for Haddad Maia because when Sorribes Tormo find he's using that drop shot, it's almost a sign to say she's given up in the rally and she's got nothing else to go to other than that drop shot.
And also the court position helps, doesn't it? Because Haddad Maia is not giving up that baseline and court position, so it makes it easier to hustle down some of those drop shots and get to them. And that's where, for me, I really give a lot of credit to Haddad Maia today because potentially, look, she made some unforced errors early on in the match, could have backed off and maybe gone a bit tentative, but she hasn't. She's backed herself and been on top of the baseline, known what she wants to do and be aggressive. And she has, you know, stuck with that. And
she's worked through the match, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Hasn't been a, you know, at times hasn't been a best tennis, but it's about how you figure out how to win those points and get to the end.
See, like that, you've got to, as a player, be able to back yourself, believe it, even if it sometimes doesn't go your way. And that's what she has. Big reason why she's also reached the top 10 in the world this year, 11 right now. But that's the reason at times, you know, she's got that confidence, backs herself regardless of maybe some errors. That's cracking forehand. Doesn't get much cleaner than that.
It'd
be interesting to see how Haddad Maia responds now. She's up 4-2, 30-15, and up a set. It's always that willingness to work a little bit harder to win the match. I just love the body language and the positivity from Sorribes Tormo. It doesn't matter what the score is. She could be down 6-love, 5-love, and you wouldn't even know. That's a disappointing miss there from Sorribes Tormo.
But that's been kind of a little bit the pattern throughout this match is those key points, the 30-all points and even the break points and the game points in the important moments to hold your serve. Haddad Maia has just been able to, like you said, dig deep. She's really refused to miss and play a cheap point.
And can't replicate that in practice. You know, on court, you know, in these pressure situations is where it counts. That's where you get the confidence from.
And that's just a little bit of that backhand that we were talking about, just a little too flat with the open racket face instead of just using a little bit more of the wrist, especially for her, the right hand getting under and then over the ball. Just a little bit.
How hard does she have to work to win a point, though?
Yeah. That's why I said today mentally she has been so strong to win those big points because they haven't been easy. See again, no cheap point on the big one. Yes, she's had some unforced errors, but on the big points, she has just played so solid, such great tennis, refusing to miss. And you said, yes, it comes with matches, but it's also putting a little bit of focus on it in practice, knowing, okay, what are you going to do when that big point comes? Where are you going to serve? What are you going to do on your return and your return position? You know, do you play a little bit more through the middle? It's having those patterns to go through, but also the way that you focus on the important points and knowing when they are.
A gutsy hold there for Haddad Maia. Well in the lead now. She's a set and 5-2. So 5 games in a row now for Beatriz Haddad Maia. Really seems to have worked her way into this second set.
Tiene que seguir igual, o sea, hay que seguir un juego más. Yo creo que un juego que consigas un poquito más de, ¿no? Que vea que tienes un poquito, ha faltado un par de paralelas, ha habido una allí, quizás era un punto muy duro, pero te has hecho un poquito pequeña al momento de golpearla. Entonces te ha faltado un poquito más de condición como para dejarle sentada una.
Team Brazil in control here in this women's singles match. Beatriz Haddad Maia won the opening set 7-6. It's a tough battle. She trailed love 2 in this second set and has now won 5 straight games to give herself a 5-2 lead. It hasn't been easy. Her opponent, Team Spain, Sara Sorribes Tormo, has made her work for it. So what would you say Haddad Maia would have to continue doing in terms of, you know, having that controlled aggression and using a bit more variety, like those angles and slice serves?
Yeah, look, it's still only that one break. I'd put pressure here on the serve, obviously, especially if she gets some second serve. She's got that freedom now with the scoreline as well.
So Sara Sorribes Tormo from Team Spain, looking to keep herself in this match. She trails 2-5 in this second set.
Love 15.
And that's a little bit of everything. Score pressure, you know, the score line, and having hit a couple of double faults.
Not an ideal start for this service game for Sorribes Tormo. 2 double faults.
Well, Hologic really standing right on top of the baseline, especially on its second serve, really waiting to crack that return. But when you a little bit just collapse with that left arm and come around with your right shoulder, you can't get much kick on your serve, so you don't have the safety.
Still has that look of determination on her face, doesn't she, Sorribes Tormo?
Oh. Absolutely. It's such a good play, that slice, especially down the line and a little bit shorter inside the court to bring your opponent forward. And that's one of those ones that I think it's hard to get around that, especially not just because you have to get around the ball, but you've got to come forward. So developing maybe a slice there that she can go to, even get down inside the court, cut off the angle and hit a backhand, but getting under that and being able to slice would help.
30-14.
So after 2 hours and 5 minutes, Beatrice Haddad-Jumaya finds herself with a match point to keep Team Brazil in this tie. Takes her 1 match point. Beatrice Haddad-Jumaya takes out the women's singles, 7-6, 6-2. It was a hard-fought effort for Team Brazil, but she'd be happy to get the win.
Yeah, she will, and we thought maybe that first set, whoever maybe is able to get that one on the board might set the tone for the match, and it really did make things so much easier for Haddad-Jumaya, and she actually really built in confidence from there. And she is a confidence player that really freed her up. And still, though, from Sarah Sorribes Tormo, look, a great match, fought hard. I felt like she still played some really good tennis. It's a great match from both to start off the year. It's not easy when you're coming off the off-season as well.
Not
you can be a little bit rusty.
And they're both very familiar with one another, so we knew we'd expect a tough, hard-fought match. And it certainly could have gone anyone's way, but it was Beatrice Haddad-Jumaya who was able to consistently back herself today with the win, 7-6, 6-2 in a little over 2 hours. And she keeps Team Brazil's hopes alive, as we will be going into a live mixed doubles.
We love that, don't we? A lot of mixed doubles, especially with some of the players that maybe don't play as much mixed doubles. We've seen them all practicing here all week, practicing that mixed doubles, because a lot of these ties could come down to that. And that's what we've got here in Perth. First tie, we've got a live mixed doubles.
And that won't be too far away. Players will just cool off and just getting confirmation that Beatrice Haddad-Maia will be playing in the mixed. And let's hear what Beatrice Haddad-Maia has to say alongside with Jill Krabus courtside.
Yes. How many up, guys?
Right there is fine. Thank you.
Beatrice, congratulations. You know her very well. You've played her many times. You knew it was going to be a very, very tough match. Talk about your mentality going into this match. You were so strong today.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank everyone who came to support us today, especially Brazilians. And I think it was a big challenge for all of us. It's the first match of the season, end of the year, and I know she's a very fight girl. We know each other since we are juniors, so I'm very happy that I was fighting, trying to be humble and accepting my mistakes. So I'm happy with this win, and now I'm preparing my mind to go in 20 minutes now in doubles.
You have a little bit of time, so you can enjoy this moment for a little bit, but you kept your team alive. Does that cross your mind? Does that enter your mind when you're starting this match today?
Yeah, we know it's like a Billie Jean King Cup, so yeah, it's a special moment. I think everyone here must be ready for 3 matches, so yeah, I was prepared for that, and now I'm gonna try to prepare myself and do my 100% on the court, and let's see what's gonna happen.
You talked about the crowd. There's a lot of Brazilian flags in here. I know how much playing for your country means to you. You got Woman of the Year last year at the end of the year in a magazine back in Brazil. Talk about just that emotion and what that meant to you. Congratulations, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. I was surprised with this win. But yeah, it feels special. Brazil is huge, so we have a lot of people. And I know it's a pleasure for me because I know how hard it is to have the opportunities in our country as well. So I try to put the pressure in the best way, try to get the energy for me, stay positive, and it feels great to get the energy from everyone, especially in the opposite side of the world. So it's very nice.
Well, congratulations. We're going to let you go get ready. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Ciao, tada.
Nice to hear some words from Beatrice Haddad-Maia. A little bit of recovery, and then she'll be back on court for the mixed doubles, a live mixed doubles, that is. And that will be an exciting match of tennis. But before we do that, let's have a look at the match stats. Yelena, talk us through what are your thoughts for what happened in this match overall?
Yeah, very interesting. 2 hours of play and a similar first serve percentage from both, actually. First serve points won as well, very similar. There is a difference in some of those unforced errors, but also Haddad-Maia had a lot more winners, especially off the forehand, 21, and that kind of did dictate a lot of the play and a lot of those big points, especially the tiebreaker, which I felt like was really important and really the key to this match. She hit a couple of massive winners in there. But break points won as well. Have a look at Haddad-Maia, 5 out of 5, and that's what we talked about, the big points. She played so well today, and that's why she was actually able to win and win in straight sets.
So a tough fought match from both players, and not too far away, in about 20 minutes time, we will have a live mixed doubles. Team Spain up against Team Brazil. Looking forward to that one. Lots of tennis still to be played here at the 2024 United Cup.
So it's all tied up at the RAC Arena in Perth. Beatrice Haddad-Maia getting the job done for Team Brazil. They strike back and we're 1 apiece in the opening tie for the United Cup for this year. Thumbs up, what a season she had in 2023, and that is a great way to start. Straight sets victor for Beatrice Haddad-Maia over Sara Sorribes. Tormo, Wally Masseur is alongside me. Wally, going from strength to strength, the Brazilian, isn't she? That was a really impressive performance.
It really was. You could see when the two players embraced at the end of the match, she's a very imposing figure, I'd admire. A lot of firepower, and that certainly showed with the stats in the tail of the tape. Forehand, 21 winners off that forehand side. Unforced errors were up. The backhand was a little bit of a problem at times for her, but I kind of feel like first match of the season, last match of 2023 as we enter the closing stages of this year. But if she starts to get that right, she'll be a real threat at the Australian Open, because she's showing us here in some of the highlights too. Didn't win that point, but she's got some good skills too defensively and at the net. Being a lefty, of course, provides all sorts of complications for the returner on the serve. Nice transition there to the net, very competent overhead. But the big key for her is the forehand, as Jelena said, closing out that match, showing us here she's not afraid to come in, deft touch. But the forehand is big, it's a powerful shot. And these hard courts, they bounce pretty high, but she's such a tall player that it stays within her strike zone, and she just generates all sorts of power from up around shoulder height. And yeah, very impressive today, I'd admire.
And the more confident player, isn't she, 12 months on, after such an outstanding season, making it through to the semi-finals, of course, at Roland Garros on the clay, but transitioning to the hard here without any real problems. You could see potential, especially when it got tight in the tiebreak.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, and Jelena said it, those 2 points to close out the first set tiebreak. I mean, tiebreaks are just tenuous, they're difficult moments, and she just crushed two forehand winners to close out the tiebreak in that first set, close out the set, and then, of course, she ran away with it after a little hiccup, little lapse in concentration early in the second. But here she is, showing us that net game as well, and that's important because you've got to have a few strings to your bow. Like the men's game, you can't just dominate from the back of the court these days. You've got to be able to transition.
And it's a different pressure too when you're playing in this format with your team captain alongside, your fellow team members from your country. You've got them to work off, so that lapse in the second set, you've got people that can be in your ear, that can help you and motivate you.
Well, pressure too, because you've got to remember that Brazil was down 1-love. Davidovich Fokina won his opening singles for Spain, so she can't afford too many hiccups. Full credit to Sorribes Sorribes. She hustled. She made a lot of balls, you know. I think she hit 7 winners for the match. You know, generating pace was problematic for her, but she stayed in every point, as you kind of expect from a Spanish player. They are just so good at competing. It's almost a culture for the Spanish. I mean, Rafa sort of leads the way, doesn't he? But she fought hard, but just not quite the firepower to travel Haddad by.
A really impressive performance, and now the quick turnaround to the mixed doubles. What's she doing over this 15, 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, that's interesting. Not a lot of turnaround, is it?
No.
But, you know, 2 sets. Luckily, it's not too hot in Perth, so it wouldn't have taken too much out of her. And probably in some respects, it'll be a shower, a change of clothes, a quick stretch. She gets the 5-minute warm-up on court. She'll be ready to go.
Well, it has been a pretty impressive start to proceedings at RAC Arena in Perth, and we've got, you would think, the best still to come, because we have the absolute creme de la creme when it comes to tennis. The 2 world #1s are in Perth, in Novak Djokovic and Iga Swiatek, so we can't wait to see them out on court and making their first appearances. Novak Djokovic, of course, he hasn't been here before, so very much looking forward to that.
Welcome to the United Cup.
This is where it all starts.
Oh, what a way to finish it off!
It's really exciting. There's so many nations with so many high-quality players.
There's no better place to start the season than in Australia.
Coming here, being in the summer and being at the beach, it's nice to start the year as a team. Us Aussies, we just thrive in these team competitions.
He has some serious wheels, Alex de Minaur.
Welcome to the United Cup.
Absolutely phenomenal tennis.
See you in Perth.
See you in Perth. See you in Perth.
That is absolutely out of this world.
Very much looking forward to the next week of action from RAC Arena in Perth, and so far it's been pretty impressive. Over 12 months ago we had some cracking tennis. Let's have a look at some of the best shots.
of the tournament. Wow! What a shot! That is the shot of the day. Sam Stosur, take a bow.
What a shot from Teichmann.
Oh, silky skills. Evans' racket skills were sublime.
Absolutely phenomenal tennis. Oh, that is absolutely out of this world.
That is tennis nearer the courts. Oh, yes. Wow. What a point.
He has some serious wheels, Alex Minaur.
Oh, look at that. Always in the fight, Mazzetti.
Amazing.
Oh, goodness. Stand and deliver. Oh, what a shot from Swiatek. One of the shots of the tournament.
No way.
No way! No way! Kidding me?
It's going to be a long time before you see something like that again. It's good to be alive.
Beautiful Perth, so much to see and do, especially in summer. Beautiful beaches, beautiful entertainment. Scarborough there, just one of the most stunning places you could possibly look to spend some time. And when you mix in a bit of tennis, gee, it's a good couple of days out, isn't it? Speaking of Perth, we're going to head inside RAC Arena now for a little bit more following today's action so far. Jill Krabus, great to see you. Season's greetings. That was a fantastic performance by Beatrice Haddad-Maia. Under pressure, they're levelling up the tie.
Yeah, it's great to see you guys, first of all, but it's so nice here in Perth. And just like you said, it was an unbelievable match. These two have played each other many, many times, and Haddad-Maia knew what to expect from Sorribes Tormo, knew it was going to be a tough battle. Maybe started off a little bit slow, was up and down, but the tie break was exceptional. And from that moment on, I think she just gained some confidence, some momentum after getting that first set under her belt, and she really finished strong. She was really proud of the way she played.
Just, Jill, just looking at the forehand, obviously, of Haddad-Maia, it was completely on song. She came to the net, transitioned well. Backhand, a little bit shaky. You think that's first match of the new season? Part of that just getting back into the groove, or something that she needs to work on?
No, I think that's part of it, is the fact she even mentioned in the post-match interview that first match is always tough, as you know, when you're coming off an off season and trying to get those matches under your belt. But she found her range. In the beginning, I would say the backhand looked a little bit flat, and she was making some choices that she corrected as the match went along. Got more margin as well off the ground on both sides, actually, the forehand and the backhand. The forehand definitely is her strength, but she made some really important adjustments. And I think that's part of having that first match under your belt, is making those small adjustments and just getting that confidence. And I think you could see it as the match went along. She really played better and better.
And I guess I asked that question too because she was so impressive, obviously, at the French Open, and, you know, you can throw a blanket over quite a few of the women who I think are potential, you know, winners of a slam. And I say that in the context of looking towards the Australian Open, you know, what she's capable of.
Yeah, I think the fact that she had a strong showing at a slam, because before that semi-final run at Roland Garros, she hadn't gotten past the second round in any slams. And so the fact that she moved past that mark, I think she's going to feel much better now leading into the Australian Open. but I think also the way she ended the 2023 season. I know we're still in 2023, but the way she ended the season, winning singles and doubles in Zhuhai. She also got top 10 in both singles and doubles. So she had one of the best years yet, and I think you're going to see her go deep in a lot more slams to come.
Jill, in terms of our now live mixed doubles match, how do you see that one? Because, yes, on paper, Team Spain's combination perhaps stronger, but when it comes to the doubles format, you'd easily argue that Team Brazil with Haddad Maia and Marcelo Melo are the more credentialed in that format.
I think so. I mean, mixed is always interesting because it can really go either way. I think a lot depends on how the two players match up together. I think the communication is going to be really important, and you don't see this happen very often where it's a quick turnaround for both Haddad Maia and Sorribes Tormo, where they only have 20 minutes after their singles and they have to step back out into the court. To me, physically, they both look absolutely fine, even though it was a physical battle. It was 2 sets, but there were a lot of long points. So it's a little bit of a different circumstances, something they haven't faced before. I think they're both going to be fine, but I think it's going to be, for the guys to, really step up because they both just played a singles match, the women. And I think they're going to be fine, but mixed is always up in the air. So it's going to see how these teams gel together.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Melo, he could be the wild card in this one because he just knows his way around the doubles court and, quick fire, very good at the net. He'll make a nuisance of himself. So if he fires, he might make the difference. Jill, I know you're very impartial, but of course, being an American, and they are the defending champions, of course. How are they looking and how do you see their chances over there in Perth?
I think they're looking great. I think they have a great chance to defend their title. They have a very strong team. Once again, the number one American, Pegula, is the one that's leading the team. Her coach is the captain, David Witt. I saw Jessica Pegula and Taylor Fritz practicing yesterday together against each other, and it was kind of similar to what we saw in Sydney this year, but last United Cup, is how much fun the United States team was having. And I saw it again when Jessica and Taylor were practicing together, just having some laughs, goofing around. And so you got that sense that they're feeling very comfortable again. But I think they just love this format. They love being around each other. It's a great group of American players that all get along. And I think that shows when they step out in the court.
And Jill, the world number 1, Novak Djokovic, has arrived. He's been there. He's been hitting up. Talk to us about the vibe, the excitement for everyone in Perth having him there, and the fellow world number 1, Iga Swiatek.
I haven't seen Novak yet, but anywhere he goes, he creates a lot of excitement. People are just so excited to see him. I already heard many of the fans talking about the fact that yesterday, is he going to come? Is he going to come? When he's coming, wanting to know exactly when he's arriving on site. So yes, there's big anticipation to see Novak step out into the court.
Jill, we can't wait to see that. His match is still a little bit away from us. We've got a big night ahead and we're going to preview that with you now, Wally. Jill, thank you. We'll catch up with you again soon.
Thank you. Great to see you guys.
See you, Jill.
Cheers, Jill. So tonight's schedule, from our point of view, as a couple of Aussies sitting here, we cannot wait for tonight's order of play. All kicking off with Cam Nori and Alex de Minaur, 2 top 20 players. They know each other so well. Katie Boulter then, de Minaur's girlfriend, of course, taking on Isla Tomljanovic. And then a real quality mixed doubles there. Hopefully it's a live one too, the world number 1, Storm Hunter, on court, which we're looking forward to. Wally, first of all, Alex de Minaur knocking right on the door of the top 10 for the first time. His best season yet. What are you looking for and expecting from him for his first hit out tonight?
Well, I'm expecting him to play well, as he always does when he plays for Australia, and he plays particularly well in Australia, and the surface will certainly suit him. One of the great movers on tour. Everybody moves well to the ball, but his first step from the ball to recover is absolutely first rate. He just covers the court like very few players can. Slightly built, but I think he's spent the last 3 or 4 years really embracing the pre-seasons, the physical work. So he's starting to match some of the players for power. Not easy power. He's got to work hard for his power. For me, one of the big things that he's done, though, he was almost built as a counterpuncher with his tremendous speed to keep the ball in play, to stay alive. But then he kind of realised he had to win his share of points. Yep. Then he had to strike a balance between the two. So I think he started to really kind of define his game style and be comfortable in his own skin. I think he was overplaying for a period of time, but now I think he's getting that balance just right. And by his own admission, some wins against top 5, top 10 players, finally gave him some belief that he belongs in the very top echelon. And as you said, he's knocking on the door of the top 10.
Defeated Cam Nori the last time they played. He leads at 2-1. That win coming at the Toronto Masters, the most recent one. Having Leighton Hewitt as his team captain, they're very close, aren't they? And they work together throughout the year at various times.
Yeah, and look, Leighton's been there for him going back, pre-COVID. Demon basically came out of the juniors. He was one of the top Australian prospects. He was getting wild cards into the slams, and of course he was the orange boy for the Davis Cup. So introduced to Leighton. Leighton was spending pre-seasons with him here in Australia, and Demon had his own coach, of course, on the road with him. But it's been a good relationship, and they're very comfortable because Leighton sat next to him so many times now in Davis Cup, and there's that real trust. So that's another benefit for Demon against a very good opponent, it must be said, in Cam Norrie.
Absolutely. He went 3-0 in his singles matches 12 months ago at the United Cup. Now, Alex de Minaur, his girlfriend, Katie Boulter, will be on court tonight against Tomljanovic. Todd Woodbridge caught up with Katie ahead of the tournament.
So Katie, first tournament of the year and first match of the year, there's this potential to come up against Alex de Minaur, your partner. How difficult is that going to be?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. It's not something that I've ever had to face before, and I think it's going to be bragging rights for a very, very long time, and I'm super excited for it.
Have you guys discussed the Australia versus GB tie over Christmas or anything like that? Or have you just tried to ignore it?
No, I think there's been a lot of talk. There's been a lot of talk from our families as well, and it's been a lot, but it's been fun to be a part of, and there's been a lot of banter flying around, and yeah, it's a very unique situation, and I'm really looking forward to getting out there and beating him, obviously.
Alex, Katie said there's been quite a bit of banter about the potential of you two going head-to-head in the mixed. Is this true?
This is true. I mean, ultimately, I'm trying to double bluff her. She doesn't know if I'm playing or not. It's, things that we've talked about that might or might not be true.
How would you best describe him, and how do you think he will react to playing against you on court? Is he going to serve three-quarter pace? Is he going to volley around you? What do you think?
Nah, no chance. He's going at me. First ball, I can feel it.
And what about yourself? If you get a sitter that you could line him up, will you go at him?
I already told him that the first ball's going at his head, so yeah, we're both pretty aggressive. We're going to be going for it, I'm sure. We both want to win. Yeah, both competitors and playing for our country, we don't take that lightly.
She's very hostile, isn't she? I mean, ultimately, I guess it's the pride of country, so that goes above anything else, but yeah, we're not taking it easy.
You guys have played mixed together before, but will it be difficult to actually go head-to-head on the other side of the court?
It's going to be difficult. I don't know what to expect. I mean, yeah, I'm sure she's going to go after my head, so I've got to be ready at net, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I do know where to serve to her though.
So there it is.
Yeah.
Tactically, you're on it.
I'm on it. I've watched enough of her matches to know exactly what the game plan should be. It's right here.
Spells trouble. Wally, how would you go with your lovely wife Sue on the other side of the net, do you think?
Oh, I would bail out. Relationships are fraught at the best of the times. I wouldn't want to test the waters.
Well,
but we've got Storm Hunter, #1 in the world. Matt Ebden, #4 in the world in doubles. Yeah. Should Demon even play? I mean, it's good copy if he does, but
we will see.
Is it our best team?
We will see. Well, you would argue it's not, but we will see. Let's not let the truth get in the way of a good story.
No,
Wally.
good build-up, sorry.
Good story. Tomljanovic is back on court because 12 months ago it was a shocking story as she had to pull out of the Australian Open in tears with a knee injury right as she was riding the crest of a wave, wasn't she, Wally?
Yeah, so we'd had consecutive Wimbledon quarterfinals, and then she backed that up with that quarterfinal at the US Open, that stunning win over Serena, and she just carried herself with such aplomb throughout that match, and certainly in the post-match interview. Kind of felt like she'd really arrived at the very top of the game, and pretty much since then it was a downhill slide with the knee injury, and it's been a long comeback. There's some good signs at the back end of this year, winning an event at the tail end of the year, but yeah, knees, there's a lot of force goes through the knees in the course of a tennis match. It's not so much the acceleration, it's the deceleration that is part of the problem. So you can see her there with the TheraBand just doing a little bit of work, a bit of prehab work, if you like, before the match tonight. But yeah, let's hope that the confidence that she got from that recent win and the knee is not a problem, because sometimes too, just coming back from injury, it's about building up confidence again, not just in your game, but in your body.
Well, another man who has been fighting back from injury is Alexander Zverev. Of course, he will lead the charge for Team Germany, and they've been out and about on the harbour here in Sydney.
We talked about it during the European summer. We definitely said that we want to come back to a team atmosphere, we want to come back competing together, and so far it's been great. I mean, everybody's practicing very hard. I think, you know, it's just not just the two of us. I think we have a great team behind us as well who are going to contribute as well to the success, hopefully. And yeah, I mean, it's fun. Obviously, it's great to have Angie back. Hopefully it's going to be exciting for us and exciting for the fans.
For us, it's important to, you know, have a great start of the year, having a great support also. And I mean, I'm coming back after 1.5 years, and I will try to enjoy every single moment. Also playing, yeah, for Germany, having the team in the background. I think it will be a great week.
So what is coming? Oh wow! Oh my God.
Kommt und supportet us hier beim United Cup. Woo! Okay.
At the end of the day, I think, yeah, it's great being competitive again. It's great being back on tour. You know, last year was our first United Cup. I was not competitive at all. I was obviously recovering from injury still, and hopefully just showing my high level of tennis.
And nice of you to lend your vessel to Team Germany for the day too.
Doing what I can for Team Germany. Good to have Angie Kerber back.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
really
a great
enjoyed
story.
watching her play. She's a great competitor.
Yep, former world #1, 3-time Grand Slam champ. Looking forward to seeing her in action here, no doubt about that. Also looking forward to seeing Stefanos Tsitsipas. It's a strong Greek combination with Maria Sakkari, and Josh Eagle caught up with Tsitsipas today.
Stefanos, welcome to Australia. You've had incredible success here over the years. What is it about Australia that you love?
Well, the people, the weather is great. I think just got a great culture regarding sports, and it makes me feel like I'm home basically whenever I'm here. Things are very warm and fuzzy in Australia, and just generally convenient. I feel very comfortable every single day, wherever I am pretty much. It could be in Sydney, in Brisbane, Melbourne or Perth. I enjoy my time here, especially when I'm with my family. I think there's just plenty of activities, and just generally it feels relaxing.
We know huge Greek support everywhere you go here in Australia. What's that like being on court and having that support behind you?
Well, first of all, we have a big army behind us every single time we play, and the support has been immense. They've been very supportive in every city here. You know, the Greek community helps a lot. They're very respectful, they're very passionate, and they bring a lot of energy into the court, which makes us feel like we're at home. You know, we're so many thousands of miles away from home, and we still feel like we're home. We still feel like we belong here, which leaves us with a great feeling.
And Stefanos, the Australian Open, that's probably for sure been your most successful Grand Slam. A couple of semis, a final. Can you go one step further?
I wouldn't say no to that. There's a lot of effort behind that, and I'm willing to keep up with all the intensity that is required in order to get there. This year's final was close. I was there playing a final at the Aussie Open, and it felt like that was my moment. Big things were coming. I wasn't able to close through, but I really need to keep on pushing. You know, Novak has a lot of finals under his belt. I feel like with the right consistency, with the right attitude, moments like this will occur again.
Well, we wish you all the very best. Have a good summer and play well. Good luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great for Stefanos to share his time with us. Really hits the ground running, doesn't he? He's obviously got a pretty good system in terms of his preparation for the start of the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the fact he spoke about it, he gets good support here. He likes the conditions, he likes the court, so that sort of plays into his hands as well. And he represents Team Greece with a lot of pride, so he's very keen to put his best foot forward in this competition.
And with Maria Sakkari alongside, it makes for a pretty impressive lineup. Team Greece, they are one of the favourites without doubt. So we've got a live mixed doubles rubber to come. This will decide whether our first victors for the United Cup this year are Team Spain or indeed Team Brazil. Wally, who do you think has the upper hand? We heard Jill's thoughts just a few moments ago.
I'm going to go with Team Brazil. I think Melo can make the difference.
All right, there you go. Let's get to our commentators, Catherine Whitaker and John Fitzgerald.
Spain, team captain Jorge Aguirre, Sara Sorribes Tormo, and Alejandro Davidovich Fokina.
Well, what could be better on day one of the 2024 United Cup, the day one of the 2024 tennis season, than a decisive doubles rubber? Yep. Group A has gone down to the final rubber here, the mixed doubles. I'm Catherine Whitaker, alongside me, Todd Woodbridge. Who better to talk to us about mixed doubles? This is what you want, isn't it, at the United Cup?
It's absolutely what you want. You know, so many fans around the world are doubles players, mixed doubles players. That's what they play either socially or in their club tennis, and to be able to watch the pros play under this type of pressure, playing for their country, is extraordinary. And it's for me, this match has got so many elements of the unknown just at the moment. We've got some great singles players that don't play doubles very often on the court. We've got doubles champions on the court that you know, have held their own in doubles and mixed. It's exciting.
Singles players trying to turn their hand to doubles is one of my very favourite things to watch on a tennis court. It can be so compelling, and we should get a good sprinkling of that today. Alejandro Davidovich Fokina there, a winner in his singles match earlier on today against the Brazilian Thiago Seyboth in 2 straight sets, so he'll be nice and fresh. Sara Sorribes Tormo only left her singles court around about 25 minutes ago. She was a loser in her opening match to the woman just entering the screen, Beatrice Haddad-Meyer, partnering the veteran Marcelo Melo.
TV changeovers, the third clock around the corners, and the towel box, and you have your flag inside, okay? And electronic line calling, so, okay? So keep an eye on the clock, okay? Any question? Yeah, she, you know. So please ask Sara or Alejandro, heads or AO? AO. AO. Let's go for AO. Heads. Serve. So picture together with Nico. You turn around. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
The very familiar face and voice there of Mohamed Layani, who'll be in the chair for this match. So here we have it. Sara Sorribes Tormo, Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. Bit of a gulf in doubles experience between these two, Todd.
Well, there is, and I love how you express the singles player trying to transition into doubles. And one of the key things to that, Catherine, is not playing as an individual, obvious statement, but I mean that in a way of actually to be a good doubles player, whichever part of the doubles game is to set your opponent up, set your partner up, rather, make your partner look good, and then you're a good doubles player. Trying to win it outright by yourself doesn't quite work that way. So we'll see whether Alejandro is able to grasp that concept here today.
Yeah, I think I know what you're getting at, Todd. He can be a very unpredictable presence on the tennis court, can't he? He is great fun to watch. He can sometimes be his own worst enemy. Difficult to know what to expect from him.
Well, and this man, though, on screen, Marcelo Melo, he's the opposite of that. He is a very renowned doubles player, has had great results, knows what he's doing, doesn't overplay, sets things up nicely. And it'll be the contrast between how the two men decide to take on this match that I think will separate it, because I think both women comfortable in their position in this match.
Yeah, Marcelo Melo, a 2-time Grand Slam champion in doubles, a former world #1, 40 years of age now, which in modern terms, Todd, is a spring chicken.
Makes me feel bad that I retired so young.
3 minutes.
Look, there's time for you to come out of it.
Not anymore, there's not, no.
I think we've got 2 over 40s in the top 10. 43-year-old.
There's no over 50s, though.
43-year-old Rohan Bapana. It's incredible what they're doing these days. So Sara Sorribes Tormo, then, tough for her to come back from losing out in the singles not that long ago.
Yeah, but she's a pretty strong mental character. She's, you know, used to tough matches. She competes very well. And I think the good thing about what they have done here, both women, in fact, is they haven't really taken too much time, 20, 25 minutes to get back out for this match. So you're still warm, you're still in the flow of that match. And
you know, it's a new start, and you've got, I guess, the extra weight of representing your country on your shoulders. So, you know, stand up, get ready, go again, and I think she'll be fine.
It's one of my very favourite things about the United Cup, Todd. There's lots to like about this event. Men and women alongside one another on totally equal footing, but the way it elevates the doubles, this format of the sport.
Well, I think we know that in team competition, that the doubles aspect is such an important point. It's a key to actually to winning, and that's going to be this one today. Whoever wins this goes on to win this tie and keeps themselves in the competition. But I just like it because I think there's an appreciation by the crowd at times about how good it is. And when you get the best players in the world playing against each other, we get incredible matches. You know, one of the biggest mixed doubles that we ever saw in terms of exposure was on this very court here in the last Hopman Cup, when you had Roger Federer go against Serena Williams for the first and only time. But it just was great viewing. You know,
did that really happen, or was that just a dream I had?
It happened. I remember it vividly. I had to do that on-court interview at the end of that match, which was, you know, an iconic moment, having them talk about going head-to-head against each other.
Yeah, that was a truly unforgettable moment in tennis history, wasn't it? Incredibly special. This is a Group A match. The other team in Group A, of course, is Poland, who, on paper at least, with the world #1 in the women's, Iga Świątek, and Hubert Hurkacz in the men's, on paper, they're the favourites to qualify in top spot from Group A. So it puts extra pressure on the outcome of this tie between Spain and Brazil. There is one runner-up spot available in the quarterfinals from these teams here in Perth, but there are no guarantees. That could come down to percentage of sets won, percentage of games won. Basically, you could do yourself a favour by winning, and winning as easily as possible, Todd.
Yeah, you would think it will come down in the end to probably a team winning a match 3-0 as opposed to 2-1. You know, that's what we were just discussing that in the Players' Lounge with the Australian team.
The Australian team who will be in action later on tonight against the GB team.
Yes, it's a rivalry in the booth here already.
I wasn't going to mention that, but I am very excited for that one. I have to say, when I saw the doubles teams come out, I was quite disappointed not to see a Katie Boulter against Alex de Minaur matchup.
I've been setting that one up. You just never know. You never know what might happen, and whether Australia decide to change up the lineup. You've got Matt Ebden, who's a Grand Slam champion, sitting there along world #1 Storm Hunter as well. But you just don't know. They've set it up nicely, those two.
And they can change. The captains can change the doubles lineups right up until the last minute. That's right.
That's right, indeed.
Which just adds to the drama, doesn't it? No changes here. This was the scheduled lineup in the doubles, and you'd expect that to be the case. I mean, Beatrice Haddad-Meyer here, she's quite a formidable doubles player in herself. She of course ended last season, 2023, by winning the singles and the doubles at the WTA Elite Trophy in Zhuhai, which is kind of the second-tier WTA finals. That takes some doing. And it will be Team Brazil to start us off with Marcelo Melo, the wily veteran, 40 years young, to serve.
I have first set. Marcelo Melo to serve for Team Brazil. Ready? Play.
Oh, goodness. What an opening point, though.
Oh, Sara Sorribes-Tormo will be so annoyed that that incredible return of hers will now turn out to be null and void.
So we'll see here, that ball comes out of his pocket there, which is an automatic hindrance. If it were to happen again for a second time, then the point would be awarded to the opposition. So something like that, it was unintentional, but cannot go with that.
Would be lost of point.
There we go.
You and Mohammed.
He was far more succinct than I, Mohammed.
You're on the same page.
Lovely tennis on the opening point again.
Lovely stuff. Interesting to hear Davidovich-Fokina there very strongly giving instruction to his partner mid-point there.
Yeah, on this ball here saying up, 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 get yours, you know, so this is what's going to be important for him, is actually not to overplay, not to get in where it's actually his partner's space and ball to play.
Touch. Love 30.
I think Mello here just asking for the floodlights to be dimmed just a little bit.
Or it could be the actual signs at the back of the court, the LED screening. They can tone that down just a little bit, depending on the time of day. They massage that around.
Oh, it's a lovely touch.
Well, we're seeing really good repertoire from all players in the opening game, only 3 points in.
30.
Lovely little bit of backspin, just stops that ball in its tracks.
Yep. 15-40.
So some early pressure on the Mello serve for Brazil.
Yeah, and perhaps some early nerves for him as well, which would be very understandable. And again on the backhand volley from Haddad Jmaya.
30-40.
Well, there's another good return, though. In jamming into the forehand, gets out of the way, makes a solid ball, but just too good with the volley. But I think if you were out there, you'd be looking for the short volley a lot from Haddad Jmaya. So start to anticipate that.
The replay, the right baseline.
Yeah, it's electronic line calling, so this replay won't change anything. It'll just confirm the heartbreak, yeah, which is that shot from Soros Ribes.
Can we focus on those couple of gets, that reflex off the smash? Extraordinary.
And there was some lovely doubles play from Davidovich-Fokina in there as well. Got a bit of everything this so far.
So we have no ad scoring here, which means it's a man-to-man on the serve.
Oh. And it means that is a break for Team Spain. Stop was saying sudden death juice in the mixed doubles here at the United Cup and at most tour level events as well these days. So it's Ribes Torme, Davidovich-Fokina drawing early blood.
May I say that was one of the best opening games of mixed doubles that you'll ever see. The quality of returning, net play, reflexes and the like was why it's so enjoyable to watch this format played with this higher quality of player.
Yeah, really played a big part, Davidovich-Fokina, didn't he? That lovely little lob return.
And so that's one of the things that I spoke about in the warm-up, is it really important for him not to feel that he has to overplay, overhit, keep his timing, keep his rhythm, and let his partner actually play the shots that are hers, because sometimes the male will feel they have to get in and try and dominate, and they really take themselves out of the rhythm of a match like this. So that's a good start from Davidovich-Fokina.
Doesn't have the strongest serve in the men's game, so it could be attackable for the Brazilians. Let's see.
At 15 love. And here's always the interesting thing for the male serving to the female. Do you go with your full serve? And often it can be better to go with a heavy spin serve, because the women are not so used to the spin factor. They don't mind the speed coming onto. They strike the ball perfectly. They like a flatter ball, and it comes into their hitting zone easier than the one that can kick and jump and slide. Oh.
Clean hit.
Gee, it was a confident, I'm going to take it early moment. We get another look at it. You'll see she was so far inside the baseline, little short backswing. So this is the classic doubles player right here. Look where she is. Just rotates the shoulders, doesn't let the ball do too much work, takes it before it can do that.
She is good at creating angles out of nowhere, Hologic. That does seem to be her specialty. Looked like a singles rally for a while there before the net play came into action.
Yeah, it's one thing that stood out to me in that point there, that when the right ball came for the Brazilian team, they went to the net together. They were more in tandem than what I think we'll see from the Spanish duo throughout.
So a chance here to even the score for Hologic and Melo. And it is, in effect, 2 break-back points because of that no-ad scoring that we have here. And there it is, the break back.
Team Brazil.
And there's even big shake of the fist from Marcelo Melo there. It's good vibes in that Brazilian team.
1 game on. Good vibes courtside too, as we've got Jill Krabus sitting down there. What's your early take on this, Jill?
Well, I think you guys said it perfectly. That was the best first couple games of mixed doubles I've seen. It was incredible reflexes from Melo in that first game. But this is going to be interesting because obviously Melo's the one that's most experienced on the doubles court, and Haddad Maia and Sorribes Tormo have quite a few doubles under their belt as well. But it's going to be about the communication between all these players, because I think they've played with each other that much, and Todd will know how important communication is on the doubles court. But yeah, it's a great atmosphere right now. I think all players are having a little bit of fun out here.
It's the right idea, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, just beaten for pace, and that's one of the things that could be a deciding factor, is that extra bit of weight of shot that Davidovich-Fokina can bring. But then, of course, if you're the Brazilians, you don't give him the ball that often. Whenever you have the option, you put it to Sarah and let her see what she can come up with.
Let for service.
And that's where you bring in the psychology of the male player thinking, okay, I need to help more, I need to get more in this, and then they get in the way, and that can be funny to watch.
I'm here for that.
30-15.
A little bit one of the differences too for Melo at net that Jill was talking about. Being experienced, he has the ability to understand how to get the returner to take their eye off the ball and draw the error like that there, whereas I don't think Davidovich-Fokina will be able to do that as well as this match progresses.
Had a good play on the ball, didn't he? His legs got him there.
40-15.
The execution just let him down.
He's got long arms, hasn't he?
Yeah, sure does.
Would have been past most people, but not Melo.
Lovely from the Spaniard.
40-30.
Took some pace off that, didn't he? Very restrained for Davidovich-Fokina.
Yep, just places it into that open space perfectly.
So it is Brazil that get the first hold on the board, and they lead in this opening set, 2-1.
Well, I think it's all set up perfectly, this final match and the opening match of the United Cup for 2024.
Yo me metí en la red en la segunda. O sea, si el tío en la segunda no te va, yo iría una por el medio y va a ir los dos.
How's your Spanish, Todd?
No, I thought, Catherine, that you live far closer to Spain than I do, that perhaps you would be up on that knowledge.
I see the logic you've gone with there. When the French team are playing, they're over in Sydney, aren't they? I'll be able to help you, but I'm afraid this is a bit beyond me.
Evidentemente, si estás cuando los dos de 10 puntos vas a ganar de 7, pero de repente le das opción de que igual tire el paladero.
And here is Team Australia going through their final preparations for the evening session in Perth. Alex Minaur there with the band on his ankles, limbering up. In the background is Tomljanovic, who'll take on Katie Boulter. For the Demon, he takes on Cam Nori. What a cracking contest to open their seasons. Both top 20 players. But 12 months ago, it was Norrie who was the winner in straight sets in the United Cup. That match in Sydney. This time, of course, they'll be playing in Perth. But in their most recent meeting, it was Minaur who got the job done. So that's all ahead. But right now, we have a gripping and deciding mixed doubles rubber. We're on serve in the first set.
Rusty shot that from Melo.
Yeah, it was a good shot though from Sarah, because no pace, just down low, big guy. But I think she's going to have to work on a bit of speed. It's going to be interesting to hold serve, serving at 130 Ks for a first serve. No, good move.
He's looking sharp, isn't he?
30 long. Well, I did the on-court interview with him after his singles and asked him about his off-season, because he actually had a bit longer than most players. He finished at the Paris Indoor, didn't have any other events, got away from the game, and I think he's pretty fresh and keen and eager. Everyone's keen and eager, but the freshness is key, and he's come into today looking very good.
Yeah, it's a great point, isn't it? I mean, with the Next Gen finals now taking place in December, the proliferation of exhibitions all over the world, Davis Cup taking place very late in the season. We've got a lot of players barely having an off-season at all.
They've had 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks.
Barely time for a holiday in the Maldives.
The holiday destination choice. So that's a good hold.
Team Spain.
Yeah, very important. Leveling things up, keeping it toe-to-toe. I don't know what kind of racket the Maldives have got going on with tennis, but those two are in cahoots.
I think it's the social media photo, isn't it? That little bit of advertising, you'd call it. It is nice, though, Catherine.
I don't doubt it for a second.
Come on.
He must be very grateful to his partner that she won him the point there. Did he have to play that shot, Todd, or was that a little bit of showing off?
I think he kind of... Let's have a look. I want to... It was... I think he was out of position and got himself caught, somehow made it. But how about Sarah's response?
Yeah. Not often you see those back-to-back. Second of those of the day from Mello.
Just a little long, but I tell you, her returning quality is very high here from Serge Tormo. She really does a very good job at taking the pace off the ball, getting it back down low to the incoming Mello. I like it too with the variation of pace. She's not trying to overhit it and overplay. She's taking the pace off the ball. It's making for a difficult volley for him.
Well left.
40-15. All right, 40-30. Use.
There it is
Deciding
again.
point.
Not getting in quick enough, so struggling with the serve and volley, but another good solid return. So we're at another deciding point. Same as we had in the opening game.
Well, once again, that's great stuff from Davidovich Fokina there. The lob, the lovely touch at the net. He is looking bang on it, the Spaniard. And it is he and his partner that lead 3-2 in the opening set. So I asked you, Todd, before the match, which way you were calling it, and you said there's very little to choose between them, and so it is looking early stages.
Yeah, if anything, I think that the Spanish team are the one that are playing better at this particular point, but the others have more experience.
Yeah, Davidovich Fokina, the unknown quantity. Sorribes Tormo has played a lot of doubles in her career. Had a lot of success as well. Was playing with Marie Buzkova last year. Wimbledon semi-finalists, champions in Beijing. So she knows what she's doing out there. And so far, Davidovich Fokina holding up his end of the court very fine. So Davidovich Fokina to serve once again. The Spaniards with the break, 3-2. Biggest injection of pace so far there from Davidovich Fokina. There's no doubt he is the player on the court with the biggest weapons in his toolkit.
Yeah, from both wings of the forehand, the backhand. And you mentioned he hasn't got the biggest serve on tour in the men's, but if you look at the two out on court today, he's a good 10, maybe 12 kilometres, 15 now and again faster than Melo.
30 love.
It will be interesting to see what kind of a singles career he ends up putting together, because off the ground on both wings, he can be so impressive on his day. Would it be fair to say, Todd, that it's sometimes his brain that lets him down a little?
Yeah, I enjoy watching his matches, calling his matches, and it would seem that under pressure, he isn't always clear with his decision-making. He panics. And that's something you can work on, you can improve, put some processes in place to be calmer and clearer.
Another big injection there from Davidovich Fokina, this time on the serve.
15.
You see that one at 212 kilometres per hour.
So how do you make yourself think more clearly under pressure?
Well, you have to go talk about it and be open about it and understand what you feel like when it starts to happen on court, and have something to go to say, okay, I know it's starting to happen. I'm not going to let it get to its peak. I'm going to take more time, whatever the process might be for you.
Oops. Again, Team Spain.
Classic miscommunication there from the Brazilians.
Trying to do a bit too much, Melo.
Team Spain.
He is just starting. He's a few metres in front of us here, Melo, just starting to look a little frustrated.
Look how early he went. There's half a court vacant there. But just to finish that point is that if you understand your weaknesses and actually confront them, then you're able to get better. And I think there's a point in a player's career that comes when you go, I'm sick and tired of the same thing happening, so let's do something about it and stop this rut. And then you get over that hurdle, and then you're on your way. And I think he's one of those players that will get to that point and go, I'm sick and tired of doing the same thing at the same point of a match, and this is the process I'll do from here. And then he'll get that big breakthrough.
30 love.
Good stuff on serve from Hologic. It'd be so interesting to see if he can do that, because he's such a fun player to watch.
You know, sometimes it's how much pressure you put on yourself. It's self-expectation that brings a lot of players down. I think he is one of those. Good stuff. I'm such an advocate of using the line in doubles, and that was a perfect play there from Sarah. She didn't try to hit the winner, kept Melo in his position here. Look, he's trying to creep, but there's room there, and this just sets up the opening. Perfect doubles.
Using the line again. And Melo cleaning up at the net. That was nice stuff from the Brazilians.
15.
Well, the thing I would say is that as soon as Sorribes Tormo started to backpedal there, they were in trouble. And if she could have got herself back in a net position, you have a much better chance of winning that point.
He's making decisive moves at the net, Davidovich Fokina, isn't he? He looks confident up there.
Decisive, but well timed to go with it. That's the key. He's holding the right bit, then taking off, covering it perfectly. You see here, he's coming in forward. He'll split step and there, and then he's in. But great court movement.
Deuce, deciding point.
Dangerous times here for the Brazilians, because if the Spanish team win this point, it will be a double break and they'll be serving for the opening set.
Let for service. Again, Team Brazil.
Important serving from Hologic. They hang in for the opening set. Just the one break, and the Spanish lead 4-3.
Team Spain lead 4 games to 3. Thank you.
Well, Todd, I know the same's not the case for you, but this is my first time in Western Australia, and I'm loving it so far. I know there is lots more to explore besides just Perth, which is glorious in itself. This is Broome, 2,000 kilometres north of Perth.
It's yeah, famous for its Cable Beach and those beautiful pictures that we're looking at. I've been up to Broome, done some hot shots tennis there with kids in schools, and it's a beautiful part of the country.
Did you see the dinosaur footprints?
I don't know that I did on the time that I was there, but, you know.
Look, if I'm going to Broome, I want to see those dinosaur footprints.
Aunque de momento has restado un globo con él, pero también de vez en cuando te saque él por revés, algún globito a ella también, ¿sabes? Para pasarle así un poco en los dos lados. Me gusta cuando esa opción también de... A él es más complicado pasarle, es muy largo, pero también a veces a ella desde aquí, un globo así de resto, tal. Vamos, venga, vamos.
Definitely got a lot to say for himself, Jorge Aguirre, the Spanish captain.
Time.
Always felt when I was playing mixed that if you're in a situation here with the break and you had your partner serve, the female serve, you get through this game, this is like serving for the set. That's how it feels when you're out on court. That's sort of the pressure that builds on this service game here for Sorribes Tormo.
Yeah, that serve did get punished a little there, didn't it?
Love 15. Only 134 again.
Well, just courtside here, just noticing the energy picking up from the Brazilians as well. Just Melo, a few times that he's hit a good shot. Now he's showing just a little bit more energy out there. Good fist pumps, giving him some positive emotions.
Love 30.
Great return from Melo, finding the angle there.
40.
It was the right move from Davidovic Fokina. He had to try to help out. There's just not enough pace on the serve, and it's so difficult to time it for the net man. So here's chances again to get it back on serve.
Bit of a gift
14.
there from Hadajmaya. 2 more break points to come, but will she end up wanting that one back?
Good move, though, again, from Davidovic, because he got Hadajmaya to take her off the ball. Like so many options when you've got time to, you know, where am I going? And in a way, he drew the error.
At 30-40.
Volleying's really standing up to scrutiny, Davidovic Fokina. And that's 2 saved. In theory, 1 to go, but of course, sudden death juice means that it's actually 2 more to go.
Use.
Make that one.
Deciding point.
So it'll either be a 5-3 lead for the Spaniards after this point, or we'll be back on serve. Important point, so an extra conflab necessary. What a play from Davidovich Fokina and Sorribes Tormo, and what a hold from Love, 40 down. It is now a 5-3 lead. They edged to just one game away from the opening set.
Well, this is really good timing again from Davidovich Fokina. He's played much better doubles than I was expecting out here today. He's been key to the success. One of the things you would find with a singles player sometimes that you don't expect to be a natural net player, and he's kind of sits in that bracket. Although you mentioned he won Junior Wimbledon, so he likes that type of surface, and you have to come forward to finish points on grass. But his ability to hold and move forward to the volley has been impressive. So he understands sort of a split step and then where the movement needs to be to make the volley succinct. And that's been impressive. I didn't think that was a part of his game.
Well, I don't blame you, Todd. I mean, looking at his doubles record, it's not much to shout about. Barely won a match last year. This is good serving from Melo in this game to make them serve it out. Yeah, played doubles in Davis Cup last year alongside Marcel Granollers, lost both matches, and played 4 ATP events in doubles and won just one match. That one at Wimbledon alongside Adrian Mannarino, so not much previous. Oh. Threading the needle, Sorribes Tormo there.
Team Brazil.
So the Brazilians do hold, and they force Sorribes Tormo and Davidovich Fokina to serve out the set, which they will try and do after this sit down. Jill, what's your take from courtside? Do you share Todd's impressedness with Alejandro Davidovich Fokina out there?
I do, actually, and I've seen him play doubles before where I had that same surprise previously. I mean, I know you just went through his results a little bit, but I remember watching him play a doubles match and was impressed with how quick his reflexes are at the net, and he's very well aware and watching where either Melo or Haddad Maya is at the net, so he's really paying attention to the right moments and when to move and hold his position so well. And so for me this time, I'm not that surprised because I've seen it before, but to be able to step up when you haven't played that many doubles and play as cleanly as he has been impressive.
Yeah, it does make you wonder if that freshness that Todd was talking about is a factor as well. He's had a good long break ahead of the new season.
A reminder, Team Great Britain and Team Australia coming up in the evening session, and here's Alex Minaur in the white, crossing paths on the practice court with his opponent tonight, Cam Nori. They're the next match up on ROC Arena, head-to-head, 2-1 in favour of Minaur, but Norrie won the corresponding encounter 12 months ago in straight sets. That match was in Sydney. Tonight, a different venue in Perth this time, perhaps a different result. At least that's what the local fans will be hoping when Team Australia gets their campaign underway. At the moment, we're in the concluding stages of the first set. It's Team Spain to serve for it in this deciding mixed doubles rubber.
When we talk about signals, I always think about Stefanos Tsitsipas at Laver Cup being given a crash course by Rafael Nadal. And not sure that went all too well.
It's a lot to take in on a big stage.
Yeah, you probably have to have done the crash course before you step out on court, yeah.
30 love.
Wow, impressive stuff here. Serving out the set so far from Davidovich. Fokina just 2 points away now.
And this is where I would reiterate why that last service game of Sorribes Tormo was that game where, as the returner, you feel like that's your last big chance, because this is what the male player can do. They can bomb away and you don't get a play on a ball.
14
like this game here. Sensational serving.
Yeah, it's been a great set from Davidovich Fokina, and he seems to be saving the very best for last. 3 set points to him and his partner.
Game. First set.
Strong stuff from the Spaniards in that opening set. They take it in commanding fashion. 6 games to 4.
Yeah, go.
So the Spanish team returning to the pod for the sit-down. High fives all around. Haddad-Maia heading off court for a comfort break. Jill, what would you like to see from the Brazilians in this second set to try and turn things around?
Well, I think what I said earlier, where Melo was getting a little bit more fire under his belt, where he was giving his fist pump, because I feel like the Spaniards have done a better job of bringing that fun. They're smiling a lot more than their opponents, and I just feel like that can help you relax a little bit when you're just enjoying yourself. And I was very impressed with Sorribes Tormo, because it was a very quick turnaround for her from such a tough singles loss where she had chances in that first set, and she came out right away and was smiling. I mean, got herself in a really good mental state, and I think that has helped them through that first set. So I think the Brazilians, they can maybe it'll help them loosen up a little bit. I think Melo isn't playing as well as he usually does, in my opinion, and maybe that's a combination of haven't played together before, and that's where Todd and I both mentioned that communication is so important, just to keep each other up, keep each other's motivation up.
And of course, Melo, the only player on the court for whom it's their first match of the year. Sorribes Tormo, Haddad-Maia and Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, they all played earlier on today, so they've had that loosener already.
Coming up, night 1 of the United Cup. Traditional rivals Team Great Britain, led by Cam Norrie, will be taking on Team Australia. Norrie 3-0 in singles last year, but Minaur will be looking to defeat him for the 2nd time in a row after victory at the Toronto Masters just a couple of months ago. Then his girlfriend, Katie Boulter, after an outstanding 2023, takes on Tomljanovic as she returns from a knee injury and looks to push up into the upper echelons of tennis once again. Of course, she had multiple quarter-final appearances at Grand Slam level. So confirmation of that lineup tonight. The order of play, it will be the men kicking us off. Cam Norrie against Minaur, then Boulter and Tomljanovic. Could there be a twist to the tale? Could it be that the 2 partners in Minaur and Boulter will play in that mixed doubles? You'll have to wait and see. But right now it is Team Spain. They are in control at the moment of this deciding mixed doubles rower.
Prime example right there, not getting back for the smash quick enough and recovering after the smash, which is what drew that wild swinging volley error. Whereas if we remember, there was a smash that Davidovich Fokina got back for before bang. Even though he was off balance, the power and the athleticism was there to get the ball away.
And Todd, what's it like just thinking of Beatrice Haddad-Maia's position at the moment when you know your partner isn't having the best day? Does it make you lose confidence in them? Can it start to affect your game?
Well, she's got enough experience, I think, to be able to be a partner that can lift him and shouldn't be scared of doing that. you know, that's what a good combo will do. Took his eye off the ball there, but if that makes sense, sometimes if you're playing with an inexperienced partner, they may be a little scared to step up and start to dictate the terms, but she's very much the player with the experience to say, hey, come on, I'll take charge for a bit here, you get yourself going, and then see where they can end up. That's what a good doubles partnership is all about.
And maybe that's what she's just starting to do just there. That is one of the 3 break points saved.
Yeah, see, she's doing all the talking there. She's tactically saying, this is where I want you to do. You know, I'm going to serve it here. I want you to be looking there. And so I think that's exactly what Brazil need from Hologic at this point.
Yeah, and a put away there from Marcelo Melo, but at this stage they all count. That's going to feel good for him. He needs to build some confidence from somewhere. If they can just squeak their way out of this game somewhere, somehow. That's 2 break points saved, 1 to go.
Oh, that's lucky.
If I'd got as lucky as that, I would look a bit happier about it, but...
I think he mentioned to Mohammed in the chair that his sight is struggling, picking it up. But I've got to say that Davidovich-Fokina's ball striking is quite fast. Might be a bit to do with that as well.
Game, team, Spain.
Well, that is a tough way to lose the game, having saved those 3 break points, the deciding juice point going the way of the Spanish team. So it is a set and a break now for them, and that is why they are all smiles and high fives in the pod.
Now, Jill, I've got a saying that sometimes you're only as good as your net man in doubles, and Marcelo there.
Well, you would know, Todd.
So Marcelo there made 3 volley errors that are really costly on his partner's serve.
I don't necessarily feel like it was the wrong move, though. I just feel like it's that, you know, the slight... He's not as quick. He doesn't look as quick as I normally used to seeing him. So I think he's trying to make the right decisions. But then you get in this phase where you maybe get, if you start making errors, you maybe get a little unsure of yourself, and it almost freezes you even more. And so I almost feel like he has hesitation of whether he should make that move or not. And that's never a good thing. That's when you start making more errors.
The body language from Marcelo Melo just now is, well, it's bad and deteriorating.
Quite the contrary, though, from Sarah Sorribes-Tormo, isn't it? She's bouncing around like a jackrabbit. She's sort of very keen on it all.
Yeah, very contrasting energies at the moment from these 2 teams. Just a little toss of the racket from Hologic there.
It's funny, on a different picture there, but Sorribes-Tormo was apologising for taking the smash out of the air because it had been called by Davidovich-Fokina, but I think she did the right thing. I think the smash was hers. It was a better court position if she took it.
Just not quite enough on that approach from Melo, and it was punished. It is all Spain at the moment. 1-love, 40-love points for a 2-love lead. Yeah, more great stuff from Davidovich Fokina. It is a set and 2-love to the Spaniards.
Spain lead 2 games to love.
With Marcelo Melo's serve to come here. Do you believe in faking it till you make it, Todd, body language-wise?
Oh, well, yeah, you have to, don't you? You have to keep trying to look as if you're confident.
Say it a little louder, Todd, maybe he'll hear you.
There's that wonderful return again, not overplaying the ball, taking the pace by rolling it down into the incoming Melo, and again, too slow to get in, having to play the half volley.
Just a touch of frustration in that from Hologic, understandably so. She does generate some pace on that forehand, doesn't she, when she feels like it.
Oh, yours, mine. Somebody go. There's hesitation from both players.
30-15.
Well, we know she likes that shot. Hologic produced it a couple of times in the early stages, didn't she?
And so this time, both players from Spain anticipating it. I think they both had it if they had committed, but there was going to be a major crash if they both went there.
Well, that will feel good for Marcelo Melo. Some good serving, a good hold. And the gap is narrowed, 2-1 for the Spanish team in this second set, with, of course, that first set lead. Jill, I saw the news this morning that Beatriz Haddad-Maia is going to be partnering Taylor Townsend in doubles this season. Of course, she played a lot of last season with Victoria Azarenka very successfully. What do you make of that partnership?
I think that's going to be a very dangerous partnership. Two lefties, Taylor Townsend, one of the most talented doubles players in my mind on the tour. She's got such great hands. I'm actually surprised, especially with the Olympic year coming up, that they wouldn't try and play with a compatriot. But, I mean, they committed. I think they can do exceptionally well. So I think, again, if they haven't played that much together before, it's just about getting used to each other, because sometimes teams can look so good on paper, and then sometimes they don't gel as well as you would. So for them, I think it's a great choice to try and play together for sure.
How quickly do you know if a team is going to gel? Do you know pretty much straight away in your heart of hearts?
One of the key things about a doubles combination is when you talk about gelling and how quickly those things might come together for a combo is actually choosing a partner that covers your weaknesses. So you might be a great server, but not necessarily a good returner. You need a good returner then, and you need to have balance. And if you're going to go and play with somebody that has a lot of the same strengths as you, generally those teams won't do so well. And that's why sometimes putting the two best singles players together in a partnership in the world doesn't mean they're going to be the greatest doubles combination.
It's what makes this format of the sport so interesting, isn't it? see Novak Djokovic in Davis Cup doubles. You'd think it would work.
Still solid, though.
He's not bad. Not bad. But he's not the best player in the world in doubles.
Yeah, terrific moving. See the dynamic movement in and around the net of Davidovich Fokina. He's reminding me like of Leander Paes out there. He's everywhere and he's in your eyesight and your eye line, and you really feel that when you're up the other end. See the movement there, and then that gets a weaker shot and then back quickly for the overhead, and he's dominating in those court spaces.
Such an athlete, isn't he? Yeah. Putting on a show for this crowd, Davidovich Fokina. He has developed a bit of a relationship on tour, particularly on the singles court, for a bit of a dive volley. He's got a bit of the Boris Beckers about him, which is always a crowd pleaser.
Well, he's actually very natural around the net, which is, I think, something that he needs to probably be using more of in his singles. When you see him on a court like this, it's there. It's just not being used. I thought it was the right move, but it was actually such a good defensive lob.
Yeah, from down here, you could just see it continuing to drift because it looks short from my perspective, too, on courtside. And then I think it caught both of us off guard. All of a sudden, Davidovich Fokina didn't realize how deep that was going to go. It was a good play for him to let Sarah take that ball, but too good from Melo.
So from 30 loved to 30 all.
And it's funny in mixed that there's momentum can change quicker in this part and format of the sport than any other. You can all a 1 point change here, and Brazil are right back in this. But not with that return.
40-30.
Unforgivable.
Yeah. Too many options in the end, but that error's drawn from the movement. Davidovich Fokina at net. He was kind of keeping an eye on him and an eye on the ball, and you don't time it well enough, and that's what happens.
Yeah, it's a good hold in the end from Spain. He is such a lively presence up at the net, isn't he, Todd? I mean, in that point, he didn't lay a racket on the ball, and yet it felt like he played a critical role.
Absolutely, but how can a fella that is, what is Melo, 6'6", is he?
He's pretty big, yeah.
That a lob should never get over his head, Catherine, never. That means he's so close to the net that he's giving away that shot, and that's an absolute no-no.
He's having a tough day, isn't he, so far?
I'm 5'10", or I at least used to be, and there was a rule whenever I played that a lob should never get over my head and land in the court. And occasionally it did, but it had to be a good one. Otherwise, you're back there to play an overhead. And that was the absolute rule of doubles for me.
30 long.
Well, he's relying on his partner, Marcelo Melo, at the moment to keep him in the match. And that's what doubles is all about. Got to try and keep the ball away from him up there. Commanding stuff from the 24-year-old. Well, finally a good reaction volley mid-rally there from Marcelo Melo.
40-15.
And it helps take them to game point here to narrow the gap once again.
$40-30.
Yeah, he hoped it would go in, Davidovich Fokina, but not so. It's another game on the board for the Brazilians. The gap just one game now, 3-2, second set. We're taking a look now around Signet Bay, around 2 hours north of Broome on the Kimberley coast. Been there, Todd?
I haven't been there, but my wife tells me that the pearls from that area are excellent and that I should buy her some. But I haven't done it yet.
Well, now's your chance, Todd. Pristine beaches. This looks, I'll tell you what, this looks a lot better than January in London, which is what I'm missing out on right now.
Hostia,
very lovely indeed.
He pegado 3 globazos ahí. Claro, claro, intenta hacer así y está pillando muy bien ahí. Sí, claro, 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 claro. Claro, claro. Así, pues centró el saque ahí.
Coming up tonight, we've got the wonderful rivalry between Team Great Britain and Australia with Cameron Norrie and Alex de Minaur going head-to-head. Team Australia up against Team Great Britain. That one coming your way very shortly. Right now, though, we return you to RAC Arena in Perth in the mixed doubles between Brazil and Spain, with the Spaniards up a set to love, leading 3-2 in the second.
Now, this is better body language from the Brazilians. Some real positivity from them. Can they build on it?
Some more activity from the team and the crowd as well. During Haddad Maya's singles, there were a lot of Brazilian flags. Just saw some waving now, trying to get behind the Brazilians.
15-all.
He's mixed up his pace of serve well in this match, Davidovich Fokina. That one at 174, so he hasn't gone for the big outright ace the whole time, and he's hitting his spots well. The wide serve to Melo has been very effective.
What an angle. little apology for the body shot earlier in the rally, but that was good stuff from Sorribes Tormo. Body shot's fine in doubles,
Absolutely,
isn't it, Todd?
yeah. It's long. Any incident in the singles earlier today where there was a Mohamed Launi, as he tends to do, he's quite verbal in the chair, but he gave it a mucho out.
Oh, did he?
Yes. Mucho out.
He does like to editorialise, doesn't he? Yeah. That's more like it from Mello.
40-30. New balls, please.
There's some green shoots from Brazil in that game, but just not enough up against the serving of Davidovic. Fekina.
Well, they've got one more shot at really trying to break, I feel, and it's on the next service game of Sorribes Tormo. But that means you have to hold here, Brazil.
I mean, it's hard to think of any errors from Davidovic Fekina today, really. I mean, he has been top-notch throughout the whole match so far.
This is where I think this format in particular is really good for him, because he's fine-tuned a part of his game that he wouldn't necessarily be working on, and he's building confidence out there.
15 love.
Yeah, so over my time in tennis, I've seen a lot of players not care about what this result might be like in a mixed, or it's not part of my game, it doesn't bother. Yeah, what a silly way to look at it, when you can actually improve yourself and build confidence for every aspect of your singles.
15 all.
I mean, you think about the women's game over the past sort of 15 years or so, and you throw in, you know, from an Australian perspective, a Sam Stosur who excelled in doubles before winning a major. Ash Barty, major finals consecutively in doubles before winning her first singles major. Martina Hingis the same.
Those errors just piling up for Marcelo Mello.
Just a little bit slow, really. The reflex is not sharp enough. The feet underneath them not reacting quick enough.
Yeah, good serve, but a bit of a gift from Davidovic Fekina. Good to see or hear the let's go from Mello, though. Just got to force that positivity, even if he's not feeling it.
Oh.
Team Spain requested a replay, right baseline.
Well, the replay's not going to change anything.
She actually mishit it enough that it became dangerously close there. If she hit it sweeter, it would have flown longer.
There was some big Brazilian sighs of relief here.
40-30.
And a big shake of the fist from Melo there. How crucial could that hold end up being? They stay in touch. The Brazilians 3-4, they trail in this second set. Yeah, definitely more positive vibes in this Brazilian team pod at this sit-down. They know they're going to have the opportunity, of course, Todd, to attack the Sara Sorribes-Tormo serve.
Yeah, this is the last shot, really. It has to happen here, so that positivity, you know, like what you'd like to see here is that out of their player pod early and get kind of in the face a little bit of the Spanish team. And by that, I mean just with the visual positivity, the energy, and, you know, let Sorribes-Tormo know that we're coming at you here at the moment. And this is such a big game. See whether she's able to hold her nerve.
Full, tienen que ir alegres. Entonces nosotros también que no estemos un poco atenazados, sino que ahora al choque, vamos al choque, vamos por ahí.
Yeah, some vocal instruction from both team captains at this sit-down. What's the energy like down there, Jill?
It's good. I mean, like I said, I think the Brazilian fans are getting a little bit more involved, seeing the flags fly around. I think that was obviously that was a very important game, and I still feel like it's the Spaniards that have had the energy the most consistently over the course of this match so far. The Brazilians have been a little bit up and down, but I mean, that has a lot to do with both Sarah and Alejandra. I mean, Alejandra's been flying all over the court, and I almost feel like that has affected Haddad Maia and Melo, just kind of frozen. They're doing a little bit more active movement at the net in the last few games, so would like to see more of that from the Brazilian team.
Point. It was a nervy serve, wasn't it? The first serve. A little shaky in the second serve. Very, very tentative. And that's not a bad play. She went straight at Davidovich-Fokina. Sometimes go where they last were is a good tactic. Oh, yes.
No, he never touched. No. I have it here. 15 all.
He wants it to be the opposite so badly.
So I think Marcelo Melo here thinks that Davidovich-Fokina might have fouled the net, but Mohamed Layani absolutely adamant that that's not the case. And looking at the replay there, I think he's right.
It's a big save for the Spaniards.
And perhaps the frustration
30-15.
just spilling over into that return. Just about sums up Marcelo Melo's day so far. And the hoo-ha about fouling the net overshadowed the fact that Davidovich-Fokina did a little Mansour Barami out there in that point.
Oh, first volley that he's missed. And by that you mean you're referencing waving the racket round a bit like a wand and finding it.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's even an official name for the shot. I've only ever seen one man hit it. I'm sure plenty of others can. I'm sure you do it in your sleep, Todd, but kind of moving your wrist in a way that doesn't seem like it should move.
The first signs of attention from Davidovic-Fekina. The missed volley on the previous point and then hesitation.
30-40.
Yeah, this was a ball that he has been searching for the entire match, and he let it go. Watch him here. He just gets stale. And Melo doing exactly what he needed to do by following it in.
Big point, break point.
Game team, Brazil.
What a way to clinch it. They are not done yet, this Brazilian team. Back on serve for all.
Great game from Haddad Maia, though. Gee, she stepped up the forehand big time there. Now she has to hold her own serve.
If they find a way out of this match, then Marcelo Melo is buying dinner for Beatrice Haddad Maia, that's for sure. Don't want to hammer the guy too hard because it is, of course, the first match of the season. Some rust and cobwebs, understandable. But I imagine, Todd, it's a lot tougher to have a bad day at the office on the doubles court than it is on the singles court.
I think when it's your only event, it's an issue. Oh, that's good. Not much that Melo could do there. That was
Love 30.
a reasonable second serve, but it was the footwork and the movement and the commitment. See here, he picked his spot early, rotates his shoulders and strikes it magnificently.
Important point, Love 30 down there.
15-30.
It's still dangerous times for the Brazilians. Of course, it is the Davidovic-Fekina serve to come for Spain after this, so a hold feels pretty essential. A little bit more confidence from Melo here.
30.
So Love 30 becomes 30 Love. 30 all, rather. Thank you, Todd. Exactly what you were saying, Todd. Things turn around so quickly.
Yeah, you can just feel the tension. And even on that return, Sarah's been making good returns all day, but see, she's now finding it harder to get the smoothness to get it into the gaps. And Marcelo Melo finally come alive at net and doing a lot more to help his partner out the correct way.
Big roar from Haddad Maia. Big hold for Brazil. They finally have the lead in this set, 5-4. So a little exchange there between Mohamed Layani and the Brazilian team, because Haddad Maia wanting to go off court for a comfort break. She's been told she can do that as long as she's quick.
Well, he's used their lob very well today. But I think in a situation like that, when the ball's got over their head, that's where Sorribes Tormo needed to come in with her partner and not give that space for Haddad to be able to play the ground stroke. And that's the key about sort of where the two teams, I think, will end up gelling better maybe at the end here.
Well, Isla Tomljanovic will be champing at the bit to get on court, missing out on last year's United Cup. She takes the court tonight against Great Britain's Katie Boulter. Huge rivalry there between Australia and Great Britain gets set to resume at RAC Arena in Perth, where we head back now in the mixed doubles between Spain and Brazil. Brazil leading the second set, 5-4.
And for Catherine, for Davidovich-Fokina hit, this is actually the moment where he has to keep doing what he did so well. There was 2 key points in that last service game of his partner where he started to back off a little bit, and then when he got tight, he didn't start to search for the ball around the net, and he's probably going to stay back a little bit more than he should, which, you know, at a pressure point like this, he actually needs to do the opposite in this match. He needs to keep trying to close the net out. How much you can do about that?
15-all.
A huge slice of luck for Haddad and the Brazilians here. Sharp, explosive movement again, isn't it, from Davidovich-Fokina? It's like a mosquito out there.
It's a good point, though, from Melo. He's done his job well, built the pressure here. Good reflex. And that's a bit of body language, isn't it? It's animated now.
Yeah, maybe he had a long lie and just sluggish in the opening stages.
Oh, wrong shot, not the right ball for Sorribes Tormo to take there. There was no chance she was going to get it away from a high backhand smash, and that allowed Melo into the play again.
Yeah, as soon as she was setting up for that shot, both of us sort of grimaced. So 30-all. The Brazilians now 2 points away from the set.
Oh, there's the pressure.
30-40.
Pressure, tension in tennis is the most fascinating and I'm sure maddening thing. And it has led here to a set point to Brazil, who have trailed all the way in this second set.
Team Spain. Para mí no escucha esta. From mi position no escucha esta. Bueno, igual que no has visto esa antes.
So a time violation for Davidovich Fokina, and he still faces set point.
Oh my! What a bit of defence! Sensational.
Those reactions, Todd.
That was incredible just to watch down here. I mean, just watching Sorribes Tormo, how well she moved with the ball throughout that entire rally. Just incredible focus.
Absolutely incredible. So it's juice, but it is also still set point.
Game. Team Spain.
He'd like it back, but not to be. What a hold from Team Spain. 2 set points saved, 5-all. On we go in this second set. What drama.
Games all.
This is good stuff.
If they go on to win this match, they will well remember saving that set point. Sarah Sorribes Tormo did a magnificent job.
Love 15.
Yeah, he put those demons to bed for a little while, served a couple of double faults in the early stages, but another one just creeping in there. Tension feels really high out there just now.
This is where Davidovich Fokina has to realize it doesn't have to be too good. It needs to be solid and good. That was almost as if he was going for an outright winner on the return. Get it back smoothly to Haddad Maia and see if she can come up with a great volley. If not, it doesn't need to be that good again, right, Catherine? You see what I'm saying is that he's overplaying a little bit now. Just play a little soft roller back down, set the point up for 2, second, third, fourth shot perhaps.
And did he steal Sorribes Tormo's shot there?
Close, but I would have given his forehand most of the time to take that, but it's just tried to hit it too big, and it's interesting times. Oh. All in play, but
he's a drama magnet, Davidovich Fokina, isn't he? He just follows him around wherever he goes. And Ajmir, I think, pretty unruffled by this. 30-all.
Yeah, oh, the brilliant play. But again, it was Sorribes Tormo who played this lovely little rolling ball, took the pace off, got it back. This one here, look at that. That set up the one to be able to put away again. Excellent shot selection from her.
And break point for the Spanish, 30-40.
Game team Spain.
Well, it's a great shot from Sorribes Tormo, but a massive mix-up for the Brazilians there.
Team Spain leads 6-5.
And as a result, it will be Spain who will come out to serve for the match. 6-5.
Well, what an exceptional game from Sorribes Tormo there. Davidovic-Fokina did what he had to do, but gee, she came up with some good balls, kept them in play. And let's go back quickly to that set point that she helped save on his serve. Been a very good team effort at the back end of this set. However, it's the next game to see if she can serve it out. Now that's going to be a challenge.
Whose fault was that one, Todd?
That ball there?
Yeah.
No, it's just perfect placement. You know, you've got to cover the line. If you had Ajmar a little bit, the centre's still open. It was just timing and a good shot, and like that little roller backhand, the point before. Perfect shot selection by her at the right time.
She knows her strengths, doesn't she, on the tennis court, Sorribes Tormo? She's not going to beat anyone for power, but shot placement and selection, so good. So let's see what they got. Sorribes Tormo, Davidovic-Fokina coming out to serve for the match and for the tie for Spain. Davidovic-Fokina having won his singles earlier on in the day, so would be a heck of a day at the office for him if they can get the job done here. Feels like there could still be another twist, though. Let's find out. 6-5 to the Spanish.
This is where the first point of this game can just set the whole tone. Spanish win it. They're on their way, lose it, and boy, it's still game on, and that ball toss was dodgy to start with. Excellent.
Didn't try to do too much with that first volley, did he?
No, it wasn't in a position that he could get it away, so played with good strategy here. Straight down the middle means there's no angles that these guys, the Brazilians, could make, and then he's able to go searching. Excellent.
Well, a nice pickup from Sorribes Tormo there, but found the angle, Mello.
At 13-15.
What a late call of yours there. And a big point. And they are just 2 points away now, the Spanish.
At 30.
This be the twist. Tension's running so high. What a get! Wow!
What a bit of dynamic movement that was from Davidovic-Fokina.
No wonder he's feeling himself. That was some athleticism from Davidovic-Fokina, and it sets up match point, tie point to Spain.
Oh, goodness. Great reflexes. This is
Deciding
tense.
point.
Point to get to the tiebreaker, a point to win the tie.
Game, set and match, Team Spain.
There it is.
2 love.
Spain are the first winners
6-4, 7-5.
of the United Cup 2024. Lots of tennis still to play. They go to the top of Group A. What a day at the office for Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, and what a performance there in the mixed doubles from Sara Sorribes-Tormo. They were quite a team out there today, Todd.
They certainly were. I mean, on paper in the beginning of the match, we thought it was going to be a different scenario to that as they go to say well done to each other's bench. But I thought that Davidovich Fokina, for 3/4 of that match, played terrific tennis. He really, his net movement, his volleying, his approach to it was fantastic. And then at that key moment, Sara Sorribes-Tormo, she just stood up to those big points, and you know, she came through within the crunch, and it was a really good piece of teamwork.
Yeah, some incredibly smart tennis from Sorribes-Tormo. They're celebrating there with their team captain. They'll be having a chat with Jill in just a moment's time. So for the time being, Team Spain sitting pretty at the top of Group A. Poland, of course, come into play tomorrow. They take on Brazil, so could be all change after that. And of course, Spain will have to take on Poland as well. But job done on day one for Davidovich Fokina and Sara Sorribes-Tormo. And that's what being in a team competition is all about. Vamos indeed. Tough for the Brazilians, especially Haddad Maia, who'd played so well in the singles. Will be fascinating to see her take on Iga Świątek when Brazil take on Poland tomorrow. But no doubts about the winners overall today.
Well, Jill is just about ready to chat with the winning combo.
Sarah, Alejandro, congratulations. That was a very entertaining mixed doubles match, and you won the tie. Congratulations, Sarah. Such a quick turnaround from the singles as well, but you came out with a big smile on your face. How are you feeling?
Of course, when you have this team behind you and this partner, this amazing partner, it's everything easier. So yeah, it was my first mixed double, and I was really looking forward to that. So I'm very, very happy to be able to play with him and yeah, to win. So very happy.
And an amazing partner that you are, Alejandro. It got tense at the end there, but you looked so calm. What were you thinking? What was going through your head in those tense moments?
No, well, I knew that I have to be calm because, you know, the match requires a little bit of calm sometimes, and they were supporting a lot of Brazil. They were screaming a lot, and, you know, I had to be focused on every point because, you know, in doubles can be changed very quick, and you know, Sara did an amazing job today, and you know, we are focusing for Poland now.
Well, you both did an amazing job, and you also look like you're having so much fun together. Are we going to see this duo mixed doubles team more often?
Hopefully.
No, for sure, for sure. We had a great time here on court. It was the first time together, and you know, we share very good moments, and for sure it's going to be fun for the next match.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, super win for Team Spain, getting off to a winning start in Group C over on day one of the United Cup at RAC Arena in Perth. And of course, we've got much more coming up tonight as Team Great Britain take on Team Australia. It'll all start with Cameron Norrie in action for the Brits. He'll take on friend and rival Alex de Minaur. That's as Group C gets underway, all coming your way on the opening night of action in the United Cup over in Perth at RAC Arena. all underway for 2024. Well, it's been a great start to the United Cup, and something we all love is the energy around the benches. So let's have a look back at the best of the benches from 2023.
Controlled aggression. Here we go. Stay on him right now. Don't let up, mate. Come on. Great stuff. Come on. Every point, one at a time.
You got this. Stay positive. Keep fighting.
When Rafa speaks, everyone listens.
Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Come on.
You're too far back because you're too close.
She is having a ball of a time out here.
I don't know what the hell this TV's made for you. It's better you drinking it than me.
Tell you what, the Czechs are determined to enjoy themselves here, aren't they?
Oh, I wish there was pickle juice back in my day.
The closer you return, you lose. Not one pressure point serve went to the floor.
Yeah, she did so well putting the returns deep, giving myself chances to move, returning the guy's serve, and
dude, I will knock you out.
Taylor, could you take him if you had to?
Yeah, one punch he's out.
Yeah, okay.
Anything for my hands.
Francis Tifo, he's a naughty boy, isn't he? But really fun.
It's a grind. Yeah, it's good. You've got to be tough.
141 kilometres per hour.
Look at Rafa.
Unbelievable tennis. That's you all day, Emma. Great tennis. That's the way.
And the ball boy can't quite believe his luck.
Yeah, some of the highlights from the United Cup in the inaugural edition was the reactions from the benches. Absolutely super, and we're expecting to see much more of that this year. Tonight, we will be looking at the reactions from Great Britain and from Australia, starting off with Cameron Norrie taking on Alex de Minaur. That's followed by Alex de Minaur's girlfriend, Katie Boulter. She will take on Tomljanovic for her first United Cup appearance. And then it all comes down to the mixed doubles. That's as Group C gets underway at the RAC Arena in Perth.
Team USA. Taylor Fritz does it, and Team United States are the inaugural United Cup champions.
In year one, the Americans dominated in Sydney to create history.
All the emotions, the tension, it's all heightened in this team event.
If Taylor Fritz and Jess Pegula want to defend their title, they'll have to be red hot.
And they have been magnificent over the last couple of days to put their side through to the final, of course.
Not only is women's world number one Iga Świątek returning for top seeds Poland, 24-time Grand Slam champion Novak Djokovic leads the Serbian charge against a cavalcade of global superstars.
Absolutely phenomenal tennis.
Oh, what a way to finish it off!
I think it's a great event. It's a mixed event.
Pretty cool having everyone in the corners of each match watching, supporting.
We get to collect individual points, but at the same time also enjoy that team spirit and represent our country.
$15 million prize money, 500 ranking points, and plenty of fun as well.
Dude, I will knock you out. I'm not joking.
The wait is over. The world's best players are here. Another sizzling summer of tennis down under is about to begin.
Does not get better than that, and they know it.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome to the United Cup.
Well, it's been a perfect day in the West Australian capital. Comparatively mild conditions as the United Cup swung into action. And what a start it was for Team Spain, taking up the honours in Group C and getting off to a winning start on the opening day of the United Cup. Hello and welcome. I'm Steph Brantz. Delighted to have you back for another year in what is the most exciting start to the tennis calendar. I'm so pleased to have next to me two Melbourne-born legends in Laura Robson and Mark Philippoussis. And Laura, well, we know that Melbourne-born, but surely your loyalties tonight will be with Team Great Britain. But how nice is it to be back in the country of your birth?
Very nice so far. Might not be so nice in a couple of hours if Mark and I get into it while the tennis is on. But no, what a way to start the year. I think the players love it. We love being here, and you know the atmosphere that they bring to each match, as we've just seen in the last deciding doubles. There's no other event like it.
Certainly isn't. And Mark, you're not so far from home, coming up from Victoria for this tournament. Great to see you back at the United Cup. What do you love so much about it? Oh, the atmosphere. The atmosphere. You've got the best players in the world representing their countries. The atmosphere out there, the energy of the crowd and the energy of the team. You know, the box, the way they're jumping out, and just some amazing tennis. And have a look at some of those names. It's just so exciting to see them back. It's a great way for them to start their tennis year too. Well, this just shows how important of an event this is to start off the year. You've got the best players in the world playing, and they're representing their country with a lot of points, a lot of prize money on the line. So you know, everyone wants to start off the year in a great way, that's for sure. Yeah, they should do. And well, Team Greece, they put up a huge battle last year. Maria Sakkari alongside Stefanos Tsitsipas. But tonight all eyes will be on Australia and Great Britain, and that will start with Cameron Norrie and Alex de Minaur, followed by Katie Boulter, Ayla Tomljanovic, and then, of course, the mixed doubles, which we can't wait to see. Now, in case you need a reminder on how the United Cup works, let's take a quick look.
The United Cup, a unique mixed team event this summer.
18 teams.
Across 2 cities and over 10 days.
That is a masterclass.
Each tie features 3 matches. 1 men's singles, 1 women's singles, and a mixed doubles to finish.
Winners then converge on Sydney for the finals. They are playing for their country.
For ranking points, for prize money, and of course, the magnificent United Cup.
Team United States are the inaugural United Cup champions.
So exciting to have that team format. And Laura Robson, there's been slight tweaks which make it even more interesting, would you say, this year?
Yeah, I think it brings a lot more teams into contention, where last year we saw they might not have had the depth, but they had some top players. So I think more than ever, the mixed doubles is going to play a big part this week. We've already seen it once today. I'm sure we'll see a lot more deciding matches in that as the week goes by. But, you know, for a player, you're guaranteed a couple of singles matches, which is the perfect way to start the year. And then on top of that, you've got a bit of a difference in the doubles where you might not take it, you know, so hard on yourself, and you've got your team pumping you up from the side. So it's perfect.
It absolutely is. And it's such an exciting way to start the year and an exciting way to start Group A earlier. Group C is tonight, but these two legends had a front row seat to the day's action as we head over to RAC Arena in Perth, where Jim Courier and Jelena Dokic are standing by. Jim Courier, back down under. Welcome to you.
It's great to be back. I'm so excited here for this United Cup, second year, and we got the world number ones. Iga's here, Novak is here. We're eager to get underway here tonight as well. It's going to be a cracking session as well, but what a great way to start the tennis season here. The men and the women together. This is what tennis does best in general, and what a great way to start the season.
Certainly is. Jelena, you've been able to see all that action from Davidovich Fokina winning earlier today, and that was crucial, wasn't it, to setting up Spain's victory?
It sure was. I mean, he had such a great start in his singles match. He was consistent. He had to absorb a lot of power from the Brazilian, and that's what he did. And Zibovic, he has the ability to really hit players off the court, has a big forehand, but kind of fizzled out a little bit. But Davidovich Fokina, he was just impressive. He was everywhere. Just really great anticipation also. The consistency was there. And I would even say that he was the player of the day, including when he came down to the mixed.
Yeah, he had to come back into it, didn't he? And I heard your commentary on the women's match. Had Admire really dragged Brazil back into this tie?
She sure did. Well, it was a great performance. It took more than 2 hours to win, actually in straight sets against Sara Sorribes-Tormo. Really great competitor, phenomenal match. I mean, we just saw incredible court coverage, court craft, especially for the first match of the year, or let's say the last match of the season before we get to 2024. But the first set was crucial, and Hologic just played a perfect tiebreaker, and that really set the tone for the whole match.
Yeah, sure did. And that mixed doubles match, Jim, that came down to the wire almost as well. It got so tight in that second set.
That was so tight, Yelena, my goodness. When you get to 6-5 deuce, it's no ad scoring. It's either go home or go into the tiebreaker, and this return didn't miss by much. Good eyes there from Davidovich-Fokina.
Yeah, but I think that return that Hologic missed, it was actually because of all of that pressure that Fokina kept putting on the Brazilian pair the whole match. He was just everywhere, all over the net, really took over the court. That's why I say, for me, he was the player of the day here.
Super exciting, and the local fans will be looking forward to tonight. Jim, I'm going to call you the neutral in this clash. What are you expecting from Australia, Great Britain? First up, of course, it's Norrie and Minaur. They know each other well.
Well, they played the first match of the season in the United Cup last year, and it was Norrie who won pretty handily, but Minaur did get his revenge in Canada last year, and he's been by far the superior player the second half of 2023. Norrie will be looking for some form. Minaur looking to just maintain his form all the way up to number 12 in the world rankings as a Demon. I think he's going to get Australia off to a good start. That's my bet.
Yeah, we're in for a bit of fun. Jim, Yelena, thank you so much and enjoy your night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That action, of course, coming our way from RAC Arena in Perth, where it's been absolutely stunning in the West Australian capital as this city gets us underway in the United Cup for 2024. Well, this is the second edition of the United Cup, but last year was such an exciting way to start. Let's relive some of those highlights.
Have the team aspect, 18 teams in 3 great cities.
We get to collect individual points, but at the same time enjoy that team spirit.
It's fun when we can do some sort of activities, especially outside of the sport. Team Brazil, and let's go surfing.
Good luck, guys.
Always special to come to Australia.
Everyone having fun?
Yeah.
Where did it all go wrong? I don't know. Let the fun begin.
Oh, hello, what a start.
I always think Australia has some of the best fans.
It's a sports country. I mean, the people love the sports here, no?
Watch out, watch out.
Hopefully we can get some good Greek support out there.
A big fat Greek wedding.
A big fat Greek wedding taking place in that RAC Arena.
Yeah.
Welcome to the diary room.
Welcome.
Hi.
No way! No way! Kidding me!
Everyone's kind of cheering for each other, but at the same time, you know, obviously you really want to win your match.
Pretty cool having everyone in the corners of each match watching, supporting, and it's a pretty good, big group of us.
Keep fighting, keep fighting.
You're too far back because you're too close.
I don't know what the hell this cheesy's made for you. It's better you drinking it than me.
You know, all the emotions, the tension, it's all heightened in this like team event. It's great to actually be in the finals, but I told everyone, like, we're here to win it.
Well, success for Sakari, gets the win for Greece.
You can just see the joy. This is what it means.
Team Poland, they've won it all here.
I think it's better winning in team, even than individual, you know.
Incredibly, Italy are into the final.
The women playing with us just makes the team a lot stronger from the guys' side.
Oh, she's made it. She is having a ball of a time out here.
Taylor Fritz does it, and Team United States are the inaugural United Cup champions.
Yeah, coaches, captains, teams all involved, but tonight will be mate versus mate, and Alex de Minaur is taking on one of his mates, Norrie. Alex de Minaur getting ready for his opening clash. He will take on great mate and rival Norrie of Team Great Britain. And of course, the two did meet in last year's United Cup, where it was Cam Norrie that had the upper hand. In fact, it is Minaur that holds the upper hand in their head-to-heads by 2-1. He'll be looking to level the ledger tonight. Let's hear what he's thinking ahead of that match. He caught up a little earlier with Todd Woodbridge.
Well, I'm with Cam Norrie ahead of your match-up today against Alex de Minaur, and you've been here since Christmas Eve. Are you well prepped, and what are your thoughts on today's match?
Yeah, I am. I got here pretty early and I'm just kind of getting used to the heat a little bit. And yeah, I know Alex really well. We practice with each other a lot. We're good friends. And I actually played him first match of the year last year. So no better place to do it here in Perth. And what a way to open the year. And yeah, it's going to be definitely a tough one, physical one. I think we're both going to have to run a lot today. But yeah, whoever executes better, I think, is obviously going to have the upper hand.
Both have to run a lot today. Anyone that plays Alex de Minaur or Mark Philippoussis knows that they are going to have to run an awful lot. What are you expecting from the guys' match?
A lot of long rallies, that's for sure. But this is, guys want to start off the year strong. You know, Cameron hasn't had the best year. He's normally a very consistent player, and he kind of lost that form. And Alex has had his best year, finishing number 12, so he's going to have plenty of confidence. So as I said, Alex looking to start off the the year strong and put a score on the board for his country.
It is a way, really, isn't it, to not just dust off the cobwebs, but also to really get into your rhythm. One of the players today, Laura, said that they weren't starting the new year, they were finishing out the old year. How do the players feel about this? Because we saw some of the players come in such fine form into the United Cup last time.
Cam Norrie being one of them, and it's interesting because he's done the opposite this year. He played a lot of exos in the off-season leading into 2023 because he felt like he wanted those matches going into the season, and then he just ran out of gas. Mid-season, he had nothing left to give, and you saw that in his results where he just lost confidence because his legs went out from underneath him. So he's done the opposite. I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, and he was like, yeah, I'm taking my time. I'm taking an extra week off. I'm with my family. And when I get down under, yeah, I'm going to take it seriously, but I'm not going to be quite as sharp, and we'll see how that plays out tonight.
Yeah, well, if we look back at that match from last year, Mark, I think Alex really felt like perhaps he had the momentum from the crowd, and there was such good energy going into that match, but Cam really had it all together.
As we all know, de Minaur loves playing with the green and gold on him, and especially out in the court here in Sydney. He's always said this is his court, he owns this court, but Cameron was just, like I said, playing with so much momentum at the start of the year, coming off that great run the year before and continuing that momentum, and just was so consistent in that match. You know, it was like a brick wall, and you know, I think Alex is looking to get that one back on him for the United Cup. I know he beat him, you know, middle of the year, but he's definitely looking to get this one.
Yeah, well, he's been out in the practice courts today, and something I've got to say about Alex is that when we saw him start, he was such a twig of a lad, wasn't he? He's really starting to fill out and get stronger, isn't he?
That's one thing I've really seen in his game. Is one question I've had is he's moved so incredibly well around the court, and he's always an incredible fighter. But does he have that power to put these top players away, to hurt these players? And one thing he has done, he's gotten stronger, and you can see that in his game. You can see that in the matches he's won towards the end of the year and being some of these top players.
Yeah, he certainly has. He looks very settled, of course, also in his personal life. And Laura, how much does it help or hinder him tonight that he's going to be up against his girlfriend? She goes up against Tomljanovic.
I know. I spoke to her last night. I feel like she's going to stay pretty quiet on the team bench for the first match. But no, I was hoping they were going to play each other in the mix. That was what I was getting my popcorn ready for. But unfortunately not today. But it's really a good sign that Australia's put forward their strongest doubles team. I think that shows that they're really in it to win it. And Katie, I'm not sure how she's going to be. I think she's just focusing on her singles. She's had a great off-season. It's a tough matchup against Isla. You know it's going to be some heavy hitting off the baseline. So, yeah, two very tough singles matches to start the year.
Yeah, indeed. Isla, of course, coming in to her first United Cup. But as we look at Katie Boulter, where do you think she's at in her game right now?
She's had the best year of her career. She's won her first WTA title. She made third round of Wimbledon for the first time. She's just cruising through some of these early rounds, which she used to struggle with. And I think that just shows the confidence that she has against some higher ranked players these days, where usually, you know, she was struggling with some injuries, that she's worked so hard on the gym and in the physio room on that side of things to get on top and be as healthy as possible coming into this season. And she's loving Perth. She's really relaxed. Her and Alex have been off to the beach a few times already, and the team environment for GB is top notch. I have to say, I think we beat Australia in that last year for sure.
Laura.
And we haven't mentioned it, but we will have Dan Evans on the bench, definitely trash talking the Aussie team every time they walk past.
Well, he's an excellent trash talker, isn't he, Dan Evans? But don't know if he'll put Isla Tomljanovic off her game. Mark, I mentioned the fact that she didn't get to play here last time, and she would have been bitterly disappointed. She did all but play. She turned up in a tracksuit and was almost ready to go.
Yeah.
We've seen her in practice today. She'll be champing at the bit, won't she?
Oh, without a doubt. It's been a very tough year for her, and I spoke to a little bit at the US Open, and you know, she's putting all the work to get back, and she just did the smart thing. She didn't rush. It's very important not to rush, and she's... You know, she works incredibly hard, and she's a beautiful player, got a great all-round game, and like you said, she'll be chomping at the bits, and I'm really looking forward to tonight's matches.
Well, as we spoke about it, all eyes won't be on the couple of Isla, as she was last year. This year, all eyes on Minaur and Katie Boulter. They've been spotted out and about, as you mentioned, Laura, and also been quite active on Instagram. Look, how cute is that?
They are a really cute couple. Yeah, they're very wholesome. You know, I ask them every time, well, what are you guys up to? Oh, staying in, watching a movie, you know, just quality time. Katie's family got a dog a couple of weeks ago, so that was their big Christmas before they came here on the 23rd.
It is super cute, and you wonder who'll be cheering for whom on the benches. Does it work like that, Mark?
I don't know, but I want to see a selfie at the end of tonight's games.
Yeah.
See who's smiling at the end of tonight's games. That'll be a good one.
Yeah, we'll see how that works. They've clearly had an absolutely beautiful Christmas, so good on them, and we can't wait to see them on court tonight. Of course, it all starts with Norrie taking on Alex de Minaur. That kicks off Group C action at the RAC Arena on the first day of the United Cup over in Perth. Well, the teamwork is what we love about the United Cup, and also the behind-the-scenes gossip. We got a lot of that from the diary room last year. Let's check out all the best bits.
Okay. Hello? Hello?
Hi. This is a safe space. And a small space? Yeah, this is a tight couch.
Moz has got so much of the sofa, it's a joke.
I like watermelon just in case.
Move up. Got goggle box here.
I think Evo said, let's get this party started, didn't you?
I'm going to ask you a question, and you need to point at the person that you think is the answer to that question.
I only met them yesterday. What?
I don't like this kind of question. Who would solve a Rubik's Cube the fastest?
Has anyone ever solved the Rubik's Cube? Like a minute something?
Who makes the biggest mess? Can you point to yourself?
Okay, we're going with that one.
Who do you see as the loudest player on the team?
Super easy.
Mark.
Me? I don't think so, but okay.
Who's got the best celebrity contact in their phone?
This is only going one way.
Rafa. No chance.
No, maybe.
Got Elton John in there.
Of course. I have like Elton John and stuff. It's no big deal.
Who's really smart? Nobody's smart here.
Who would cook the best post-match meal?
I like cooking. Whether it'd be good.
Probably a roast.
Outstanding.
Spanish omelette. Eggs, potatoes, and onion.
I can't tell you how many meals I've had to cook for you.
Did you point at me? I cannot cook.
Thank you for joining us in the diary room.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm probably going to sleep right now after this. Get some rest.
Well, this is where the tournament will culminate. The Harbour City is primed and ready for the start of the East Coast action, which will be on day 2 of the United Cup as play gets underway in Sydney. Well, it's great to have you with us for the opening day. The action will be coming to Sydney. And of course, it's all in Perth right now, but we can't wait to kick off in the Harbour City on day 2 of the United Cup. 9 of the teams based here, of course. Some of the big names who are playing in Sydney. Stefanos Tsitsipas, Maria Sakkari, of course, big favourites for Team Greece. Had such a good time last year. Alex Zverev, always someone the crowd loves to watch, brings his big service game. And Casper Ruud, so much fun to have the Norwegian in town. And we do have some seriously big names. Who are you most looking forward to seeing in Sydney?
None of those, actually. I'm looking forward to seeing Angie Kerber's return from maternity leave. I think the German team is deceptively strong. Of course, she's not expected to win as many matches as she would have pre-baby, given she's just on the way back. But with the game style that she has, she's going to be heavy hitting from the back of the court. She's such a good mover, and she's won slams before, so that always counts for a lot. And I expect to see them pair up in the mixed as well. So I think they're a deceptively strong team, even though at the moment she's got no ranking.
So Mark Philippoussis, a post-maternal Angie Kerber, is that your highlight as well?
No, I've got to say I'm really happy to see her back, but I'm really excited. I do love watching the mixed. As you mentioned, a lot of the matches ties do come down to the mixed.
Yeah.
And I just love seeing the combination of getting together on the court and with the pressure on, but still enjoying themselves and having a smile on their faces and trying to win that last rubber for their team. So. Yeah, I think, as you saw, the first game came down to that as well.
I feel like a lot of the teams will already be thinking of Paris Olympics, though, that this is maybe the only opportunity that they're going to have to play together over the next few months. And so they really want to maximise that, the Greek team in particular, because I think they probably felt that they should have won last year, given how strong they were in the top 2 singles.
Well, I love the way the group... The group format really, it seems to really work so well for all these players because they love getting together. I think they also love getting out and about, even the Aussies, because I think they don't spend so much time at home. So it's good to see them getting around their home country, if you like. And let's have a look at Team Australia, who went to Rottnest Island.
Are you guys all good? Are you happy? It's a beautiful day for us. Mate, it's a great day. Over to our left as we cross the coast, we'll have Cottesloe Beach, and then straight ahead here is Rottnest Island.
There's one there. Hey, mate. I had heard of the famous quokkas.
I sacrificed a lot to get that shot.
You don't really realise how difficult it actually is to get a selfie with a quokka.
Worth it.
All right, let's see the pic.
I honestly think you still won.
She just kneeled down, went like this, got a perfect selfie.
Jeez, rub it in more.
Very nice. Is it better than a Queensland Moreton Bay bug?
It is. Rottnest Island crayfish and Rottnest Island scallops. You're doing a really great job.
Yeah, I know.
Swirl them around.
Smell that.
Coat them up.
John Millman is a connoisseur of everything, of life.
Okay, I'll be the judge of that.
Quintessential West Australian dish. There you go.
No, that looks
Awesome.
really good. Oh, yeah.
Demon.
Oh, thank you.
He made it.
We're kind of a very, in this sense, united team. Australians really thrive on that camaraderie. We've got each other's back, and it's going to be a lot of fun sharing the court with these guys.
It's so lovely to see them out and about enjoying themselves. I'm embarrassed to say to the two of you, I've never been to Rottnest Island and I've lived in Australia all my life. I know how terrible.
I've got a quokka selfie on my phone from a couple of years ago. You've got to check it off the list after Federer's done it. Have you done it?
No, I have not done it, no.
One day.
One day.
Maybe you can get a helicopter over too. That looked like a nice way to get there.
That's a great idea. Well, we should be in Perth right now too. Who is in Perth? Team Australia. They are very close to getting onto court. What do you think Leighton would be saying here? What's his wise words of wisdom, Mark?
I think he's talking about his golf round right now. Pretty sure. I don't know. It'll be definitely a deep conversation.
It's really fun to see the impact the coaches have in here, and as we see de Minaur getting ready for his singles match. Someone else in this team, of course, is John Millman, and Laura, we've discussed what a great energy he is around the team as well, and he said he's fully on board for cheering these guys home, whatever happens.
Oh yeah, and you know, his last few weeks on the tour, he's retiring pretty soon, so he wants to get everything out of these last few weeks. He's going to be going nuts. He'll probably be in a battle with Dan Evans, who can be the loudest on the team bench, but they're just going to bring as much energy as possible, and they're going to have the home crowd behind them. So Team Australia have every reason to get as pumped up as possible this evening.
Well, I wonder if that man will have half an eye on the bench of Team GB to see who Katie Boulter is cheering for. Of course, his girlfriend and Alex de Minaur, Katie Boulter, very much the sweethearts of the tennis world at the moment. They had a chat to Todd Woodbridge a little earlier.
So Katie, first tournament of the year and first match of the year, there's this potential to come up against Alex de Minaur, your partner. How difficult is that going to be?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. It's not something that I've ever had to face before, and I think it's going to be bragging rights for a very, very long time, and I'm super excited for it.
Have you guys discussed the Australia versus GB tie over Christmas or anything like that? Or have you just tried to ignore it?
No, I think there's been a lot of talk. There's been a lot of talk from our families as well, and it's been a lot, but it's been fun to be a part of, and there's been a lot of banter flying around, and yeah, it's a very unique situation, and I'm really looking forward to getting out there and beating him, obviously.
Alex, Katie said there's been quite a bit of banter about the potential of you two going head to head in the mixed. Is this true?
This is true. I mean, ultimately, I'm trying to double bluff her. She doesn't know if I'm playing or not. It's you know, things that we've talked about that might or might not be true.
How would you best describe him, and how do you think he will react to playing against you on court? Is he going to serve three-quarter pace? Is he going to volley around you? What do you think?
Nah, no chance. He's going at me. First ball, I can feel it.
And what about yourself? If you get a sitter that you could line him up, will you go at him?
I already told him that the first ball's going at his head, so yeah, we're both pretty aggressive. We're going to be going for it, I'm sure. We both want to win. Yeah, both competitors and playing for our country, we don't take that lightly.
She's very hostile, isn't she? I mean, ultimately, I guess it's the pride of country, so that goes above anything else, but yeah, we're not taking it easy.
You guys have played mixed together before, but will it be difficult to actually go head to head on the other side of the court?
It's going to be difficult. I don't know what to expect. I mean, yeah, I'm sure she's going to go after my head, so I've got to be ready at net, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I do know where to serve to her though.
So there it is.
Yeah.
Tactically, you're on it.
I'm on it. I've watched enough of her matches to know exactly what the game plan should be. It's right here.
Poor Alex de Minaur, seriously, that was some not kind questions from Todd Woodbridge, but they sound super competitive, don't they?
Yeah, the Monopoly and Uno games get fired up in their house. But I mean, Alex is spot on. They both know each other's games so well. So even if they don't play each other this week, he'll be giving tactics to his teammates on the side. She'll be doing the same. This is his favourite serve. This is where he likes to go on big points, and vice versa. So I'm sure he'll get fired up tonight.
Well, they mentioned the double bluff, Mark. Is that how it works when you know someone that well? You know what they think you think they're going to do?
Yeah, I think it's going to come to the stage where they might be overthinking everything.
She thinks I've told my teammates to go here, so I'm going to go the other way. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I know he likes the wide serve, so now I'm going to go down a tee, but maybe he might be thinking that, and then, you know, just they'll probably go mad, yeah.
I love it's all the backstory to what is the United Cup, and of course we've got more teams in action than just GB in Australia. That is the action tonight. Tomorrow it will be Team Germany who swing into action in their group match. That'll be here in Sydney, so they spent some spare time out on Sydney Harbour. Let's have a look at that.
We talked about it during the European summer, and we definitely said that we want to come back to a team atmosphere, we want to come back competing together, and so far it's been great. I mean, everybody's practicing very hard. I think, you know, it's just not just the two of us. I think we have a great team behind us as well who who are going to contribute as well to the success, hopefully. And yeah, I mean, it's fun. Obviously, it's great to have Angie back. Hopefully, it's going to be exciting for us and exciting for the fans.
For us, it's important to, you know, have a great start of the year, having a great support also. And I mean, I'm coming back after 1.5 years, and I will try to enjoy every single moment. Also playing, yeah, for Germany, having the team in the background. I think it will be a great week.
So what is coming? Oh wow! Oh my God.
Kommt und supportet us hier beim United Cup. Woo! Okay.
At the end of the day, I think, yeah, it's great being competitive again. It's great being back on tour. You know, last year was our first United Cup. I was not competitive at all. I was obviously recovering from injury still, and hopefully just showing my high level of tennis.
Seriously, come on, guys. Being a tennis player looks like it's a piece of cake. How nice is that?
Yeah, it's beautiful, right?
Is that one of the things you enjoyed the most, Laura, being able to travel around the world and have little excursions like that?
Yeah, you try and sightsee as much as possible. Unfortunately, once the tournaments get started, it all goes downhill from there. But yeah, we've seen Rottnest, Sydney Harbour.
Are these
Mark
guys
and I didn't get the
practicing
invite,
at all?
though.
Are they hitting any balls or?
Apparently not.
Just as little as possible and maximise the time on the beach. That's the way I'd do it.
So tell me, what happens when you're really at the top end of the spectrum? And I'm talking about a Novak Djokovic who's into the United Cup. How's he preparing for this tournament, and what does it mean to him? Is it just preparation for the Australian Open?
Oh, he's here to represent his country. Yes, he's here to prepare for the Australian Open, and you know, he's guaranteed matches, but he's going to want to win every one of these matches. You know, he's talked about what it means to represent his country, and it was a tough loss with him and what happened in the Davis Cup, and just like everyone else, he wants to start off the year strong, and what better way than you know, winning all your matches and hopefully having a win for your country.
So what would that be like, Laura, if you've got that team situation where you're getting advice from the team bench? If Novak Djokovic is on your team bench, what are you expecting?
Everyone else to be quiet and listen. That would be my guess. I'm sure that especially, you know, if he pairs up with Danilovic in the doubles, actually she's got more doubles experience than he does, but you'd still have to take on board everything that he has to offer, and so much you can learn, not only on the court, but off the court, the way he prepares for his matches, his post-match routine. There'd be so many interesting things to pick up throughout the week, and you know, as Mark said, he doesn't enter a tournament unless he thinks he can win it. So even though on paper, on the women's singles, they're not quite as strong, Novak's going to lift the rest of the team up.
Yeah, he certainly will. And the other thing about Novak is his absolute box office, so we can expect sold-out stadiums when he's on the court as well. As we are expecting indeed tonight in Perth at the RAC Arena, a slight delay to the night's action, but look at the fans lining up to get into that beautiful arena. They are waiting to see Group C start, where it'll be Australia and Great Britain underway. It'll all start with Alex de Minaur and Cameron Norrie in action, and is really something for everyone at the United Cup. All age groups set to be entertained, so they absolutely can't wait. Well, someone that certainly knows a lot about entertaining the crowds, particularly here in Australia, is Stefanos Tsitsipas. He loves playing here and we love watching him. He caught up a little earlier today with Josh Eagle.
Stefanos, welcome to Australia. You've had incredible success here over the years. What is it about Australia that you love?
Well, the people, the weather is great. I think just got a great culture regarding sports, and it makes me feel like I'm home basically whenever I'm here. Things are very warm and fuzzy in Australia, and just generally convenient. I feel very comfortable every single day, wherever I am pretty much. It could be in Sydney, in Brisbane, Melbourne or Perth. I enjoy my time here, especially when I'm with my family. I think there's just plenty of activities, and just generally it feels relaxing.
We know huge Greek support everywhere you go here in Australia. What's that like, being on court and having that support behind you?
Well, first of all, we have a big army behind us every single time we play, and the support has been immense. They've been very supportive in every city here. You know, the Greek community helps a lot. They're very respectful. They're very passionate. and then bring a lot of energy into the court, which makes us feel like we're at home. You know, we're so many thousands of miles away from home, and we still feel like we're home. We still feel like we belong here, which leaves us with a great feeling.
And Stefanos, the Australian Open, that's probably for sure been your most successful Grand Slam. A couple of semis, a final. Can you go one step further?
I wouldn't say no to that. There's a lot of effort behind that, and I'm willing to keep up with all the intensity that is required in order to get there. This year's final was close. I was there playing a final at the Aussie Open, and it felt like that was my moment. Big things were coming. I wasn't able to close through, but I really need to keep on pushing. You know, Novak has a lot of finals under his belt. I feel like with the right consistency, with the right attitude, moments like this will occur again.
Well, we wish you all the very best. Have a good summer and play well. Good luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, so Melbourne might be his real home from home for Stefanos Tsitsipas, but certainly fans all over Australia love watching him play. Mark Philippoussis, you were working with him quite closely this time last year. We've seen him out in the practice court today. What do you make of where he's at coming into this season?
Look, he's not coming into the United Cup like he was last year. Unfortunately, he's got a little bit of an issue with his back. He's on top of it, but he's still feeling it a touch, and hopefully, you know, we'll be able to get out there, you know, see him out in this court with his dad now, working on that forehand. But look, he just needs to get out on the court and get his body going. And you know, he's guaranteed a few matches. So for him, it's about going out there and playing that first match and seeing where he is physically, number one, and then obviously after that where his game is at, and then going from there.
And of course, coming so close in the Australian Open, Laura, he sounds really positive about taking that another step.
Well, he loves these courts, and you know, in Sydney in particular, the centre court's playing very fast, which he's going to enjoy. He's going to have a lot of free points on the serve, which always helps. But you know, if he's struggling physically, then the first match of the season is just trying to get the cobwebs out, trying to get the body moving, get as loose as possible, and hopefully come out of the match with no more little niggles, because it's really tough to get that match intensity back if you haven't had it in a couple of weeks, even though you could be training as hard as possible over the last month or so. A different intensity as soon as you hit the match.
Yeah, Stefanos Tsitsipas, one of the players still to get underway. He'll be playing in Sydney. Over in Perth, of course, Alex de Minaur will be the next player on to court alongside Cameron Norrie. But Alex de Minaur caught up with Todd Woodbridge a little earlier today.
Alex, everything ready? Good warm-up. How are things looking for today?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be a tough battle, but I'll be ready.
Taking on Cam Nori, lefty, all of those difficult things about playing a lefty. What are we looking from your game plan-wise today?
Look, he's a very tricky opponent, a great competitor. He's very dangerous with his backhand cross. And look, his forehand is got a little bit more shape, so I'm going to try probably be aggressive to that side a little bit more.
And it's first match of a season, in good spirits, looking ahead of that?
Yeah, exactly. Ready for the new season. We'll see what's to come. Hopefully we can start off with a good note and have a nice Australian summer.
Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Well, I feel like Todd Woodbridge has been the busiest man over in Perth today. Spoken to everyone, but would have been interesting to have that chat with Alex, because Alex wouldn't have been aware that he was facing a delay. And what does that do to your preparations?
I think they probably would have expected a slight delay given the turnaround, trying to get the day session out of the stadium and the night session. You know, all the players, especially the top ones, will be used to that. You have it at various tournaments throughout the year, but you just have to keep the energy levels high, keep the body moving as we see him doing here, but also, you know, in terms of nutrition, as many electrolytes on board as possible, maybe a couple of extra nibbles. But it's something that, as a tennis player, as Mark will know, you are so used to any sort of delay, whether it's half an hour, it could be 2 hours because of the rain. So this is nothing new for them.
Mark, what was your go-to for a delay of any kind?
You're just extending your warm-up. You know, there's nothing much you can do. They're pretty good about coming in and letting you know if it's 5 minutes, if it's 10 minutes, and you're just looking to extend that warm-up because you want to walk on the court with a little bit of sweat and be ready to go from the first point. As Laura said, both these players have done it dozens of times. and they just do it again. Maybe keeps the goosebumps going a little bit longer than they want.
First match of the season,
yeah,
there's
absolutely.
already some nerves.
Of course. Like, not only that, again, representing your country, they want to start off, you know, with a win for both their teams, their sides, and there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, and this is a pretty special tournament to win. Of course, it is only the second edition of the United Cup, and they're playing for a pretty special trophy, not just in meaning, but it's also visually quite special. Let's have a look at the making of the United Cup trophy.
And Team United States are the inaugural United Cup champions.
Well, we wanted something that was instantly iconic, that was very special and unique for this event. And we wanted something that really symbolised bringing together the male players and the female players.
There's actually a piece of art, and you can see that in the design, in the shape, and in the gold and the silver, the way it works so well together and the way they complement each other. The major part of it is from 8mm silver rod, which are all formed into the shape, which then surround the bowl itself.
And there's 36 silver rods that symbolises the 18 mixed doubles partnerships. The bowl is symbolic of the sharing and bringing people together, because ultimately this sport is about bringing together the best male and the best female players to play for their country.
Absolutely stunning trophy, and I'll tell you, someone who would love to get her hands on it is Iga Świątek, the women's #1, of course, down under with Team Poland, ready to get into action. But while they were waiting, they took up a bit of an Aussie hobby. Let's have a look.
We don't want to be the guys that injure the pro tennis players, right?
That's my first time in Perth, so I'm really enjoying it and trying to get rid of jet lag before the matches. I've never surfed, so you guys have to teach me. Well, I had like 2 windsurfing lessons, so it's a little bit different.
Today, the goal is for you guys just have some fun, go out there, I'll teach you guys the steps, make it as easy as I possibly can for you guys. I'm sorry about the cold water.
It's always exciting, you know, to be part of Team Poland, so I'm really happy that I'm able to play for the second time, and for sure last year it was really exciting and we really had fun, so hopefully this year is going to be similar.
Actually, first time out there surfing, so trying what I would say, trying to surf. Wouldn't call it surfing.
Could be was better.
No, I don't think so. I think it's actually quite difficult. Thank you so much.
I absolutely love these videos of the teams getting out and about. Mark Philippoussis, being a Torquay lad, you're a surfer. That looks like a dangerous pastime for a tennis player.
Oh, waves were small, 1 foot. They had, you know, sponge boards. There's nothing that can go wrong there, but that's what I'm talking about. I'd love to have joined them, but some good form there.
Yeah, it sure was. And they're so much fun, right, isn't it?
Yeah, so much fun. Questionable technique maybe from Hubie Hurkacz, but he's a bit lanky. I couldn't see surfing as his #1 sport, especially when he's so good on the court. But looks like we've got some action going on in Perth.
Oh, we do. Here are the behind-the-scenes shot at RAC Arena in Perth, where Team Great Britain making their way down towards the court. Team Australia milling around, also ready to get underway. Before they walk out from both of you, quick prediction.
Quick predictions. Well, I've got to stick with Team GB, but I think it will go down to the doubles.
I agree, but 2-1 Australia. 2-1 Australia. Don't get upset, Laura, but that's what it's going to be, okay?
And Mark, in this opening clash, we're going to see Norrie and Minaur on court first. What are you expecting? Expecting it to start quite cagey, or they'll come out swinging?
As I said, I think they'll both be a little nervous at the start, but I think I see Alex taking this one. Tight 2 sets, I'm going to call it.
And Johnny Millman, such an integral part of Australian tennis. He bids it goodbye after this summer down under.
Yeah, it's a shame, but seeing go. But it's, as Laura said, he's going to soak this month in, especially starting off with Team Australia and then going into the Australian Open. But hopefully he can, you know, just say goodbye with some great tennis.
And Laura, we've had the prediction from Mark about the men's singles. For the women's, are you Katie Boulter all the way?
It's a really tough one, you know, because Tomljanovic is coming off a tournament win just a few weeks ago. She won a WTA Challenger title, which is just below the WTA 250s. And, you know, she's playing herself back into some form after a very long injury. Meanwhile, Katie Boulter's just had a great year, as we were saying. So 50-50. I'm going to sneak with Katie purely because she's played a little bit more tennis in 2023, but it's a tricky one.
Certainly is. Well, we can see the countdown for players coming down to walk onto court. It is Group C, Team Australia, Team Great Britain. Your commentary team for this one, Todd Woodbridge, Jim Courier and John Fitzgerald.
Being led out by team captain Leighton Hewitt. Ellen Perez. Matthew Ebden. Storm Hunter. John Millman, Isla Tomljanovic, and Alex de Minaur. And their opponents for tonight's session, representing Great Britain. Led out by team captain Colin Beecher, Maya Lumsden, Neil Skupski, Francesca Jones, Katie Boulter, and Cameron Norrie. If you're able, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Australia and then Great Britain.
National anthems are done for both countries, and they'll walk up to the net, shake hands in wonderful sportsmanship, and we'll get this rivalry, Jim, if you would like to call it that, as we have between the Aussies and the Brits. And we get ready for this singles clash between Cam Norrie and Alex de Minaur. Alex with some work to do to make up for the loss last year. Different conditions here tonight in Perth after what we saw in Sydney, always a little more humid in Sydney than it is over here in the West, and absolutely beautiful conditions courtside, having just come off that presentation. You couldn't ask for anything better. You mentioned wind outside, no wind down there in the court tonight, just lovely temperature, so we should see some quality play in this opening match.
So a lot goes into the preparations for these players in the off-season. Anything new, different, special for Alex in his preparation?
Well, there's quite a bit different. In fact, we know that he spent a lot of time working in Spain. He's now basing himself out of Monte Carlo, and
wonder why.
Well,
what's so nice about Monte Carlo?
I think he's probably making a lot of nice money at the moment, and there's a bit of a change in that area for him, and so he's relocated there. And the Monte Carlo Country Club, as you well know, is a magnificent training facility. So he's been practicing there, played 2 tournaments in the lead-up, 2 French money tournaments, in fact, where they're seeded along the way. So he slotted in the semis, played semis and finals, won both of those, beat Ugo Humbert in one of those finals. And spent some time in the UK also with Katie Boulter, his partner. They spent Christmas there. They had Christmas on the 21st of December before travelling down to Australia.
After the coin toss, please, this direction. Normal staff know about it. Just few reminder, we have a net device, TV changeover, shot clock around the corner. For the towels, it's already labeled with the flag of the country. Any question? Okay. This is AO or head? Alex, please. Head. AO. You receive. Photo, please.
So the coin toss is done. And you know you're in a serious relationship when you go, and Christmas is when your family that are Spanish travel to the UK and get together with the, it's the in-laws and the outlaws, and that's the scenario now.
The in-laws and the outlaws, is that what you call it?
Yeah.
Okay, learning something new.
These two have actually done a lot of training together when we're talking about that, because when they have been in Spain, Cam Nori spends a lot of time there. So they know each other's game particularly well. Played on 3 occasions, and Alex de Minaur leads that head-to-head 2-1. 24 years of age, though, now, Jim. ATP ranking currently of 12, career high of 11, and playing some of the most consistent and improved tennis of his career.
Yeah, and I would be shocked if sometime in the next 6 months he doesn't crack that top 10, which is a stated goal of his, and it's a big one. And there's no reason he can't be there. He is so consistent. He is so tough, so speedy as well. And he's got a lot of hardcore tennis in front of him to play here the next 3 months before the clay begins. So a lot of opportunity for Alex. Did play well last year at the Australian Open, out to the 4th round before Djokovic took him out. And so he's got a few points to defend there, but also a fair bit of confidence that he played so well there. So it cuts both ways. And
yeah, he's the sort of player that doesn't feel, I mean, he puts himself under pressure, but he copes with the pressure well of playing at home. He's played well in Sydney in the lead-ups to the Australian Open before. Sometimes actually gone a bit too hard. He's injured himself on the way to the Australian Open, which has hurt. But physically, no one works harder than what he does and puts himself in the best position. As we take a look at the bio of Cam Norrie.
Yeah, 28 years of age, born in South Africa, raised a lot of his time in New Zealand before taking up residency in Great Britain. Has been in the top 10. He is number 18 in the rankings right now. Had a very strong first half to 2023 and has kind of fallen off a little bit. So looking for sure, Nori, to try and get things back on track, because he has not won a lot of matches the last half of 2023. But we're almost set to go here, Todd.
Well, I did mention the head-to-head as de Minaur leads that. The time that he lost, it was 2-1, was actually this time last year, as I mentioned, in Sydney in the United Cup. That match was 6-3, 6-3. The last time they played was when Alex made it all the way through to the finals in Toronto in Canada. Defeated
2 minutes.
Cam along the way there, and that was the start of a very good run in the US hardcourt season. There's the Australian team bench led by Leighton Hewitt in the front row there. Storm Hunter on the right, the world #1 doubles player next to Ellen Perez in the gold Australian shirt. Matt Ebden. John Millman here this week also, Jim. He's been more I guess he's been there for practice, hitting partner. It'll be his last foray this Australian summer before heading into retirement. That's Colin Beecher, the captain of Great Britain, in the front row.
Dan Evans just behind him. Skupski just on the right side of Colin. Everyone getting ready to battle.
So the first evening session of the United Cup for the 2024 edition. I was going to say audition. Edition. And the Australian faces across your screen there.
30 seconds.
And we're just about ready to get that evening session underway. If you didn't know and haven't followed earlier today, Spain won the opening match here at RAC Arena, defeating Brazil 2-1. Came all the way down to the final mixed doubles.
And just to receive.
Oh, the crowd still finding their seats here. 10,000 expected this evening. First night session of the United Cup. Looking pretty polished.
He's a great team player, Alex de Minaur. Has been the real leader and driver of this Australian Davis Cup team success. He really puts it on the line for his country. Doesn't have any trouble in dealing with the stress and pressure that comes with that.
You can see all the microphones up in the team zones. The players and captains know that they're mic'd up, but we still get to lean in, get a little information. Just on the right of screen there is Facundo Lagones, which is Cam Norrie's day-to-day coach. They were teammates in college tennis when Nori was a first-year college student at TCU down near Dallas, Texas. Facundo was one of the team leaders, and they formed a terrific partnership with Lagones coaching him, so we'll get to listen in to both teams as we go. It's one of the big features of the United Cup. Lots of access, lots of cameras everywhere, and Team Australia getting ready to get cracking.
Ready. Play. Love 15. Love 13.
A nervy start from de Minaur. Engineered, worked pre-season in Monte Carlo. Came down to Australia, spent a couple of days in Sydney working with Leighton Hewitt and Tony Roach before coming over to Perth on Christmas Eve. Christmas Day in Perth.
It's a challenging event for these players to come out and to meet another top 20 player in your very first match of the season. Oftentimes players play in regular tournaments like what will be going on in Brisbane this week. They would be seeded and not face someone of this caliber straight away. So you have to get up and running in a hurry. And Norrie has done that and has created 3 break points.
Well, that looked well in.
Electronic line calling here. It's automated. So there are no lines officials on the ground. You cannot challenge a call. You can see a close call on review, but the chair umpire seems to be trying to contact the technical team. And that was an incorrect call, so it's first serve coming.
Well, we've got a couple of little ditches today. Just like everybody at the beginning of the new season, just easing their way in is the electronic line calling system.
We're looking at 2 of the flattest backhands in men's tennis tonight between Norrie and Minaur. Norrie will create a little more topspin on his forehand than Minaur in general. So for Alex, there is a little bit more risk in his game. His ball is a bit lower over the net on average than Norrie's. Sharpness matters.
So a good start for Great Britain, but a tentative start from Alex de Minaur.
First game.
And you worry a little bit about that with Alex because his game, it doesn't have a lot of cushion in it because it doesn't have a lot of topspin over the net, a lot of work on the ball. If he's not sharp, he can do that. He can find the tape on the backhand in particular and put himself in strife.
Tough returns here, mate. Get into the point. Here we go. Come on.
Good advice there from Leighton to just try and work the point a little bit early here and find his feet underneath him.
Yeah, it's a fine line sometimes for him with being aggressive, isn't it? He feels he has to take points on against the bigger players, but then the margin of error becomes so much lower for him. So first look at the Norrie service action here tonight. Magnificent evening here in Perth.
Cam Norrie, it's been a story of consistency from a ranking standpoint the last 3 seasons. He's finished inside the top 20, all 3. Very high level.
Very low.
He's one of the guys who really worked his tail off during the COVID forced break. Really went to work on his lungs, his legs, and his game, and came out flying soon thereafter. One of the patterns I've noticed over the years that does work effectively against Norrie, because of the way he strikes the ball, with a lot more topspin on the forehand than on the backhand side, is if you want to get a shot to play offense on, you actually have to hit the ball at Norrie's forehand. Then he'll hit a high looping ball, relatively speaking. Then you can take it up and go after it. His backhand, very difficult to attack because it's so low.
Well, it's interesting you say that because I caught up with
40-15.
Alex after his warm-up and said, what will you be looking to do? And he made that point that he'll have to go hard into the forehand to get the ball to be able to attack on. So he's aware of it. It's just the execution.
Yep.
Team Great Britain. Team Great Britain leads 2 games to 0.
So Norrie consolidates the early breaker serve, and finding a little bit more timing within that rally was Minaur.
And so, unforced error count. Alex 6 against 0 winners. Nori only 1 winner, but 2 unforced errors and just a little bit more margin for error in his shots, making the difference so far. Important game here for Australia to get a little footing.
Love.
But lucky Minaur, because Norrie should have been able to get strings on the ball here. He catches it in the throat and flips at it and hold the racket face on the ball for long enough.
It's a kind of match where, from my eyes, it feels like Alex is trying to force it just a wee bit too much early on here. And playing longer points right now, I think, might help him. I think if the opportunity to hit it's there, take it. If you can get the quick points, all the better, but if it's not there, you just have to work your way into it.
40-15.
That's what makes Norrie so tough, Todd. He is willing to play long, long points.
There's a backhand that you're talking about, Jim. He wanted to take the forehand on, but you see where the strike was. It was knee high, almost shin high. And you need to get the racket underneath the ball, so he doesn't really get underneath it there. It's at almost level and then can't get the spin required to clear the net. But he is on the board. It's a hold and serve for Team Australia. But it is Team Great Britain with an early break 2-1 first set.
Team Great Britain leads 2 games to 1.
Very positive energy there. Love hearing you.
And here's the captain player capacity of how you treat each player. Doesn't like a ton of information, Alex, when he sits there. So Leighton likes to talk and give energy, and he has to hold himself back in this scenario. Leighton's ready to get out there himself by the looks of it. Good energy that game, mate. Great energy. Well, Captain Leighton Hewitt really delivering a few messages, trying to get his player up in Alex de Minaur, but he just loves the competition, and you can see it oozing out of him, Leighton, can't you? Jim, if he could, he'd still be out there.
No question about it. And he looks like he could. Looks quite fit, ready to go, but just imparting that wisdom and hoping it makes the difference for de Minaur to get back on serve here after a little bit of a sluggish start. Might have to wait as more of the audience takes their seats here. Filling up nice.
Yeah, terrific opening night session here at the RAC Arena. Got all the draw cards. Team Australia here. You've got Team Serbia led by world number 1 Novak Djokovic. And of course, Team Poland, the number 1 seeds with Iga Świątek and Hubert Hurkacz. Along the point you were talking about, Jim.
You just have to bide your time against Norrie's defense and his patience and persistence. So de Minaur has that capability, the rally tolerance required. And finally unloads on that forehand. That's what you want. You actually want, if you're Team Australia, you want Norrie feeling like he needs to do more. The first 3 games of this match, Norrie was sitting back, being patient, only hit 1 winner, and yet was in control. Now, all of a sudden, after that first point, starting to feel the pressure of finishing, and he finished it off with an unforced error.
A point that had it all. Well, you would have thought it was going to be over right here. This was going to be an easy put away, and then bang, it lands on the tape, and he has to make a decision. Doesn't do enough with it. So now it was de Minaur that was in control of the point, but another wonderful defensive lob from Norrie gets him back. From love 30 to 15-30, that could have been big for Team Australia.
And this might be a big turnaround for Norrie. That forehand finds its mark. Still up in the aggression. The Brit levels it at 30 apiece. But it takes a high-quality shot to beat Alex's foot speed. He is so fast in defending the court.
40-30.
Too keen, too eager. Smothers the backhand. So a big hole from Lafudi now. We've got John Fitzgerald courtside, and Fitzy, interesting from up here, and you'll have a better perspective, the shape of the Norrie forehand. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's quite telling, actually. Jim mentioned it earlier, and you know, when you sit at courtside, you see how high the ball goes over the net. You see the spin imparted on the ball, and there's a significant difference. The Norrie forehand really loops, and it changes speed, forward speed as well, by the amount of loop he puts on it. I think when he hits the off forehand, he can flatten it out a bit more and probably do a bit more damage, but quite often when he hooks it across court to the right-hander's backhand, it's slowed down by that loop, but it's safer because of that. And Alex at the moment really is hitting low trajectory over the net. He hasn't quite found his range.
Yeah, found that opportunity, Fitz. That was sitting up at return to serve, and Alex dealt with it beautifully. But this match is going to require discipline on the Australians' part, because Norrie has that aspect in spades. He's a very patient player. Alex is going to need to match that patience. But it's so normal for players to be so excited as they get their campaign underway, especially representing their country.
Game for Team Australia. Still down a break. Team Great Britain ahead 3-2 in this opening match.
Team Great Britain leads against 2.
So I bet you Alex de Minaur wishes that he could just sort of restart that opening game. The feet didn't quite work. Some unforced errors has put pressure on himself here, settling in.
Good energy coming off of the bench from Leighton Hewitt as ever. Spent a lot of time alongside de Minaur in various team competitions. Colin Beecher, the team captain for Great Britain this year. Tim Hinman and occupied that seat. There's not on the move this year. Facundo Lagona is alongside.
Well, this is Group C in the United Cup for 2024, a group that includes these two teams, Australia, Great Britain and the United States, one of the strongest groups within the competition. USA obviously the favourites with Taylor Fritz and Jessica Pegula. But both Australia and Great Britain have the ability to do some damage. And you can see it, really good crowd here tonight at the RAC Arena. And when you get the full house here, it really does have a wonderful atmosphere. One of the great arenas to play in. So it'll be Cam Norrie coming up to serve with the break. 3-2, opening set.
15 love.
Interesting for me, sometimes with Alex, he has a very good slice backhand, Jim. He uses it defensively. I think there are occasions in matches where he could actually use it as an offensive shot as well, and particularly here against Norrie to break things up a little bit. We talk about Norrie's backhand being difficult, but a slice backhand short into Norrie's backhand can change the whole element. He'd take a bit of pace off. He can also attack off that, but I think he feels to get to the top 10 that you've mentioned, he has to stay really aggressive and positive and doesn't really use it in the repertoire as much.
I can tell you that I absolutely, unequivocally disagree with that philosophy for him. I don't think outright aggression is the way that he plays his best tennis. Selective aggression is when he plays his best tennis.
I thought you were having a crack at me there for a moment.
Well, wait, I'll get there. It's only day one.
Game, Team Great Britain.
Big hole, love hole.
Team Great Britain leads 4-2.
So sometimes to improve yourself, you think you have to do new things, more things, don't you? But in actual fact, what you're saying is you've got your game style. Use that. Maybe add a pinch of salt and a bit of dust here that might help.
Sure. Look, he has plenty of firepower when the ball is sitting up to hit it. What Alex does not have is the ability to attack from a low ball. Plenty of pop on that backhand from mid-chest height. He can drive the ball with his flat shot production. I don't want to get too technical here, but it's pretty simple. Players with the extreme grips on the forehand, think about Rafa Nadal, even Nori. If you get the ball low, they can still accelerate and hit the ball hard, hard, hard. Beautifully done there. Again, another backhand up in the strike zone, working the forehand to get the shot to attack. But if you hit a ball low to de Minaur's forehand, as we've seen in this match, he doesn't have enough topspin on the ball to play aggressively with any kind of safety. It's just an unforced error festival. So he's got to shy away from that. He's starting to pick up the pace nicely here in these service games, though.
That's back-to-back love games on serve for the Australian. And Team Britain still in front with the break. 4-3, first set.
Team Great Britain leads 4-3. Ball change, please.
Swaps that last game serving. Get looks though. Yeah. They're ready here.
Well, if you haven't been to the west, to Perth and Western Australia, I recommend it. This is just off the edge of the city, really, about 20 minutes away from downtown. This is Cottesloe and Scarborough beaches, some of the most glorious beaches you can get in Australia. There's a wonderful Indian tea house at Cottesloe and plenty of surfing and swimming to be had. Of course, Rottnest Island, just off the coastline too. And that's worth a great day trip. All the players have been over there, including Novak Djokovic earlier today.
Get in the rally, mate. Get in depth, tries to pull the trigger beforehand, yeah.
So it feels like the match is sort of set in its pattern, just a very poor start has hurt de Minaur here. And I wonder, Jim, sometimes the little bit of scar tissue from playing in this event last year, losing that match 3-3 on this surface, if that's got anything to do with a nervous and tentative start.
Things certainly looking brighter for Team Australia here after that slow start, but Norrie will serve with new balls and a break of serve in hand.
15 love.
Really smart serve, jamming serve, only at 166 Ks because of the left-handed slice. Slides into that right hip of Minaur, cramping his style. That is 4 successive love games on serve.
Has phenomenal spot serving as well. The body serve, the wide serve. Not really known to be one of the game's great servers is Nori, but that was a great exhibition of what precision serving can do for you. Fitzy, what's your feeling about what Alex might need to do to kind of get his teeth a little bit more into this one?
You know, Jimmy, it feels like the court's a fraction quicker than I expected, and it just feels like he's catching the ball late too often to me. You know, especially off the backhand of Norrie when it stays low, and his timing is off there. But I think, you know, he knows his game plan, and I wouldn't attack his backhand as much as he's for him because the backhand's so solid. He takes it early and he doesn't miss it, or rarely so. And the ball is deeper on that side when he hits a backhand. So it comes in deep and shoots through. And then the next ball for Alex is hard to attack. So I think he's still got to persevere with that, you know, into the forehand philosophy and try to get a shorter, spinnier return so he can attack it. I wouldn't be afraid to mix the speed up on his first serve. Either go to the forehand with a 3/4 kick occasionally and see if that draws a short return. Just mix it up a little bit. He goes for the same serve a lot of the time. But I think overall, Jim, I think he's just not happy yet with how the ball feels on his racket. I think there's not a ton of confidence there yet. He's just feeling his way, and there's too many mishits.
That's a hole. He keeps himself in it, and he's going to make Cam Norrie serve for the opening set. When we come back after the break, it's Team GB leading Team Australia 5-4.
5 games to 4.
So here's that last point once again. Good swinging serve taking Norrie out of court, which leaves that line open. Gets the racket head round the outside of the ball to curl it back in. And a beautifully structured point. And that gives the home crowd something to cheer about. And at the moment, Norrie doing a terrific job, Jim, of just closing them out and not keeping them, or making them a part of it.
Oh, and you keep having hold service games. That does kind of keep the tension on the Team Australia side of the net. And Norrie taking care of his business beautifully. He's come out of the blocks flying in his opening match of this season.
Let it hear it.
We're watching the United Cup, the 2024 edition. Obviously, we haven't had the New Year start yet, but the tennis season has got itself underway. United Cup being played in Perth and Sydney, with the finals being played in Sydney at the end of the tournament, obviously, but plenty of matches to go through before we get to that. Earlier today, Spain defeated Brazil in Group A, the first match of the competition for the season. And this is Cam Norrie serving for the first set at 5-4.
Norrie is having a great day on serve so far, serving at 70% first serves in play and has yet to lose a point when he's made a first serve. Might be something that Team Australia takes a look at as far as where Alex is standing to return serve, just to try and shake up Norrie's rhythm. Sometimes that's all it takes to get someone out of a good serving groove, is if you give them a different picture to look at down the court. Right now, de Minaur crowding the baseline on the return, not having any success.
40 low. He's just not able to control the return, is he? He's off balance majority of the time. So very quickly, it is 3 set points for Team Great Britain. Only one required, and Cam Norrie holds to love. And in 35 minutes, it is Team Great Britain who have the lead, 6 games to 4. Well, it was a clean opening set, a bit of a soft start, you would say, from Alex de Minaur, giving up that first break. But let's take a look at the first set summary, and you talk about serving. Well, 70% will get the job done, particularly then you win 100% of those first serves, Jim.
Yeah, and the winners to unforced errors. 7 winners for Norrie against just the 4 unforced errors. De Minaur was trying to fight through that with offense, but 7 winners and 12 unforced for the Aussie. That was a vacuum-packed set from Team GB. Excellent level of tennis from Norrie. This was the fun point. This was the one that could have led to the break of serve. This would have given love 40 for de Minaur had he have been able to get this overhead out of the reach of Norrie. But that was a great defensive lob. It's a 50-50 guess. Which way was he going? Norrie was there, and then he was able to somehow wiggle out of that and hold his way through to the end of the set. So great effort from Cam Norrie, and some signs of life from Alex de Minaur as the set went on. He started to hold his serve a little more comfortably, and he'll need to do that again here to get things going in set 2.
Next up, it'll be the women's singles as Katie Boulter of Team Great Britain takes on Isla Tomljanovic of Team Australia. They're primed and ready for action as Group C continues in Perth on the opening night at the RAC Arena, the United Cup for 2024. Right now, though, we are seeing Cameron Norrie pretty happy after taking that first set in the opening match of the tie between Team GB and Team Australia in Group C. Alex de Minaur to serve now. Cam Norrie leading a set to love.
One thing that we do know is that Alex will not go away. His levels will continue to get better within the match, and his competitive spirit is one of his greatest assets.
Fair enough.
What incredible movement from Minaur. The court coverage superb.
30-15.
This was a great down the line backhand, but look at the way he slides into the ball, and he's already moving in the right direction as it's coming off his racket, and he got unlucky with that net cord. But his instinct, Jim, to cover the next ball in the right position of the court is phenomenal.
Yeah, he was right where he needed to be, just unlucky with that ball clipping the tape.
Oh, this is good tennis.
30 all.
You know, Todd, from down here, it just feels like, you know, that old feeling when you haven't played a match for several weeks, and you feel like it's the first match of the season for you. Well, Minaur looks like that to me, whereas Norrie looks like he's got a dozen matches under his belt. He's barely made an error, timing the ball beautifully.
And so, from 30 love, he finds himself under pressure again in his opening service game. Remembering he dropped that first service game and could not recover in the opening set.
Well, this is exactly the type of point that Minaur needs to be determined enough to stay in with and not take too much risk. This was the shot that broke it open for him. The angled forehand. Norrie tried to go around the net post and couldn't do it. That's a big save. Massive save in the opening game of the second set. Misses his mark there, but for Norrie just to be in this game having the down 30 love, that's good signs for him too.
Well, Alex is questioning the line caller here, but or the technology with it. First one looked on top of the line to me. I'm sitting almost adjacent to the baseline. Second one was definitely long. but he's just a bit edgy.
Survives that break point, so a very, very important hold and perhaps a change of momentum in this match for Team Australia.
First game, second set.
The issue, though, is how does he find a way into the Norrie service game? Remembering he had love 30 in the fourth game, and then that kind of really weird point that could have gone both ways and given him love 40, and then from there on, Norrie has dominated.
Well, I think it would be interesting to see him try a slightly different return to serve position. I think moving a little deeper, like Norrie has done at times against Alex's serve, to give him a little more time, get into the point and go to work. Something different, clearly. Both of these teams have access to tablets with statistics in the team zones. They could see exactly that Norrie is yet to drop a point on first serve. That streak continues, as does Alex's up-close return to serve position. I'd like to see him go back where he's standing right about now if we got a camera on him and just challenge Norrie to beat him from there. But he's going to come back to where he likes to be. Try and take away the wide angle.
Now, although he's been pushed from pillar to post, Minaur, it's actually what you'd like to see from him. That's the sort of tennis that gets him up and going. And then builds pressure on Norrie because he can't get the ball past him on the baseline. So you feel like you have to do something to win the point, which can draw an unforced error like that. This form from Norrie, it's impressive. And if you look closely at his 2023 campaign, it's even more so because he was really good the first half of 2023. Won a ton of matches. He only won 5 matches from Wimbledon till now.
15.
Which is, for a player of his quality, it would suggest that there's a massive confidence slump. But that's what a new year can bring, isn't it? It's somehow you have this ability to kind of wipe the slate clean and leave it behind. And Australia does that for many players.
Game, Team Great Britain.
You're one of the great mental players of your era, Jim. Now,
our era, Todd.
Why is that so? In that sense, that if you, why couldn't you do it? Just say, you know, a random week throughout the year. Say, I've had enough now. I'm going to restart and go ahead. But it doesn't happen that way.
No, humans like the clean start of the calendar year.
Funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think there's a freshness too when you get down to Australia. There's a difference with the temperature, the weather, after coming out of European and North American cold climates.
I just came from Los Angeles today. It gets dark at 4:30 in the Northern Hemisphere. It's going to be light here a long time in Perth tonight.
Pitch in love.
Well, that's obviously where he's dangerous, isn't it, Alex? And that's how he likes to play. You know, so often he probably feels like a featherweight going against heavyweights in this modern men's game. But if he gets a short ball here, he tries to put it away. It's just getting the short ball. Maybe the return of serve is his best chance. Jim, is there any similarity here with the Norrie backhand and that very famous of Americans, Jimmy Connors?
Yeah, there is.
The similar sort of trajectory that Jimmy had. It's so deep, and when you hit it to his backhand wing, you don't get anything like a sniff of a short ball. It's always deep. You feel like you're half following nearly every ball from his backhand side, or when he hits his backhand to you.
Yeah, like Connors, there's very stiff elbows on that backhand, almost locked elbows. And very consistent output. John Millman trying to work the stats monitor in the team zone at Team Australia.
Nicely constructed point and a good hold this time to 15 for Alex de Minaur and Team Australia. In the lead in the second set, 2-1.
Team Australia leads 2-1.
No me digas de ser positivo porque lo voy a hacer todo el partido. No quiero escuchar eso.
Para atrás un poco en el primer saque.
We take a look at winners for both players, 11-all. It was the unforced error count early that really hurt de Minaur. He's now settled in, tidied that up. 14-9 is the unforced error count. De Minaur with 14, obviously. So we get to face a break point, Cam Norrie. De Minaur struggling to build pressure on Team GB's service game.
Team Great Britain's Katie Boulter warmed up and ready to go for her match against Australia's Isla Tomljanovic. The women's singles coming up. Group C action continues at the RAC Arena in Perth on the opening night of the United Cup.
Talk about mixed emotions. Katie Boulter getting ready to play Isla Tomljanovic in the second match here, the women's singles. And her boyfriend's in the green and gold on the opposite team.
Love.
Norrie just stuck out a paw there for that volley. Good stab. But Alex had a good run onto the ball. Just overcooked it.
Love.
We are seeing a different return to serve position now from Alex, a little deeper. But still unable to crack the code. But I like that move a lot.
I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think it's a really hard one for Alex, and he returns a lot like a different era. So a lot of the modern player today is practicing that back there a lot, and we saw, you know, Daniil Medvedev was the guy that sort of changed that. He's a flat ball striker, but if you're flat like Alex is, you drop the ball short a bit too often. You have to really work hard on getting shape off that return to get depth, to get yourself into that neutral position. I think that's where, if he goes back too much, that's what he opens up, which is what happened on that last point.
I agree with everything you said, but my point isn't necessarily just to hit a quality return. It's also to actually get Nori to start missing first serves, so you can actually go to work on his second serve. He's yet to see a second serve, you know, for a while, it seems like. He's seen very few in this match, so sometimes it's just about being disruptive to your opponent. Remember, Alex played Milos Raonic a few years back, the opening tournament of the year, the ATP Cup, and he was taking on Raonic's howitzer from right on top of the baseline. I mean, he's not afraid to stand in against anybody. We know that.
Always advantageous, though, isn't it? If you can start to hold some of your service games a little easier, get to 40 love quickly, then this man might start thinking about that first serve percentage of his.
$40-15.
Cleans the game up with an ace and keeps his nose rather in front. It's 3-2 Team Australia. Team Great Britain have taken the opening set 6 games to 4.
Está bien, ya hemos restado. De los 4 primeros hemos restado 3, lo hemos hecho 4. Sí, 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 sí. Es la primera vez en un juego. Sigue igual, Alex. Sigue, sí. Eso es. A la que vaya más larga, vamos a entrar en el rally. Y sin prisa luego. Vamos, vamos, vamos.
Talking to Alex de Minaur. De Minaur seems to be a little bit more engaged than what he was in the first set in the changeovers. Didn't really want to take any information, and he's often like that, but I think when he does get a little more animated at the side, I think he's lifting his form and engagement on the court during play, and we'll see what he does here, Jim. Whether he continues to try to change that position, as you have spoken about, to give Norrie a different look, try to get some second serves to be able to play with, potentially at least get an opening point and see if he can build some pressure on the return game. Norrie serving, having taken the first set, 2-3.
Here's a second serve and the opening point for de Minaur.
Look at the reaction from Team Australia. So here's the first bit of pressure.
What a return. That was a phenomenal deep return from Minaur. Nori did well to fight it off. Minaur now looking to finally crack on and get a break of serve at love 30.
Oh. The swinger. That ball was just cutting away. Minaur chasing it to no avail. Really threw that toss way out to his left to get the racket head swinging around the outside of it. This one already gives a little bit away of where he's serving with the ball toss, Jim. But Minaur hasn't been able to pick that one up. That one he pulled back closer over him, which meant the only serve he really could have was down the tee. He wasn't going to go for the swinger.
That's a let off there for Alex. Had a chance to get to break point, was in rally, and the unforced error count climbs one at an inopportune time. But full credit to Norrie. Two big serves got him back to 30 all and out of the big jam.
Ooh, what was that? It looked like he was about to go for a drop shot and then saw that Minaur was on his way to...
Memory serves, that's what your three-foot putt looks like from time to time when we're playing golf.
That's very dodgy. that one missed the hole by quite a ways. Nice bounce back though.
Well, they're two of the worst misses we've seen from the racket of Norrie, and they've come in the one game. So this is the type of opening that he wanted to avoid. He's given Alex a little bit of a sniff here.
Patience from Minaur pays off.
Great discipline within the rally. Both players grinding it out, and Minaur toughs him out. And opportunity knocks for the first time in the match. Team Australia has a break point.
Oh, brilliant from Minaur. He gets the break. And that gets the reaction from the local crowd.
Boulter, please. Team Australia leads 4-2.
So gets the break for 4-2, gets new balls to serve too, which will help him just that little bit, but just started to construct points a little differently, Minaur, hasn't he?
I think that's coupled, Todd, with the fact that Norrie just dropped off his lofty perch just for a moment there. It was a combination.
Oh. Well, the freedoms come back into the game of Minaur a little here.
You know, his first, I hope we never underestimate the speed of his first step, Alex. Instantly he was, and great anticipation as well, and that combination gets him there really early for this. That was not a bad forehand from Norrie, but he had to do more with it, seeing he was outside of the court.
There's a lot more patience in Minaur this set. Yes, he's hit winners, 8 of them this set. But the key for him is that in the first set, he was loose with the unforced errors. 12 of them. He's only had 4 this set. And with that, Norrie's felt the urge to do more, and he started missing. That's just brilliant. Minaur's come to life here, and the strategy has improved significantly in set 2. He's just settled into it. And you're seeing that patience coupled with aggression when opportunity presents itself. And Norrie is feeling it. The need to do more and not able to come up with it.
Closes it out a love game with an ace, and quickly this match has turned. Australia 5-2, second set.
Team Australia leads 5-2.
You got your up and let up, mate.
This is a part of the game for Minaur that he's continually working on, trying to get more pop on the serve, changing the shape of the serve. It's always been quite flat coming around the outside of the ball. He's trying to get more kick on the ball. To do that, it's got to get more shoulder rotation, but it's changing years and years of muscle memory to do that, but it's getting there. That's to try to give himself more weapon, more free points. Take pressure off
Doing awesome. Love the energy.
the game of having to rely so much on the foot speed.
Perfect. Wait for the right one, mate.
Well, here's the moment that turned the second set for Alex Minaur. The reaction from the team zone of Australia as he breaks Cameron Norrie's serve. Now leads by 5-2 in the second set. Cameron Norrie will serve. He leads a set to love, serving to stay in this second set.
you. Love. Love.
So although Fitzy mentioned that Cam Norrie looks like he's played a dozen matches at the beginning of this event, is there a little bit of the reality of some of the form slipping in here? The mental side of the game where there is a drop all of a sudden?
We're about to find out. We'll see. And Minaur definitely lifted his game style and his strategy. But that's a miss that Nori made quite a bit of. I called one of his matches in the Cincinnati tournament last summer. He lost to Gael Monfils in his first match, and he made a lot of mistakes like that, lots of double faults. He was very sloppy for normally a very buttoned-up player who doesn't give anything away. We saw a lot of that, so perhaps a little bit of that scar tissue of the second half of 2023 starting to appear here. A little bit of doubt creeping in, perhaps.
There's another one, and that gives Minaur and Team Australia a set point. He'd love to finish it here. That would mean he could serve first in the opening game of the third. Oh, and he hits the clean winner up the line. And Minaur turns this match around for Team Australia. Takes the second set, 6-2, and we are tied at 1-all here at RAC Arena in Perth. And that was a sensational finish to set number 2 for Alex de Minaur. As we take a look at our second set summary there, and Cam Norrie's service percentage coming off ever so slightly, but the difference, of course, he won 100% of first serves in the first set, down to 76%, and it switched, in fact, for de Minaur, where he's at 92% when he gets that first ball in.
The bottom line, the most important line, though, the unforced error count. Look at the discrepancy there. Norrie's climbing significantly. He had only 4 in the opening set. 13 there. That was a little bit gifty from him, and de Minaur was more than happy to take it, and he took a lot of the points with some brilliant play as well. Some stinging forehands down the line, a backhand approach that got the initial break of serve, but most of all, there was patience with the aggression from de Minaur, and that's what paid the biggest dividend, because then Norrie, well, he just wasn't able to find the winners, and the unforced errors climbed.
Coming up soon, Katie Boulter of Team Great Britain will be on court in the women's singles. She'll take on Isla Tomljanovic as the women go head-to-head in Group C. They are ready for action, but they'll have to wait a little bit longer because Alex de Minaur has dragged Australia back into this match, taking the second set 6-2 against Cam Norrie. Sensational bounce back from Alex de Minaur. He'll now serve as we go into a decider.
Final set. Team Australia to serve.
All level. Third set, Team Australia to serve. And the opening service game in these sets have been challenging for de Minaur. He was broken in the first game of the match and saved a break point the first game of the second set. Better start here.
Put the moles on Alex de Minaur, but one of the things that I think stands out in his game is his ability to understand when he has his opponent down and be able to keep them down and hold that momentum at his end of the court. Kind of go into a lockdown, if you like. And it's not dissimilar to the captain in Leighton Hewitt and what Leighton used to do. Great ability to tighten the screws and keep them that way. Keep focus, keep the levels the same. And that's a fine. Opening serve, 3 aces to get the 1-love lead.
First game, final set.
That's one thing. If you looked at the intensity level of an Alex de Minaur and you matched it up to a graph of Leighton Hewitt's intensity level and the consistency of it throughout matches, very similar. Almost a straight line across, right around number 10 level. Different game styles, certainly, but very much similar intensity levels.
Do you think the celebrations after a big point win quite match Leighton, Jim? What do you think?
Not quite. Not quite.
Not quite.
That was, you were leading the witness there, Fitz.
So Norrie needs to hold that momentum by holding serve. Dropped his last 2 service games.
Colin Beecher, team captain of Great Britain, up on his feet. And Norrie, you don't often hear him, not a very vocal player, pretty much a businessman out there. But he's seemingly trying to caffeinate his energy levels here, get himself pumped up.
40 love. Net for service.
Well, that's exactly what the doctor ordered for Team Great Britain, a love hold. And he can settle just that little bit now, Cam Norrie. It's often an interesting part of a match, these early couple of games of a third and a final set, or even a fifth set, when someone's done the work to get there like de Minaur did. He really lifted. The intensity, as we've spoken about, was raised, and then you've got to try to maintain that. Sometimes you even feel it within the crowd. They've taken a little bit of a breather. Smart second serve. Norrie was trying to use the forehand, and see they're trying to give himself room, but the ball chases onto his hip. So Australia remain on top in this final set. It's on serve. 2-1. De Minaur leads. Well, as we've talked about, beautiful evening here in Perth. And around about 30 minutes or so away from Perth is Fremantle, just 20 kilometres south of the city. It is the port town of Perth, I guess you could say. The Swan River leads into Fremantle. Great place to go. You can see all the restaurants, bars, and so much to do and see when you come over to the west. And that sunset there right now is what we're experiencing outside of the stadium. It's been a beautiful summer's day. And there is the RAC Arena just on the edge of Perth CBD.
Todd, I might head down to Fremantle just to see the famous statue there of the great Bon Scott, lead singer of AC/DC many years ago.
Well, Spain were the first nation to chalk up a win at the United Cup this year. Much excitement with a heroic effort from their doubles partnership of Sorribes Tormo and Davidovich Fokina. giving Spain the lead in Group A with victory over Brazil on day one of the United Cup. Alex de Minaur hoping to start Australia off in winning ways. He leads 2-1 in the deciding set.
Yeah, he's certainly turned this around, hasn't he? And he looks the more likely at the moment. His form has improved. And Norrie's going to have to reset, as Jim said, come up with something pretty special to stop him now.
Is such a different level of patience from de Minaur than he started the match with. That forehand, he was just calmly striking it cross court. Eventually, Norrie tried to bring him in with a drop shot, and that is a risky proposition against the speedy Aussie. And Norrie's got to feel like he's just hanging on right now. All momentum has moved into Team Australia's side of the court.
Yeah, there's a higher anxiety level in the box of the great British team. You know, Colin Pitch is on his feet. He's trying to urge him on now. You can see that the body language is sort of flipped, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's good tennis. But Fitzy, courtside, you know, that first set, I was asking about the Norrie forehand and the shape. It looked like he had Alex kind of jumping at the ball and it was in an awkward position. Has that changed at all? Or is it just Alex has got used to that, do you feel?
Yeah, I think he's more on top of the ball now. I think he's got used to the speed and he's found his timing. It took a set, but he's certainly hitting the ball out of the middle more now. And I think there's no question, Todd, that because he missed more balls in the first set, I mean, Norrie felt more confident. He barely did make a mistake. I think 4 was the number. And now his level has dropped off a few percentage points. Maybe until that game.
One thing Norrie's doing much better this set so far, John, is he's only hit 1 unforced error. So he has tightened the screws on his side of the net a little bit, and he's just hanging in there, hoping he gets a chance. And sometimes when you're not feeling it, that's all you can do. You can back off a little bit of your aggression, clamp down on the unforced error count, and wait to get hot again.
Didn't do enough with the volley. He was there, tried to hit the drop volley, but gave it too much air, so the ball just sat up. It was a simple pass, really, in the end.
I think on this surface, you have to be very careful to overplay the drop volley because the court surface is so hard. The ball's going to bounce high unless you hit it perfectly. Just hit the regulation volley deep with a bit of heat on it, and you can normally win the point. I think it was the wrong choice there. Each point has more consequence, doesn't it? Each game does. When you get into the third set, 2-all, you feel the pressure mounting a little more. Each of these points are more crucial.
In the first chant, Fitzy of Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. The crowd trying to play their part here in the arena. Seventh, eighth ace of the match for Minaur.
I'm still a believer in having an advantage in serving first, Jim. I'm not sure about you with your style of play, but if you can get your nose in front here, that Norrie should and probably will feel an elevated level of pressure just to hang on.
Pressure building in this set. Team Australia on top, 3-2 on serve.
Team Australia leads 3-2.
You've got the feeling at this stage of the match that it's Cam Norrie that's going to have to lift and find a way to build the pressure, because it's sitting in a comfort zone for Alex de Minaur at the moment. It's courtside mentioned with the ability to be serving first. That keeps the pressure on Norrie. Cannot afford any slip-ups here at this stage of this third and final set. Sweet Caroline about to be sung around the stadium here at the RAC Arena, lifting the mood with a bit of Neil Diamond, all being led by John Fitzgerald courtside. Come on, Fitzy, belt it out for us.
I'm a Neil Diamond fan too, by the way. I saw him at Rod Laver Arena years ago, Jim. It was awesome.
Never goes out of style, does it?
Are you waving your flag down there too, Fitzy?
I'm sitting just quietly in the corner where I've been told to sit.
So here's Cam Norrie. Serving. Took the opening set 6 games to 4, dropped the second 6-2, trailing 2-3 now.
Next for service.
Just the first double fold of the match from Cam Norrie.
You know, I can't help thinking, you know, Jim, when you speak, I always listen. And those 5 matches he won from in the second half of the year only, that must affect your psyche at times. And it looks like it's affecting him a bit here.
Well played.
This is where Norrie has to tell himself that he's turned over a new leaf. The new season's getting started. He's put last year's season behind him, and he's a new player again. He's back to who he was in the first half of 2023 when he was so tough to beat. Beat Alcaraz in the finals of Rio de Janeiro on clay. This guy is good, Cam Norrie. He just lost it in the second half, and he's trying not to lose it here in this final set. It feels precarious. This is where he's facing two opponents right now. He's facing a Minaur who has changed his game style within this match and has become a much tougher proposition, and he's also facing the scar tissue of all of those lost matches and the manner that he lost so many of them by beating himself, which is not very Cam Norrie-esque.
That is loose. So here's a break point for Minaur.
Gee, he didn't look like missing a forehand like that in the first set to me. This is a pretty amazing sort of turnaround in belief / doubt.
Thank you.
He looks like he wants to get in and finish the point a bit quicker too. Like he was content in the first set because he thought Minaur was going to miss, and now that Alex is not, he looks to me like he wants to finish the point earlier. A bit anxious there to get to the net. It was a good play in the end, but a bit of anxiety.
What a way to turn in some defense into offense, rather, from Norrie there.
Well, some amazing ball striking from Cam Norrie, but also anticipation. Being in the right place for that shot when Minaur was attacking on the backhand and went cross court. The line was open. And speaking of line, that is a sliver of it on the winner from Norrie.
And the game duration heading towards 7 minutes.
And Norrie's first serve percentage has finally dropped off. He's under 50% this set after serving over 80.
Struggling with the ball toss.
Yeah.
Actually, which is sort of strange. He's losing it out to the right, and there comes the inconsistency. Racket face smothering the ball. You get a different part of the ball all the time, and great servers tend to do the opposite of that. So sometimes when you're a little bit tight, you're a little bit nervous, the best way to break through, I think, Jim, is to do what he's doing. Fitzy said there's a little bit of anxiety, and I agree with that, but sometimes you've got to play yourself into the victory. You sit back and hope when you haven't had a lot of matches under your belt, you're not going to get it done. And he's taking it up to Minaur here with trying to move forward and finish at net a little more often than he has. And he finds a way to hang on to serve. So a big hold for Team Great Britain.
3 games on.
Let's see how Minaur responds after that, because that was a significant chance. He knew he had him under pressure, not able to seal the break. That little gesture there, do you see that? Get yourself forward. Is that just to get himself up in the court, or is it to get himself more into the net?
I think more to maybe transfer his weight, you know, make sure he doesn't hold back and play that forehand off the back foot and drop it short maybe, but just move forward, have a bit of momentum through the ball, maybe to follow a few into. He's done that a little bit the last couple of games. He doesn't want that one. When he goes back, his body weight moves backwards, he'll drop that forehand short.
59.
And you know Minaur will finish this one way or the other. On the back foot, it drops short, and he will finish it. He may not make it, but most of the time he will.
Didn't make the mistake of going back cross court with that approach shot this time. That cost him in the last game. Goes to the open court, gets to 15-all. Both players feeling the physicality of this match now and taking some time with the towels to reset the heart rate. Big stress test here for Minaur, 30-all.
goodness.
I believe the technical term we use for that is a choke, because that's what that was. Middle of the net, rally ball, backhand at 30 all. That is the tension of the moment, getting to Cam Norrie. He's not the first tennis player to feel that, nor will he be the last.
No, and for some of us, it was quite prevalent. Oh, that's the Woodbridge tactic there.
Lures the error out of Norrie, does de Minaur, and Team Australia keep in front here in the third and final set, 4-3.
Please. New balls, please.
Great hold, mate. Come on, let's go. Doing great. Come on.
John Fitzgerald there was alluding to the fact if you don't have a topspin backhand, you have to vary the depth of your slice backhand. And that was something I talked about a little earlier with de Minaur. He has the ability to change it up with the slice backhand. He has a very, very good variation of speed, spin. He has the ability to keep himself in the point, float one deep, but he also can approach off it. And he started to use it a little more in this third set. And that was a good bit of a tactic there that drew the error from Norrie. But certainly a different tension and quality of play in this third set from both players.
Yeah, and it's not brain surgery, is it, Todd? It's just a bit of variation. You know, if you give the opponent the same ball time and time again, it's a little less difficult to handle. But if you change the speed, the pace, the depth.
Ajla Tomljanovic preparing for her first appearance in a United Cup tournament after missing last summer through injury and subsequent knee surgery. She is ready for action. She'll be taking on Katie Boulter of Great Britain in the women's singles of Group C coming up next. Right now, though, Australia's hopes rest on Alex de Minaur. He leads Cameron Norrie of Great Britain 4-3 in the deciding set.
We're inside the RAC Arena, a wonderful venue. Cam Norrie's got new balls here, serving to stay in this match at 3-4. Oh, yes. Oh, wonderful hands from de Minaur. Standing ovation from the team zone of Team Australia. Keeps himself in the point. You go, Jim.
Yeah, he's just so speedy, and then really nice little scrape off the bottom. And early pressure on Team GB at love 15. Not a lot of room to roam here at 3-4.
Very noticeable here. Fitzy how lively these new balls are at this changeover here.
Yeah, and he did serve pretty well at the first change of balls late in the first set as well. So maybe it suits him. He looks a little shakier though, doesn't he, than he did in the first set. His confidence is not quite as high as it was. Big moments.
Looked like Norrie's ball clipped the line. A little loopy forehand. Minaur perhaps thinking it was going long. And then his shot did go long. That's Alex's forehand. Drifted a little bit. Norrie come up with some first serves. He was so good in that department in the opening set, and he's fallen off in set 3.
No, he couldn't get that one back, but he gave it an almighty effort. I think he might have broken a shoelace. Moving so quick there and trying to slide into the ball. Right about there, I suspect.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Minaur's shoes is broken. He has allowed time to change the shoes. Thank you.
You know, Jim, I'm very confident that Todd would never have broken a shoelace. He was so pristine.
The same as I never actually dived. The only time I hit the ground was when I slipped and fell over.
Yeah, he's still pristine. Like, there wouldn't have been enough sliding and moving. And
there was no athleticism, Fitzy.
He'd prefer to lose the point than
not at all.
Not look perfect.
Are you guys done yet? It is remarkable, the speed. I mean, that was ridiculous from de Minaur, tracking down all those overheads. But when you slide and use the brakes, you know, you almost need a shield for your shoelaces. We've seen people like Stefanos Tsitsipas go through pairs and pairs of shoes in one match. I remember he played a final in Washington, D.C. against Nick Kyrgios years ago. Nick won that match in the final, but Nick also had to actually go grab some shoes from Steph's camp in the corner and hand deliver it to him during the match because Steph kept breaking his shoelaces. Adidas eventually made a shoe with a zip up that covered the shoelaces for him to stop that for a while, but it's something that these guys have to deal with. They have to bring lots of extra gear, and they're allowed time to change it, and we're back in business. Norrie, game point at 40-30.
Oh, quality from both men, but it's de Minaur who gets the shorter ball and is aggressive. Takes time away from Cam Norrie, and a grueling point. Short backswing inside of the baseline, up on the bounce. That's where he takes the time away from his opponent. Back to deuce. So another extended service game for Cam Norrie. And he manages to hang on once again.
First set was 35 minutes long. Second set, 38 minutes long. And at 4-all here in the third set, they're over 40 minutes of play. So this is getting a little bit more grueling. And the pressure is certainly mounting here. Both men being tested on serve.
It's almost as if you sense Norrie's putting so much into hanging on, holding his service game, that his level drops when he comes into Minaur's service game. Another really basic unforced error there. There's another really, so that's what I'd call 12-6 in the unforced error count in this set between the two. That's a clean game, holds to love, and the pressure now on Norrie. When he comes back, he's going to have to serve to stay in this match for Team Great Britain. And Fitzy, it was an interesting change of ends there. It took a while for him to get down to the booth, really thinking about the scenarios. Cam Norrie now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously, Alex has got his attention. There's no question. It's been a great match, really. I mean, a few ups and downs. It hasn't been perfect from either player, but gee, they've played their fair share of really good stuff. And I just think the momentum is more now in the Aussies' favour. I mean, Cam Norrie can still jump up and grab this match, no doubt about it. It's not over, but I think the momentum a little bit on Minaur's side here.
Well, as Alex de Minaur applies the pressure to Cameron Norrie, Katie Boulter's found it all too much. She's headed to the buffet, refuelling ahead of her match against Tomljanovic. That one coming up very soon. The Group C Clash Women's Singles coming your way.
And Cam Norrie collecting the ball, serving to stay in this third set at 4-5.
Yeah, that forehand dropping short, Todd.
It was a steering one, wasn't it?
Yeah, if there's been just an inkling of an Achilles heel in this match for him as it's gone on, it is that the forehand has been dropping a bit short, and that's dangerous against de Minaur. He will attack that instantly. It's just second nature to him. So the first point there, mighty important. Well, he did it in the first set. He was serving above 75% at one stage, and he needs to find it now.
Good stuff. It was de Minaur who fell off the length of shot on 2 occasions there. Keep building, you could hear John Melman saying from Team Australia. Working hard within the point. There he is. Been over here. It's his last Australian summer of tennis before he makes his retirement. But he's working hard, as he always has. But big point, 30 all.
Oh, that was just first class. Gee, a wonderful return off that very good serve. And you'd think that de Minaur would be in the point, but that half volley on the rise was as good as we've seen all day. Or all night, I might say. Great control.
No, and he gets the luck too, Fitzy.
Well, he did, and he needed it. Can't buy that. It was a heck of a pass, wasn't it, Todd? I mean, de Minaur did everything right there. He took speed off the ball, hit it with angle across so that it dipped low. Took a bit of luck.
So 5 games all. Final set.
the opportunity. Did Cameron Norrie there. He got the ball he wanted. It was presented to him, and he likes that off forehand. But these moments are really important. Their heart rate's a bit higher because of the value of these points at the end of this match.
Oh, there's the change up. We haven't seen a drop shot from Minaur the entire match, basically.
Well, that took courage and presence of mind there to hit that. I mean, you're right, we haven't seen it, and he just sensed that that was the right moment, so he doesn't think twice. Minaur, he had Norrie deep in the court, and that takes feel. There was backspin on that too, which made that ball sit down for Norrie.
There's the slice backhand again. Pays dividends for Minaur. And he's got it to 6. Will it be a tie break? We'll find out. Norrie coming back after the break to serve to stay in it once again. Team Australia 6-5.
Awesome stuff, mate. Come on.
So the reactions of Team Australia from the bench. It can be interesting when you play at home. Sometimes you're able to use that energy to the best of your abilities. Other times you can feel stress and pressure by Minaur coping well with that here tonight in what is almost a capacity crowd here at the RAC Arena in Perth. A great opening night. The energy's been brought, and so is the quality of tennis. Alex Minaur, game away from potentially winning the first point for Team Australia, but Cam Norrie has got plenty to say about that. He's been hanging in incredibly well on serve, Fitzy.
Well, he has, and he's fought his internal demons a little bit, I think, in this third set. So to his credit, he showed strength of character, has Norrie, because he has been coming from behind for the whole third set, and no breaks of serve yet. Gee, there was some quality stuff there from Minaur at the end of that previous game.
You can just feel the pace of shot, though, lifting in the last couple of games. So Norrie found a bit more on the forehand. It's forced the play.
Well, they've got to let it all hang out here.
Sure do.
There's not much future if they don't.
Very low.
Oh, special. At full stretch, that takes racket head control. Beautiful volley. From a quality player, this is an excellent pass. Look at that stretch off the middle of the strings.
That's a super holder serve from Cam Norrie. Under pressure. Lifts his level, holds to love.
And probably a little bit of justice prevailing, Todd. I mean, it should go down to a breaker after they've both showed character in this match.
Most of the set, you would have said that it was Alex de Minaur who has been on top. But the last 2 games or so, Norrie's lifted. He's found more pace. The forehand's done a little bit more damage, and he's decided that he's going to keep coming forward. They're all good signs leading into a tie break. What will separate them, we will find out.
Well, I was surprised that he moved forward after that. I'm not sure you'd always see Cameron Norrie come forward after that lob, but it was the right move. Good, sneaky play. He gets his nose in front. Didn't do a lot with the volley, did he? And maybe a little lucky that Alex dropped that lob short, but he took him by surprise.
Boulter up out of his seat. So first mini break for Team GB.
That must have cleared the net by a whisker.
1-all.
And a thin whisker at that.
Here's a look at it. Yep. So mini break back on serve again.
Well, I think they both have similar tactics now. It's just any opportunity to get forward, they're going to come. So imperative that they don't drop the ball short. Either player here or the opposition will be in.
Shot clock getting perilously close for de Minaur on serve.
He's lifted again, it seems, doesn't it?
Definitely.
Wonderful return there with depth. Instantly got himself back on an even keel in that point scenario. And there's been times in this match where he's had trouble with that forehand when his body weight moves backwards. But no mistake there. Mini break.
Oh.
Well, he's busted this match wide open in the space of 3 points here, has Norrie.
Well, this was de Minaur trying to sneak in because he felt he was going to get that reply, but that was a very good slice down the line, wasn't it? He didn't try to overplay it, and he's caught de Minaur off guard, and he's got 2 mini breaks now, Cam Norrie. Stood up, stood tall. Wonderful defence from Cam Norrie, but he couldn't hold the final winner from the Australian.
Well, I think saving possibly their best till last, Todd, here. These points look like they're going to be won, not lost. Finishing with winners.
Changing after 6 points. 4-2. Great Britain lead. Tomljanovic, Katie Boulter still to come in the women's singles following this match. And then a mixed doubles to follow that.
Well, Cam Norrie really hasn't put a foot wrong here, has he? In the last 10 minutes, he's been awesome.
Got to hold these 2 points on serve. de Minaur.
Well, Norrie has lifted his sights on the return. He's hitting with such beautiful depth now. He's not giving de Minaur a chance to attack and move forward.
And that's caused Alex to go for a little more, try to be more aggressive. He's tried to sneak in. He's tried to play shots that have now led to this. 4 match points for Team Great Britain and Cam Norrie. And there it is. Gives it up with a double fault. What an effort from Norrie. Did everything just to hang in that third set. And then when it got to the back end of it, raised his level. And he'll be well pleased with that result. Alex de Minaur down the end of Team GB. And the match, Fitzy played in great spirits, as you would expect between these two very highly competitive athletes.
Yeah, and high quality individuals too, by the way. Really good stuff that was. I mean, there was a few ebbs and flows, wasn't there, from both players. during the match. Norrie started really well, Alex not so. But once Alex had turned that second set around, I'm with you, Todd. He seemed like he had more momentum. He seemed like he just had his nose in front the whole way, which he did because he served first, but he looked like he might win. But to Norrie's credit, he was fantastic, particularly at the end.
Here he is to chat with Jim Courier.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for Cameron Norrie, opening match of the season. Cam, well done. It was not easy. You started off exceptionally well. Great first set, and you had to know you played Alex. He was going to put up a fight. What was the key for you to get over him in the end today?
Yeah, I really had to dig deep and play very brave in that third set, and he came out at the end of the second set. He was firing, and I couldn't match his level, and I had to dig deep and really play to win in that tie break. And I found good depth in my forehand, and the balls got a little bit older, and I really had to hit the ball. So yeah, it's always tough playing Alex. He's a good friend of mine, and yeah, we always have battles, and we always have to. I knew I had to run a lot today, so and I did. So it was a good match and great atmosphere. Great to start the year with a W.
This is the second consecutive year that you and Alex actually have played in this first match here at the United Cup. Last year you beat him in straight sets here. He returned the favor. He beat you in Canada. You got him today. When you play Alex, what kind of mentality do you have to have when you come to the court against him?
Yeah, I practice with Alex a lot, and we know each other's games very well. So we're kind of always anticipating where the other one's going to hit the ball. So he plays very close to the baseline, and he's absorbing the pace really well. So you have to be ready to run and really hit the ball with good depth. Otherwise, you have no chance against Alex. And luckily, I was able to serve really well today, hit my spots, especially in that first set. So yeah, it was nice to get over the line.
Okay, so you've put Team Great Britain in a great spot. They're up 1-0, but there are a couple more matches to come. Tell us a little bit, for the fans here who may not know your team as well as you do, tell us a little bit about what they're going to see here in the women's singles and the mixed doubles from Team GB.
Yeah, it's been good for all our team. We got here pretty early, and luckily I had some family here in Perth, and I was able to spend Christmas Day with them, and it was a good barbecue and really enjoyed it. So we're here early. They're watching up there, so nice for them to come out and support today. And so yeah, we're all here early, and I think Katie and Ali is going to be a really good match. They both hit the ball so well. So I think the ball's going to be coming through very flat, and yeah, I think it's a pretty 50-50 match. You know, obviously Alia's been out with a bit of injuries, and Katie's just come back into the top 100. So I'm really looking forward to watching, supporting, and yeah, the night of tennis has just begun, so it's going to be a good one.
Well, congratulations to Cam Norrie and Team Great Britain. Much more to come here. The women's singles up next.
It's a winning start for Team Great Britain in Group C. The first match going the way of Cameron Norrie with a fantastic win over Alex de Minaur. Clearly the traditional Australian barbecue over Christmas put him in good stead, fueling him up ready for that fight. Next up though, can Katie Boulter continue the success of Team Great Britain? She takes on Australia's Ayla Tomljanovic. That one coming your way. The women's singles in Group C at Perth RAC Arena on the first night of United Cup action. Well, it's a beautiful part of the world, the west coast of Australia, and Perth, the capital. Absolutely stunning, and loving being the home of the United Cup on the west coast. And there's so much to see there. Team Australia has taken great advantage as well, heading out to Rottnest Island a few days ago.
Are you guys all good? You happy? It's a great day. Over to our left as we cross the coast, Cottesloe Beach, and then straight out here is Rottnest Island.
There's one there. Hey mate. I had heard of the famous quokkas.
I sacrificed a lot to get that shot.
You don't really realise how difficult it actually is to get a selfie with a quokka.
Worth it.
All right, let's see the pic.
I honestly think you still won.
Oh,
She just kneeled down, went like this, got a perfect selfie.
Jeez, rub it in more.
Very nice. Is it better than a Queensland Moreton Bay bug?
It is. Rottnest Island crayfish and Rottnest Island scallops. You're doing a really great job.
Yeah, I know.
Swirl them around.
Smell that.
Coat them up.
John Millman is a connoisseur of everything, of life.
Okay, I'll be the judge of that.
Quintessential West Australian dish. There you go.
No, that looks
Awesome.
really good. Oh,
So
yeah.
here's the demon.
Oh, thank you.
He made it.
We're kind of a very, in this sense, united team. Australians really thrive on that camaraderie. We've got each other's back, and it's going to be a lot of fun sharing the court with these guys.
Yeah, fun in the sun for Team Australia. They've got more on court tonight, but have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Talon Griekspoor of the Netherlands takes on Casper Ruud of Norway. Lorenzo Sonego of Italy takes on the big Alexander Zverev of Germany. And then the women's singles for Team Poland. World #1 Iga Świątek. She will meet Beatriz Haddad-Maia of Brazil, who's backing up after a loss today in Group A. Well, what a win it was for Cam Norrie. Alex de Minaur pushed him all the way. Thought he had the match turned at one point. In the end, Norrie too good, taking the first match in Group C action in the round robin between Australia and Great Britain. It was a sensational match, and Josh Eagle is alongside me in studio. And Josh, I think you'd have to say that it had everything that was on the tin. It was always going to be long physical rallies.
Absolutely, that's how both these guys play, long grinding rallies. We got what we expected. Look, I thought Alex was going to win in the end. He played really well from that second set and then the start and pretty deep into that third set, but you got to tip your hat to Cam Norrie. He is such a great competitor. And look, he has struggled in 2023 by his lofty standards. So I thought it was a great competitive effort from Cam Norrie to get that win in difficult conditions, really.
Yeah, sure, it sure was, and congratulations to Team Great Britain. Jim Courier was calling this one. He's now courtside at RAC Arena in Perth. Jim, we were expecting it to be a long battle. Were you expecting it to be this long?
Yeah, I think we got what we came for in that one. Obviously, a lot of people in here would have preferred for Cam Norrie to not come in first place in that match. But he earned it. You know, he lifted his game in the end. That tiebreak was magnificent from him. And de Minaur put up a great fight. You know, he started a little bit sluggishly. Actually started a little too anxiously, I thought. Got broken in his first service game, was just trying to play a little too quickly. Then he settled in, did Alex de Minaur, and really made a contest of it. He'd be the one in the second set. He'd turn the tide, and he'd really run away with that second set pretty quickly. And Norrie was looking good, had a chance to break in the opening game of the second set, but de Minaur survived that, and this is where he broke free. So he broke 2 times in a row here and was running the set out to 6-2. And then it just got tough in the third set. Here's the finish line for him as he closes things out. De Minaur, that big forehand down the line. Lots of momentum, lots of energy and emotion, but not able to break serve when he had the chance. It wasn't in this game. It was the next game, 3-2. Norrie was serving, and de Minaur not able to hit a passing shot into the tiebreaker. They would head off of this overhead, and that's where Cam Norrie just put the clamps down. It was a spectacular display of tennis from a player who really had a miserly second half of 2023, as Josh pointed out. He was great this time last year, and he's turning on the charm here again. So Team GB in good shape here in the opening match.
And Jim, were you surprised at how often Cam Norrie was coming forward into the net? I thought, typically we know he's a grinder, but I just thought, look, he was pretty aggressive, and it just showed that sort of intent. That was possibly the difference in the big points tonight.
Yeah, look, I think that it's interesting that he led on that they practice a lot together. So I think he realizes how difficult it is to finish points from the baseline against Alex de Minaur's great court coverage and foot speed. So the easiest way to finish a point is to get into the net where it's difficult to cover. So I think that all that practice actually paid off in a way for Cam there. He was able to kind of make that adjustment when he needed to, and he delivered. The net's not necessarily his happiest hunting ground, but he knew he needed to kind of push himself out of the comfort zone to get the win.
We could see the reaction from Alex de Minaur, Jim, midway through that second set, where it was a real turning point for him in the match. Fist pumping, the energy rose, and he really seemed to channel a bit of Leighton Hewitt. Did you feel like that was a key moment for him?
There's no question the energy that he brings to the court, that he takes from this home crowd. When he puts the green and gold on, this guy is an absolute warrior. He's going to leave it for you every single time. That was absolutely the case here tonight. He has nothing to hang his head about tonight. He came out and played against another top 20 player. And unfortunately for him, he came out on the short end of a very tight match. These things can come down to 1 or 2 points. If he gets that break point at 3-2 in the third set, he's in the locker room a winner, most likely, the way he was serving things out. But again, the tiebreaker, it's a roll of the dice, and the dice went Team GB's way.
Sure did. Great stuff, Jim Courier. Wonderful to have you back down under, and thanks for your help tonight.
Good to see you, Steph. You too, Joshy.
Always great to have Jim Courier back in the stands and calling those wonderful matches that we're seeing here at the United Cup. And we've got one coming our way now, Josh Eagle, with the women on show. It'll be Ajla Tomljanovic and Katie Boulter. Really keen to hear what you think about this one, because you would think that Tomljanovic, she hasn't been in a main draw since September with Guadalajara in the US Open, whereas Katie Boulter's probably in the best form of her career.
That's right. Both coming off very different years, aren't they? We know Katie Boulter won the tournament in Nottingham. That was on grass. Ajla Tomljanovic, well, she did win a 125 tournament in Florianopolis just a month or so ago, so that's a real confidence booster for her, and so much to play for here for the Australian team. And look, I'm tipping Ajla. I just think, you know, there's a lot to play for. She's got a point to prove. She's missed a whole year. There's been a fair bit of self-reflection, I suspect, throughout that course of the last 12 months. And let's see what she's learnt, what she's brought to the table, what difference we will see. I know she's been in Australia early. She's been preparing really well, by all accounts. So look, I'm tipping Ajla tonight. I think, you know, there's a lot to play for Australia to stay in this tie.
Yeah, there certainly is. Well, it is Team Great Britain that leads this group by 1-0 thus far. Katie Boulter and Ajla Tomljanovic seconds away from walking onto court for warm-up. I'll hand you over to your commentators, Dave Colbert and Jelena Dokic.
That previous match looked like it might have finished an hour earlier, but went into the third set, and then the game's got a little longer, so they've had a reasonable wait. Of course, we'll finish with the mixed doubles to decide this encounter. Now, just joining us, Team Spain got the win over Team Brazil, 2-1, in what has been an entertaining opening day here at the United Cup. Competition tomorrow in Sydney as well as in Perth, but today it's just Perth. Gives the teams that make it through to the semi-finals a chance to travel, have a travel day and a rest day before the semi-finals. Let's head down courtside. Miriam Blay with the instructions.
Christian is going to help us today. Can we please, after the coin toss, take a photo in that direction, okay, with him? Couple of reminders before we start. Shot clocks will appear in all 4 corners. The towel bins are in each corner, just outside, right behind the baseline. They have your country flag inside, so you know which one is yours. We use live electronic line calling, so all calls are made by the system. We have the net device, and we have TV changeovers. Any questions? No? Who would you like to ask? We have AO actually, or Yvonne Golagon-Colley. AO, okay, Christian, go. AO. Receive? Okay. And then you keep the coin and with this one.
Photogenic trio taking care of the duties there, and warm up just about to get underway. David Colbert alongside Jelena Dokic. Jill Kravis is courtside. Elena's just ducked in quickly after doing a preview. It's been a long day, a busy day, an enjoyable day. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Great to be here with you, David, and Jill as well, courtside. Jill, we get to do another match today. Really exciting. It's been a great day, and this is the one I've been looking forward to all day. Seeing Katie Boulter having a great year this year, but most importantly, of course, great to have Tomljanovic back, because she's had a big injury and coming back from that knee surgery, so good to have her back.
Well, and being fit as well and feeling okay. As this time last year, she was down to play in the United Cup, had to withdraw, then went to Adelaide and had to withdraw, and then of course went to the Australian Open and finally succumbed, didn't get to play a match, and then the knee surgery and 8 months off, and then a false start in the comeback before she was able to win an ITF level tournament at the end of the year, which gave her a little bit of confidence, but it's still just not the same thing, Elena, as being able to feel fit and ready for a match, which she's in that situation now.
Well, look, it takes time, especially when you've had surgery, not just with the rehab process, but just to even feel confident in your movement, and then to get back also the feel on the court. And there's nothing quite like getting those matches under your belt and being match fit. And it would have also been disappointing because she had a great 2022, but she's done well, I think. Coming back to actually win the first match back at the US Open was a big win, winning a few matches a few weeks ago to win an ITF title, so she's looking good.
And Katie Boulter, the 27-year-old, career ranking of 56. So career high of Katie Boulter, number 50. That came in September 2023, so she's not too far away from that, and she won her first title last year in Nottingham as well, so as well as that ITF event in Canberra at the start of the year.
Yeah, I think for Katie, especially if you look at her first part of the year, and she actually lost in qualifying at the Australian Open, Roland Garros also, but it's the second part of the year that she really picked it up. And why that happened is she played a lot of ITF tournaments in that first part of the season. So wins Nottingham from there, gets to the third round of Wimbledon and the US Open, and that all comes with confidence, but having those matches. So she's in great form, and I even spoke a little bit to her coach actually a couple of days ago here while she was practicing. The coach that works with the LTA, Biljana Veselinovic, who I actually know quite well, and she just said, yeah, look, she's striking the ball beautifully. We've been working a lot on her fitness as well and just getting stronger, and she really feels like she can hold her own now with the bigger hitters.
So not too far away from getting things underway. There's that one meeting. It came in Nottingham in 2022, which Tomljanovic won straight sets. You mentioned that year of 2022 for the Australian quarter-final at Wimbledon and the US Open.
1 minute.
Good crowd in, as you would expect. Just a little past 8 o'clock local time in Perth. We head into the weekend, another long weekend with New Year's Day just around the corner. Great vibe in the city this time of year. Just wondering, Elena, for Katie Boulter, do you feel like when you had a good year the previous year that you're starting from scratch in the new year, or do you take the momentum with you?
Well, that's the psychological part of tennis and sport, isn't it? It's how you look at it. Obviously, you want to continue that, but having the off-season can almost stop that a little bit, and that confidence and positivity. But in general, she's a very positive player. She's got good body language, and maybe for Katie, I think it's kind of a bit of an upward trajectory, and she's had a great 6 months. So, yeah, look, we'll see. The first couple of matches are always really important for any player, and that's where sometimes your confidence can make or break that first part of the year.
Colin Beach, the captain for Great Britain, Leighton Hewitt for Australia. Explain a little bit more about that in a moment. I just want to bring in Jill Kravis, because Jill's come all the way from the USA. She woke up at 2:30 a.m. local time, and we have to keep her up and about. She's got the best seat in the house.
Keep talking to me.
How are you, Jill? How are you feeling?
I'm hanging in there. I am hanging in there, but you guys are keeping me going. No, but this is great. You're right. When you were talking about the conditions down here, there is a slight breeze occasionally, but still calm enough where it's going to be really pleasant for the players. And just watching them warm up, I think both of these players strike the ball so cleanly. They both hit with a lot of pace off the ground, both very solid ground strokers. So it's going to be about like who's going to take that step up, look to be aggressive, look to attack a little bit more, but a good opportunity for both of these. For Katie, it's her debut here at the United Cup, so this is a different circumstance for her. She's got her team behind her. Obviously, Nori did a good job of getting them on the board just to relieve some of that pressure, but Katie said she's looking forward to having to deal with the crowd as well here, which is going to be behind Tomljanovic.
What are you expecting, Elena?
I think it's a tough one to call. They've only played once, and that was almost 2 years ago, and Isla did win that one on grass, but 2 years is a long time in tennis. And for me, to be honest, I think whoever handles the occasion, the nerves, the big crowd better tonight will win this match.
Does it help or hinder being one up in the tie?
Look, it definitely helps when you're one love up. There's no doubt about that. And you kind of feel like you can play a little bit more freely. But both of these women, they've had that feeling in Fed Cup, what is now the Billie Jean King Cup, and having to play with those nerves. And when you play for your country and having that nervous energy out there. Jill, I just want to ask you quickly, you've talked about the conditions, because we called the match earlier today when it was a lot obviously hotter, and are the conditions a little bit slower compared to this morning?
Well, the way that return came off, it didn't look slower. It's definitely a little bit cooler, which would slow things down a little bit more. But overall, I feel like the conditions have been pretty consistent throughout the day, but the temperature has dropped just slightly.
So under pressure early in this opening service game.
And for those that don't know Katie Boulter, that smile right there, you will see that often. She's a player that does have fun out there. She likes to enjoy her tennis, and doesn't matter what stage of the match she's at, she really wants to be out there and enjoy it, which is such a positive trait.
And the opening break.
So we'll talk a little bit just about the teams there. It's the captain of Great Britain on the left, but right there sitting on the right is Biljana Veselinovic. And she has been working with the LTA for quite a few years now and helps Katie Boulter throughout the whole year, and has been with her now for a couple of seasons. Right there on the screen.
So the British system, they don't have institutes as such, but the LTA, Colin Beach is an employee of the LTA, and they've got a very strong pathway system, haven't they, for their coaches, but also for their young and their elite players.
Katie Boulter, representing Team Great Britain to serve. And for the Australian team, we know Leighton Hewitt is the captain, and
For the women, it was going to be just like earlier in the year, Sam Stosur, but she's now the Billie Jean King Cup captain. So congratulations to her. So she's actually in Brisbane looking after the players. So the person you see on the right is Robert Lindstedt. That's now the coach of Tomljanovic. So, of course, you can have the captain out there, but also your private coach as well.
And Alicia Mollick, of course, who was the Billie Jean King Cup captain, has stepped down from that after a long reign and is about to take on the tournament director's position in Adelaide. So she's not with us in commentary like she was last year. Looking forward to running the show in her home state of South Australia.
That's great defense there from Tomljanovic, having to absorb a lot of pace, even getting pushed back behind the baseline with the depth, but did well, forcing Boulter to go for more and draws an unforced error right here. Sometimes actually making your opponent miss is a skill in itself, isn't it? Just to put that extra ball back into the court. You just never know what can happen.
Good survey.
15.
A nice ace, but still two to defend here for Boulter. Good serving.
That's good variation as well, because she used that one out wide, took a bit of pace off, went for the slider, really cut around the ball to get the angle. Perfect placement still. One more break point for Tomljanovic. For Boulter, for me, the tactic's clear. Got it going a lot into the Tomljanovic forehand there. Just draws a shorter and shorter ball. And this right here could have gone anywhere. Look at the early preparation. She was back behind the baseline, but she holds it, waits for Tomljanovic to commit to the other side and goes back behind. Really smart play. forehand. So why I say the forehand, it's not a bad shot by any means, but sometimes she has the tendency, Tomljanovic, just to lift up out of that shot and breaks the elbow. Doesn't quite follow all the way through to the target like she does on the backhand, where she's really comfortable. And Boulter already really peppering that forehand side.
So a good escape from Boulter. Saved the 3 break points, couple of aces. And leads 2-love.
It's a great comeback. Jill, from here, you're right there on the baseline on Isla's side. She really looks like she's getting pushed back behind the baseline further and further, especially once the rally starts, whereas Boulter is really up on the baseline the whole time.
And it's not that easy to do either, because I've noticed Isla's trying to stay up on the baseline. That's where she likes to be as well. They both like to be in control of the points, but you're right, she is getting pushed back more than she would like, but that's credit to Boulter. She's getting good depth, and then a couple times has used that angle forehand really well at the perfect moment.
Just missed that one, but the Boulter ground strokes, they're flat and they come out fast, and it's effortless too.
But also, I want to talk about Boulter's technique, because she's actually very technically sound. I mean, they both are, and that's why she can hit the ball as well. As we can see right there, there's not much that can go wrong with that forehand and backhand. Like that. So why I say that is she's got the right grips and those short backswings, so she can't get caught with a big backswing. She follows through her shots, she gets down low, and she's always balanced as well and doesn't come off the shot. And I love that she's got early preparation whenever she can, even this forehand right here. So not much can go wrong. This is a big game, I feel like, for Tomljanovic to try and get on the board, get a hold of serve, not go down 2 breaks, because sometimes when that happens, and she's still coming back from injury, let's not forget that, sometimes things can really go by very, very quickly, and you feel like you got no control of anything out there.
Well, there's a lot of pressure coming from Boulter. Brings up the break point.
Wow.
Impressive. Fast start for Team Great Britain, out to a 3-love lead. So that is a fast start. They've already won the opening encounter, courtesy of Cameron Norrie. 2 wins is enough to take the tie, and this is a fast start. Not over yet, of course, but it's a perfect start for Katie Boulter.
It is, and talked already early on in the match that I really like her positivity. I like her demeanour. She's got always this really positive attitude, even when she's out there and things are not going her way. And that's been a big reason why she's actually been able to, I think, progress, even at this maybe later stage of her career. And you can even see here on a chair, really positive communication and eye contact with the coach as well.
Very engaged in the whole process. You're talking, Yelena, about the positivity and the demeanour of Katie Boulter. It's not the easiest thing to do when you're a British tennis player. She's the British #1 now, and as you know, they love it, and they love to knock you as well. There's a bit of both. They cheer vigorously, and if you disappoint them, they get a little bit fractious, the British media.
Do they?
I think so.
Okay.
One of my observations. Well, you've been out there. You know more about it than me.
I think so. I have to agree with Dave on that one.
I am going to stay neutral and diplomatic on this one.
They put up with a lot. Although I talked a long time with Tim Hedman, and he actually just decided at one point in his career not to read the newspaper anymore, and he said it worked well for him.
And that's also what Andy Murray did as well before he won his first Wimbledon. He stopped completely reading the papers and anything on social media, and it really helped.
It sounds like you're agreeing with me now. But it's a big thing. My point is, it's a big thing in a tennis-loving nation to be the #1. And obviously, Emma Raducanu, such a bright, sparkling career early, but has had those issues relentlessly, unfortunately. And we love to see her back because she's such a talented player. But at the moment, it's Boulter that's #1.
For sure. Well, in all seriousness, I mean, if anyone is an advocate of really giving players and athletes that space and not putting pressure on them from whether it's parents or coaches or the media, I think we really need to pay attention to that, especially to young sports people and young women. It's a lot to deal with, and it's not as glamorous as it sometimes looks. And yeah, it's difficult to also watch what Emma Raducanu is going through, and she's a Grand Slam champion and gets a hard time.
Well, I think both these players are testimony to hanging in there, because Tomljanovic's 30, and her career high came last year, courtesy of what she did at the end of 2022, and Boulter at 27 is at the peak of her career. It's a long time from the 20s, the early 20s, to their age now, and good on them for hanging in.
Yeah, and not everyone's going to make it at 15. And in tennis, you can play for 2 decades, and we've seen that now. Players playing longer and longer. And yeah, I think we need to give athletes that time and space and be a little bit kinder.
And every time the door just opens slightly, Boulter slams it shut.
Yeah, she sure does, especially on these big points. She has served really well. Not just the pace, but the variation. And this one, I loved her forehand as well. I love that early preparation and that body weight and the transfer going forward. You can see the intention and backing herself. Such a positive mindset.
So Katie Boulter off to the best possible start for Team Great Britain. Here's this service action from Katie Boulter. Again, it's a bit like the ground strokes. Everything's moving in synchronisation. High ball toss.
Extension, a good leg drive as well. She goes up after the ball, shoulder over shoulder. She's got that shoulder rotation, but the hip stays side on. Very smooth action and not much can go wrong. Got that right grip as well.
The placement's a little easy at the moment for Boulter as well. She just seems to be finding the right spots.
Well, the issue you have with Tomljanovic that's a bit of a worry is if you can't hold your serve and you're really struggling in that area, then that's where you go, okay, how do I first get up there, take care of business on my side of the end, and that's holding serve. And look, she's around 55% of first serves in. That's got to be a bit higher than that, especially because she's not going fully after it. But that was better. That was the first serve right there. Maybe mix it up. Go into the body a bit more. You know, Katie, she's a pretty tall girl. Got long levers. Maybe change it up. Jam her into the body to maybe get a shorter ball. Maybe throw in a kick serve. But just maybe get that first serve percentage up to start with.
Well, I think what you said about mixing it up a little bit, because right now Boulter is just teeing off on these returns, and that's where she's been able to get the edge in so many of these rallies and the points, is because her return is so good, and you can just see Tomljanovic trying to play catch up almost to deal with the pace off the return.
There's another first serve. Much better there. Bigger one as well. Good effort. Now this is the Tomljanovic serve right there. It's a pretty good motion as well. Sometimes that left arm can collapse a little bit. Another good one.
So Australia on the board. Welcome hold of serve. 4-1 for Team Great Britain.
Sorry?
It's not going to hurt me from the back inside.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then when you hit it, have that strong base, right? Strong front leg. Don't lift up on that one. Stay low and hit through. Finish the shot before you move anywhere else. And it's not this far away, right? It's this far away. It doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. So close.
So some quite specific technical advice coming for Tomljanovic.
Well, I think that was a massive hold right there to get on the board. There's nothing worse than not getting on the board early on in that first set. So even though it still double break. That was a big hold. But you could hear her coach there also say, especially on the back end, but both of her ground strokes, just to have a really nice, wide, strong base and not to come off the shots too early and think about the next one. So, which is probably happening because she's feeling rushed because of the way that Katie's playing, the depth, the pace. So basically just saying, stay with the shot, hit it first, and then go from there. Don't panic.
When you look at the statistics here so far, it's quite fascinating, really. Tomljanovic better first serve percentage significantly. The unforced errors are less, 5 to 8, but it's the winners. Boulter 10 to Tomljanovic 1. So capacity to find the clean winner.
There's another stat there, though. When Boulter gets a first serve in, she wins 88% of points behind the first serve, but Tomljanovic only 50%, and that was even lower a game ago. And that's because of the serving quality, but also what she does on those first 2 shots in a rally and looks for the big forehand. So that's the massive difference. But yeah, you're right. The massive amount of winners, which is 11 and only 1 for Tomljanovic, just really tells you who's controlling this match.
And again, that flat ball, Yelena, it takes time away from Tomljanovic, and
it is
in the right spot. It's a little heavy.
But also what Boulter's doing really well, she's exposing the sidelines. So Tomljanovic is really the one that's on the run as well. So not just getting pushed back, but she's having to cover a lot of court. She's never the one that's in actually the position to dictate. And Jill, you probably see that even better. You're right there on that baseline where Isla is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Boulter, she's moving through the ball exceptionally well. Anything short, she's taking that 1 or 2 steps forward, and that can make all the difference to make your opponent feel even more rushed on the other side of the court.
Wow, that's just incredible ball striking, just so clean from Boulter. The short backswing, just incredible timing. Again, it's getting Tomljanovic at end range, just pushing her side to side.
Well, again, she was able to get herself out of that trouble, 30, not trouble, but a little tight spot at 30 all, and able to close out the game again.
At the moment, 30-all is trouble for
Yep,
Boulter.
well, yes. It's all relative, isn't it? But you're right. Now it's 5-1 in favour of Team Great Britain.
It's interesting when you've got two players that play kind of the same, and it's different to what we had earlier in the day with Sarah Surbastomo and Hadaj Maya. It was two players with so much variation and court craft. We're not going to see that as much here. These are two incredible ball strikers, and they love the ball in that kind of strike zone, hip height, and they're both doing that. So now it's a question, how do you win points? And what does Isla do from here to actually turn this around and make Boulter feel uncomfortable? And let's say even if Boulter goes off the ball, it would be the same question for her. So do you have a plan B? Do you have variation? What can you go to? Or do you hit your way out of trouble? Can you maybe mix up something and use a few angles or throw in a few loopy ones? So that's what we'll see, what will play out. And Jill. Okay, we'll have a quick look at the Tomljanovic serve before I go to you, Jill. And this is the Tomljanovic serve right here. You see the left arm goes up a little quicker. Good ball toss, though. She gets the right up in time, but the left arm drops. And sometimes you kind of can't see fully there, though. The right hip comes around too soon, and the ball toss is too far to the right. So when that happens, you can only slice around the ball. That's why at times she doesn't have a kick serve, because the ball toss is too far to the right. So Jill, I was going to ask you about that variation, because you used to drive me crazy with that when I used to play.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so you can talk about that more than me.
I was trying to just keep up with your pace. I know what Isla's feeling like right now. Yeah, the variation I agree with you, is going to be big, but I mean, with the depth of Boulter, it's just been tough for Isla to have time on the ball. I mean, that was a much better, cleaner game from Tomljanovic.
So an easy hold, a welcome time. Team Great Britain 5-2. Western Australia's beaches, highlight of this fantastic part of the universe. Lucky Bay, Cottesloe, famous building that stands in front of the surf. We saw Igor Swiatek there earlier in the week, Scarborough, and then of course to Broome and Rottnest Island, which Novak Djokovic was visiting today.
Well,
you did a couple of days ago.
Yes, did you not see my quokka selfie?
I did. It was not quite Roger Federer level, but it was not bad. How cute are they?
That's not very nice.
Not very nice.
I thought I did a very good job with my
Rogers is like elite level, so it's
okay.
It's 10 out of 10.
He's Roger Federer.
Yeah.
Well, Rottnest was incredible. Visited on Christmas Eve and went to Cottesloe as well. It's been amazing to be here for a few days.
Time.
Good crowd, great atmosphere at RAC Arena for this encounter between Team Great Britain, Team Australia. If you are just joining us, Cameron Norrie got the opening match in 3 sets, 7-6 in the tie-break against Alex de Minaur. Katie Boulter's got off to a fast start here, was 4-love up, and Tomljanovic managing to get on the scoreboard, but now serving for this opening set. was a good service placement. Haven't seen too much of the wide, slightly slower, just 149 kilometres. So just 35 minutes, 3 set points. It's been an impressive opening set from Boulter, who bolts through, takes the first set comfortably, 6-2, impressive. So just the 35 minutes, a couple of breaks of serve. Got to 30 all on her own serve a couple of times, and this is the tail of the tape. And if you look at the unforced errors down the bottom, service percentage, big difference, but that first serve, points won, as Yelena pointed out, 83% for Boulter. Her capacity to hit clear winners as well.
Yeah, but also if you have a look at the Tomljanovic winners, only 2 on the forehand, 0 on the backhand, and that is a weapon. And for Boulter, she's actually got 8 winners, and that's a big difference, especially on the big points. I think Boulter was so clean. As we have a look at some of the highlights of this first set right here, and it was all Boulter from the beginning, controlling the rallies, the court position, right up on the baseline. Good trajectory as well. And just controlled every single part of the court, exposed the sidelines, and never looked in trouble.
Her capacity to quickly work Tomljanovic out of position too, from a reasonably good position in the middle of the court, and still to be able to find the winner. So that's the perfect start.
Well, Novak Djokovic making himself at home. Western Australia boasting some of the most beautiful beaches in the country. He's got a couple of days to settle in before he faces Zhang Jizhen of China. And looking very happy indeed. Stunning a couple of locals watching him run past. Great to have Novak back down under. Speaking of down under, a bit of work for Ajla Tomljanovic to get Australia back into this Group C clash.
Team Australia to serve.
Get as many first serves in as you possibly can, maybe throw in a bit of variation, going to the body, maybe a slider. And also I would focus really on the first shot, the footwork on the first shot, because the return is coming back really quickly. That's the wide one. We haven't seen that one too much on the juice side, so I really like that serve. Can also open up the court if you have good placement. Jill, Isla almost looks like she's sometimes just in reaction mode and just almost what comes, and it's almost like she's really not in control in some of these shots. Can she change that in any way?
Well, I felt like she was starting to do that in the last couple of games of the first set, because there were moments that I felt like she looked like she was finally being able to get behind the ball better, a little bit more balanced.
Oh, well done.
Great volley.
It's a great get from Boulter earlier on in that point, but Isla, she anticipated on that volley, closed the net so well. Great reflexes. I think she almost hit it a little bit with the frame, but doesn't matter, she'll take it. She was there. This was a great first volley, and look at that anticipation to the right as Boulter was hitting that forehand. Excellent.
And another one, example right there, Elena, that we were talking about, just getting a little bit more rush. But I think it has to do with the fact that Boulter is taking quite a few of these balls, not only with a ton of pace, but on the rise as well, and just giving so much less time for Isla to get settled on the opposite side of the court.
And you can see there that serve. If technically everything's not kind of all right under pressure, that's going to collapse. And that's that ball toss to the right, where her serve's actually technically not bad, but the ball toss makes her open up that right hip and collapse and actually pull the ball down. And that will usually happen when you're nervous.
Game, Team Great Britain. First game, second set.
So again, early break.
I just wonder here, Jill, as well, maybe we can have this conversation. Is it worth for Isla, even though it's not her natural game style, do you loop up a few? Do you just throw in a slice? I know she can here and there throw in a slice. Do you, I don't know, maybe even serve and volley, just throw in something different, because at this rate it's not going to happen unless Boulter really something happens and goes off the ball or has a really bad couple of games. This is the perfect kind of player that Boulter likes to play. Everything coming right in that hitting zone.
Right in that strike zone, yeah. No, I think that'd be a great option for Isla. It's just, if Isla has the time to do it, I mean, I think she's definitely capable of throwing in some slices and changing the pace. I don't necessarily see her loop the ball that much or get it up high on her opponents, but she can definitely get that ball low and slow it down, try and slow things down just a little bit. But right now she still has the urge to try and overpower Katie, and that's just not working right now.
The worry, I think, if there's a lack of pace from Tomljanovic, is that Boulter will just hit it back harder past you. Is that the concern?
No, it's more mixing up the height of the shot and also, you know, that length as well, bringing your opponent forward, using your angles as well. Otherwise, everything is just coming straight up and down the court into the hitting zone, that hip height. And it also ends up being quite predictable.
Love 30.
Because when you're a great ball striker, Doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to miss everything that goes low or high or a little bit shorter or deeper, but just to upset and change that rhythm, because at the moment it's just all in Boulter's hands, and she loves this type of player. See, I don't mind that shot a little slow. I did just float out, but something like that, because it's also a psychological aspect. All of a sudden, your opponent has to think about what's coming next. At the moment, Boulter knows, well, it's just kind of the same ball all the time.
Again, great width from Boulter.
30 all.
Once again, just gets out of that tight spot. She hasn't been down love 30 in a service game.
Well, this is as tight as it's been at 30 all.
She did have the 3 break points, remember, in her first service game. Tomljanovic wasn't able to convert them. Well, Katie Boulter, superb play. Managed the transition with the slice, and turned one back in the same fashion and holds serve and consolidates that break.
And Dave, we've got a special one here. Jill Krabas, our courtside commentator, is with Katie Boulter's coach, Biljana Veselinovic.
Biljana, we've been so impressed with how Katie's been playing. You've been working with her for a little bit now. What has impressed you the most with her performance today, her debut here at the United Cup?
Yeah, well, she has been working so hard over preseason, physically the most, and the consistency of her strokes. She's strong in legs and hitting the ball well, but controlling well as well.
And then just talking about this situation, she's making her debut. It's a much different experience for the players here. Having Cam come through earlier today, tight match, do you feel that helped relieve some of the pressure here for Katie?
Definitely, knowing that she is going to go back on court for mixed doubles. It's always good to have 1-0 up. And yeah, but we are all expecting that she's going to go through this as well.
Well, she's playing fantastic, so I'll let you get back. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, that was Biljana just talking about that physical aspect and what Katie's been working on just this whole year, but in the off season, and that's pretty much what she told me a few days ago as well, that she's a lot stronger, especially on her legs, and to be able to just be more set for the balls, move better agility, cover the court, and even just get more power out of her shots. And that's what we're seeing.
There was a lot of friendly banter in the media conferences and the discussions before the tournament. Of course, Katie Boulter, partner of Alex de Minaur, and she said some of his comments were ridiculous.
There's a lot of trash talk
Yeah,
going on, wasn't there?
It was first class, almost as classy as the game that she's displaying here tonight. De Minaur said he was looking forward to playing her in mixed doubles because he knew all about her weaknesses and how to exploit them. That didn't go down well.
No,
a little bit frosty that evening, I think. Then said that he wasn't going to be playing the mixed doubles, so he got in trouble with his own teammates for revealing the team strategy. This all went on in the space of about 2 hours. All light-hearted, I think.
You think?
Well, you know when you say I'm joking.
Mm.
Anyway, at the moment, Team GB are the ones that are doing the laughing.
Well, you know, when you talk about those mind games in sport, that's what we talk about. Getting in the head of your opponent.
Well, when she looks back at this match and she has a look at the statistics, it's where the ball's going that's so impressive.
Yeah.
It's got pace, but the placement.
It's the depth.
First class.
And then when she does want to go for the angles, she goes for the angles. But even if you actually, I'm looking at Isla's stats here. I mean, she's got 6 winners and 11 unforced errors. It's not terrible considering someone's actually out here playing such a clean match and pretty much overpowering her. It's just everything's out of her hands. There's nothing she can do. That's a good point. Did well to just even stay in it, Tomljanovic, and then found a shot that she could go for, that backhand down the line. Just shows you, though, what it takes to win a point. She would love a hold here.
Game, Team Australia.
So they're on the board in this second set. Crowd starting to get a little more involved. That'll help. It's Team GB 2-1, upper set. I like Leighton's demeanour too in this situation. He's a sort of perfect person in your corner in this situation, always looking at the upside. There we go, we're back in it. That's the way to do it. Don't worry about he's not even mentioning what's happened before then. Let's just concentrate what happened just then.
I mean, talk about great attitude and competitive spirit. And even if it's 6 love, 5 love, 40 love, he would still be upbeat and confident and have that fight both on the court as a Davis Cup captain and a team captain as well.
He might be a bit young for this, but he's a bit like the Knights that go knee from Monty Python, where it's just a flesh wound as the poor old soldier's got no arms and legs left that they've been chopped off. And
take that chance and go for, like, you hit that backhand line.
Well, there's plenty more to look forward to on day 2 of the United Cup. Casper Ruud in action along with Jiri Lehechka. And we've got Angie Kerber back on Australian courts. Alex Zverev will take on Lorenzo Sonega. Hubert Urkacz, they're up against Brazil and Iga Swiatek. She'll take on Beatrice Haddad-Meyer. Day 2 action of the United Cup.
Do something different or hope that you go off the boil, but not looking that that's the likely outcome.
That's the forehand right here. Have a look at the transition, the body weight into the shot off that left leg as well. Great shoulder rotation and just throws that racket forward towards the target really freely. It's a beautiful shot. I think from what we can see here, Isla might just try and maybe hit her way out of trouble and wait for Boulter to maybe go off the boil a little bit.
Still bubbling along pretty well, though.
I think also in these kind of matches when your opponent is playing so well, so much of it from Isla's side, I think is mental. You have to not get so, make sure you don't get so down on yourself. Just keep fighting. And I do feel like Isla is doing that because you never know when things might change, when maybe Boulter, when nerves might come into play. So you really just have to keep fighting. And right now, I mean, Boulter's just playing exceptionally well.
I also just wonder with the pattern of play. In the last couple of games for me, Tomljanovic has gone a lot more into the Boulter backhand, which also then gives her a few more backhands in that cross-court exchange, which is a better shot. But also that one stays away from the Boulter forehand, which has just been flawless today. So she's done that and won a couple of points. I wonder, you know, if we can see that in the next couple of points, if she kind of keeps going into that backhand. So Boulter, a few errors have come off that side, including that last drop shot.
Once again, she loves a 30 all, doesn't she? She's thrived, 100% record almost on that point.
She really digs deep, no cheap points, always first serves in. Just plays really focused tennis on the big points.
So that was where...
Oh, that was that off-pace slice chip return. Just sitting there when you give that pace to Boulter, she is loving it. So that was interesting. Just the very rare unforced error we got from an off-pace shot.
That's a chip return. I wonder if she can do that a few more times off her first and hard big serve. Just take the pace off and chip the return.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
Even there, great footwork to get around to use that forehand even on a short ball. See how much she prefers that shot. Understandably so, it's a big weapon.
Game to go.
So still with the break.
Team Great Britain leads
3-1 in this second set after winning the first. I think if you're Tomljanovic, you're looking at what's occurred. Service break in the opening game. Had Boulter at love 30. Got to deuce on her 2 service games. On her second service game pretty comfortably. So there's more positives.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's more than it looks like with this scoreline. It's been quite a few games where it's been a lot tighter than what it looks like. And let's not forget, this is only... Isla's only played a handful of tournaments in the last 12 months. Let's not forget that and give her a lot of credit to even be out here playing.
Of course, that's Tomljanovic's mindset. Boulter's mindset is that I'm in command here. I'm doing it well. I've got out of trouble when I need to. I've got the right shot at the right time. And another indication of that here.
I love this positivity from Isla, regardless of what happens in this match, because for her in this comeback from injury, every single point counts. Not just a game or a set or a match, because it's just about now building and building your confidence and your fitness. So I love that she's out here fighting for every single point. Well done. And like we always say, Jill, everyone's watching, the players are watching, coaches, the locker room's watching. They know, are you going to stay there till the end? And are you going to be one of those, we call them nightmare players, where you never go away, You build that reputation, don't you, by never giving up, regardless of the score.
You're exactly right, Elena, yeah. But it's nice to have the support teams behind you as well to help you if you're having some moments where you're feeling down. It's nice to be able to look over, and Team Australia have been on their feet the last couple games after every point that Isla has won. So that's always nice to see when you look over at your teammates.
Good hold.
Game, Team Australia.
So Tomljanovic holds and trails 3-2 in the second set.
Finally, I did to her what she's been doing to me.
Yeah, so that's what it is. Great hold. It's one of those things, if she fucking keeps doing this the whole match, it is just too good, but it doesn't mean you can't beat her. Like this.
It's not too good. It's just, like, I can stop it if I start playing better.
Yeah. But this is what it's going to take. Just free swings. When you have the ball in your racket, you just have to go for a little bit more.
I just feel like I'm not getting quick on the first serve. Like, should I maybe pick a side?
On her serve?
On her first serve, no. Because I feel like I'm really reacting slow.
You can.
Like that.
She's mixing on the juicy side, but on the outside she's going right.
Wide.
Yeah.
She's going more to my backhand than I thought she would. So
Yeah, no, but
like,
that's what I said. Like, the ad side is according to the numbers. And then on the deuce, she is more whitey. But second serves so far, they're pretty much in the same spot. I would still say. All right. So knowing that, take a few cuts.
But you've still been eating it.
Yeah.
Just got to string 4 points together, that's all. Yeah? One game, the whole match turns.
Yeah, it's
Like
a
he
lot
says,
closer than it's
it's not far away. It's not far away. Come on.
Well, some fascinating conversation for those that were away there. And The immediate reaction from Tomljanovic when she sat down was, finally I've been able to do to her what she's been doing to me. And then Nicole Pratt was involved in the back of the box there, and there's a lot of positivity. At the end of the day, though, Yelena, she's got a break serve and she hasn't been able to do it yet.
Well, there was a big conversation going on there, actually, about that, and even saying, where is she kind of serving? Do I actually guess and anticipate a little bit here because I'm just reacting and I feel like I'm not reacting well? And Nicole Pratt jumping in and saying, look, she's actually serving out wide a bit on the juice side, mixing it up, but on the ad side, she's actually serving to your backhand quite a bit. That was a change up there. So she's not quite feeling comfortable with the way that she's reading that first serve. And it was interesting what she said, because she kind of said, oh, I'm actually not playing well, I'm playing bad. If I just played a bit better, this would be closer. But it's actually Boulter's making her feel that way because she's outplaying her at her own game. I like that. So see, the one thing I would do if she does get a second serve, I'd completely step in. Go for it. You've got nothing to lose, and you're still a break down here. Just take a few, you know, swings at that second serve return. You don't have to go for the lines. Go straight through the middle. But try and take it early and put some pressure on that. Here's another second serve. Let's see what she does. Like that. So that's a change from the first kind of set or so. She's now taking that second serve return earlier and just going straight through the middle right here. Doesn't have to do much more than that. It takes time away from Boulter, and it's to the backhand as well. Boulter doesn't have time to prepare as well as she does on the forehand. Another 30-all point on Boulter's serve. Got to give a lot of credit there to Boulter because she had a lot of options. Could have been an overhead. Could have been a bounce overhead as well. Drive volley. She chose the forehand, but she didn't panic. She waited for Tomljanovic to move. Good footwork, little steps. Didn't overplay as well. Cool under pressure. There you go.
So once again gets to juice like she did in the previous service game.
But look at this. Look at where she is. Half a metre inside the baseline. Good reaction on the body serve. Straight through the middle. And now she's actually rushing Boulter on a couple of these points. So will that cause a bit of pressure?
crowd can play a role here for the Australian. First break point since the second game of the first set. She had 3, wasn't able to convert. Good serve.
You know what, that's the variation, because she's been going down the tee this whole game and then takes the risk to go out wide to Tomljanovic's favourite shot. Pays off. The element of surprise.
Advantage, Team Australia.
Return that was. Fewer reaction and reflexes.
Good second serve again from Boulter.
That's gutsy.
Finds
She went
the
for
line.
it.
Well, building pressure.
Jill, looks like a little bit tentative, Boulter,
Yes.
on a couple of forehands, and in this game, just feeling a bit of pressure, maybe?
Yeah, just a little bit more careful.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think she hit with that with a lot of commitment, as we've seen from the beginning of this match. But also, she's showing Tomljanovic a lot more second serve opportunities, and so that's what's helped make this game a little bit tighter.
Oh, wow.
That combination, the third shot from Boulter after the serve. Impressive.
That was a big second serve, 157 into the body on a break point, and then the forehand, because she just missed that in a previous point. So that kind of screams confidence right there when you can go after your serve and shot like that on a break point.
Advantage, Team Great Britain.
Well, some excellent serving from Boulter and some key moments there. 6th and 7th aces of the match, but also some other big serves at key moments. And she escapes, saves the 3 break points. Only 9 minutes the game duration. Hard to take the positives of that if you're Tomljanovic, but she's getting closer and closer.
Yeah, but you have to, because she did well. There was nothing she did wrong there. It was just Boulter coming up with incredible shots, and that's where you say too good. still important here. Hold your serve, still stay with your opponent, stay with Boulter, because Tomljanovic had a break point there, a long game, 9-minute game. So put that pressure back on Boulter to have to serve well again and come up with some big shots. Stay with her. You never know what can happen, and your opponent can just go off a little bit.
I think especially if her service games start to get a little bit easier, and the last couple of games that she's been able to serve out have been not as tight. So I think that's just helping the confidence in that Tomljanovic serve as well.
Well, it was a comfortable service hole that was needed. Not done with yet is Team Australia as Tomljanovic holds serve. Team Great Britain 4-3.
Closer and closer and closer. Sorry?
Overlooking the central business district and the Swan River is Kings Park, overlooking the city. Beautiful location, home of the botanical gardens, picnic areas, open air movies. And it's that time of year, a lot of fitness fanatics marching up and down. Big long hill there, looks nasty. Saw someone running up it. I decided not to, just watched and offered encouragement. RAC Arena, beautiful venue, inside and out.
It's much better now. Like you're the closest you've been in the whole match. You're playing much better, and you're actually getting in your head a little bit. She's giving you some free points, so just keep going at it.
Time.
But yeah, when you have that first hit, you gotta go for it.
Let's go.
Come on, come on.
You'd make a good coach, Yelena, because you've got to go for it. That's the message, and she's getting closer, edging closer. Positivity from the Australian bench. This Boulter edges closer to the finish line, but she's not there yet and has struggled in the last couple of service games. 3 break points in the previous.
And there's that pressure you talk about when you've been able to hold your serve a little bit more comfortably, but then put a bit of pressure on your opponent's serve. And that's due to Tomljanovic's return position, especially on a second serve where she's just inside the baseline and has really been teeing off on the return. And he draws that double fault.
Left her serve.
You almost draw your opponent into some of those double faults.
There's been a few little gusts of winds that have been a little bit stronger down here too, and I think that could have been a factor in Katie making that double fault on the previous point, because they've been pretty strong gusts, not that often, but just here and there, so it is getting a little bit windier.
And she does have a serve, that second one. It's not a kick serve. She doesn't have a lot of that safety. Yeah, does she? It's a little bit of a flatter serve, so a little bit riskier.
It's interesting when you look at the first serve percentage here for Boulter. You get the feeling that she's serving not as well as she did in the first set, but her first serve percentage is at 55 versus, what was it in the first set, 52, 53 for the match.
She's still winning a lot of points behind the first serve, so that's why it looks even better. And also she served well on the big points. We saw it in a previous game. See, even like that there. So she threw in a double fault in the first point, but then she throws in two first serves. So it's a lot of this in tennis. It is about what you bring under pressure and the most important points in a match. It's just more a little bit that second serve. Again, Jill, you're right there on that baseline. It is a little bit flatter. The ball toss is also a little bit far forward, not to the left enough to be able to get that kick.
And she went for a little bit more on that second serve too. Yeah. Was just trying to get a free point, and I mean I think that's a good sign. Shows that she can trust herself and hopefully get a first serve in this point.
See, that was a bit of a safer one, but it was too short, and love that from Tomljanovic. All over that, did not hesitate. And that's what kind of her coach as well as Leighton, they've been saying, you know, first shot, if you've got it, go for it. Got nothing to lose at this point, take the risk. Try and put her under some pressure, and that's exactly what she's done here. Great job.
It's the third service game in a row that Boulter's been stretched to juice. The previous service game, 3 break points she saved. She'll be super keen to finish this one off, get to 5-3. Which she does. So I'll bid you adieu, Elena, going downstairs to do an interview. May not be required immediately, but you've still got to be there just in case, so farewell to you. She dashes downstairs. So 5-3 for Team Great Britain. Edging closer to the win here, and an opening tie win, having won the first match. Norrie defeating Alex de Minaur in 3 sets. He's returned to the bench. Tomljanovic's serve has improved throughout the match. Her last 2 or 3 service games have been the most comfortable of the match so far.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I think it's what Elena said earlier. It's not always about pace and trying to overpower Boulter on the serve, because she likes that pace coming into her racket on the return. So there's a little bit more variety, choosing some different options. That first point right there, she took a little bit off and had a little bit more spin on the serve.
Just a few more of those loose ones too from Boulter.
Well, it's just some great hitting from both players. I mean, each one matching the pace of the other one. And then I think Boulter, that last forehand, just lifted off a little bit, almost got a little bit too excited, because that was the one she had a little more time on and just rushed it.
Fifth ace of the match, but the 4th is set from Tomljanovic. No, incredible depth from Boulter.
Yeah, that's one.
2 in a row on the line.
Yeah, that's when she actually hits really well, is that one that's high above her shoulders on the forehand side. She just understands enough pace and power to get such good depth consistently on that shot. It's not easy to do sometimes from when it's that high over your shoulders, but she does it well.
Team Australia.
So Team Australia, Tomljanovic holds serve. He's going to force Katie Boulter to serve for the match and the tie.
Break it back in. The balls are still new, right? The serve's going to come through really fast. Second serve, try half step back in your starting position, right, to give yourself a little bit of time, because that's going to shoot through much faster now, right? It'll give you time to swing free, and you'll hopefully have more time.
Probably should have done that earlier, not at 5-4.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. I don't realise how close you are to turning this whole match around here.
But it's tough because you're actually teeing off well on your second serve as well, so you're making more than you're missing. I feel like just try this today.
Perth, huge couple of games coming up in this match. Let's get behind your team. Who's here for Team Great Britain?
So Tomljanovic has to do what she hasn't been able to do so far, and that's break serve here. So Cam Norrie got the win in the opening men's singles, returned to the bench after his cool down, and now it's Katie Boulter who's looking to close this tie out for Team Great Britain. She's been able to get herself out of some tough spots on serve. Minaur has been able to manage 8 6 in fact. My tired eyes deceiving me. 6 break points. Hasn't been able to convert any of them. 3 in both sets so far. So we'll need to find a way here to get through the Boulter serve. As the Brits serving for the match.
Oh, it was an excellent shot from Boulter. She made that look much easier, that inside-out forehand, than it was. I mean, she was slightly off her back foot, and it didn't go over the net with much height. It just skimmed the net. It was really nice timing.
So that brings up the 3 match points in this last service game, sort of indicative of the way this match commenced. So all of the first set and the first half of the second set. Boulter strong on serve, powerful ground strokes, and now point away. An impressive win from Katie Boulter, and for Team Great Britain, they take the tie. 2 rubbers to love, but that was an impressive display. 6-2, 6-4. A winning start for Team Great Britain. Jill, that was impressive. I think Tomljanovic will feel a little flat, but she hung in there, was pretty strong in the second set. But Katie Boulter, she'll look back on that match, and that is a perfect commencement to a new season.
Yeah, and that's good to see right there. But spoken congratulations. I think everyone was pretty much in contention. I mean, pretty much agreed that Katie was just playing exceptional tennis. And I think you're right. I mean, it'll be tough for Isla. I think she made a great push at the end, just really fought hard till the end, which we know she would have. But I think Katie was just too good today. From the very first point, she really made Isla feel like she was just rushing the whole time and couldn't quite get her balance because of on how top of the ball Katie was. And impressed too with her debut here at the United Cup. This is I know she's played Billie Jean King Cup before, but this is a new experience for her. And I think what Biliana said is the fact that Cam got that win, so I think it really took pressure off and freed up Katie.
Thank you, Jill. Your day is done. Your voice can have a rest after a long day. Let's go down to Yelena, who's with Katie Boulter.
Well, Katie, welcome to Perth, welcome to Australia. You did break some Aussie hearts tonight, but you also made some fans from Great Britain happy, because I know there's a few here. Now, I watched you practice yesterday, and I thought, oh, geez, she's hitting the ball well. And we started calling the match tonight. And I went, well, she's hitting the ball even better. It was winners flying everywhere. You really seem to be very confident, timing the ball well. How would you rate that performance?
Yeah, honestly, I've been practicing really well coming into this event, and I just tried to work as hard as I could and compete and enjoy competing, because it's been a whole month since we've been playing. So to be back here on Aussie soil, it really starts the year well, and it's nice to be back in Perth as well.
Now, this format, the United Cup, you're playing for the first time. How has it been? I know you love to play the Billie Jean King Cup as well. You like the team environment. How are you liking so far everything that's been going on, and having the team there also watch you, and having multiple coaches and captains as well?
Yeah, I mean, they've abandoned me now, but yeah, no, it's a true privilege to represent my country, and I don't take it lightheartedly, and I feel like it brings the best out of me, and yeah, it's just great to be back here and have the team behind me. It really does help you.
Now, last question, I do have to ask you this. There's been a lot of talk, Australia, Great Britain, Alex, you know, where do we go from here? Is it like coffees and lunches and dinners for the rest of the year that he just has to, you know, take it? What is it?
I don't know. Honestly, it's super awkward, but yeah, I hope he'll still have me, put it that way.
I'm sure he will. It's been fun. It's been fun to watch you play as well, and we'll look forward to watching you again. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Katie Boulter.
Yes, a successful debut into the United Cup for Katie Boulter, a convincing win over Ayla Tomljanovic in the women's singles, 6-2, 6-4. And that gives Great Britain the Group C opening tie, with mixed doubles still to come, of course. And, well, that was substantially quicker than the men's singles. Laura Robson watched both of them. And, Laura, that was really, I think, convincing is the only way to put it from Katie.
Probably the best first match of the year that you'll see over the next couple of days. She came out firing, she was relentless with her ball striking, and as the guys in commentary were saying, Ayla kind of playing into her hands slightly with the pace on the back of the court, which Katie loves to soak up and redirect. And I thought Ayla could have gone maybe a little bit bigger on the second serve at times, because you give Katie an opening on the second serve return and she's just all over it. So, you know, once she gains that confidence in the match and she feels like she can swing freely, it's quite hard to work your way back in. And for Ayla, the way that she usually works her way back in is to go heavier from the baseline, which again doesn't really help in this matchup. So some interesting things on show. I'm, you know, really pleased to see Tomljanovic out playing such high level already, considering how tough her 2023 has been, and it's only going to take her a handful of matches to gain back that consistency and that match form that she's used to having.
Yeah, indeed, of course. For anyone not aware, Ayla Tomljanovic had knee surgery, I think it was this time last year. She missed the Australian summer, and then I think she only came back into the main draw about September, which was actually at the same time that Katie Boulter hit the top 50. So they've had significantly different preparations.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, you know, Tomljanovic played one match at US Open, then had to withdraw because she was still struggling a bit physically. So needing to take some extra time out, finish the year strong, and really should just be pumped that she's back out playing a full calendar. You know, that's the goal over the next few months. And for Katie, she's flying high in the confidence. She's got that WTA title under her belt, and she, you know, she's starting 24 as she finished 2023, even though we're still technically there.
Absolutely, but you did mention before the night session started that you thought the camaraderie and the synergy in the Team Great Britain camp was very high this year, and this would have done nothing to take away from that opinion. But how do you feel about them going forward throughout the tournament?
I feel very strong now. I mean, I thought this one might go down to the deciding doubles, to be honest, and then I would have put Australia as favourites because they've got two really strong doubles players to put in the mix, whereas Katie, you know, she doesn't play a lot of doubles, usually just focuses on the singles, but she would have Neil Skupski to back her up, who's been at the very top of the game. So it was a tough one to call, but, you know, if both Cam and Katie play singles like that a week, then who knows what's going to happen. But they've got an even tougher matchup technically against USA next.
Well, indeed. However, they still have the mixed doubles against Australia to go this evening, so that one is still to come. Australia hoping to claw back some pride in this opening Group C tie. But tonight, so far, it's been all about Team Great Britain. Katie Boulter, exceptional on court, taking her first match against Ayla Tomljanovic 2-0. She won 6-2, 6-4. Both women on debut in the United Cup. But what an opening match for Katie Boulter, and that puts Team Great Britain not just in the box seat, but they've won this tie with mixed doubles still to come tonight in the United Cup. There's been so many fabulous shots already, and it gives us a bit of a trip down memory lane to see some of the best shots of 2023. Let's take a look.
Oh my goodness! One of the shots of the tournament. Wow! What a shot! That is the shot of the day. Sam Stosur, take a bow.
What a shot from Teichmann.
Oh, silky skills. Evans' racket skills were sublime. Absolutely phenomenal tennis. Oh, that is absolutely out of this world. That is tennis Neurorecords. Oh, yes. Wow. What a point. He has some serious wheels, Alex Minaur. Oh, look at that. Always in the fight, Mazzetti. Amazing. Oh, goodness. Stand and deliver. Oh, what a shot from Swiatek. One of the shots of the tournament. No way. No way. No way. Kidding me? It's going to be a long time before you see something like that again. It's good to be alive.
Well, Team Australia with a little bit to think about after dropping both the men's and the women's singles. However, of course, there is the mixed doubles still to come. And a bit of a behind-the-scenes chat there for Team Australia as Hunter and Ebden prepare for their mixed doubles match, which is coming up shortly. But it gives Laura Robson and I the chance to cross over to RAC Arena in Perth, where John Fitzgerald is standing by. Fitzy, you've had the chance to see a fascinating evening of tennis and two worthy Great Britain winners.
Well, they were very much so, Stephanie. Great to see you both. Yeah, look, they were worthy tonight. They were the better team on the night. I thought Alex, for a moment, was going to win. I thought he looked to be slightly favourite as the match went on and in the third set, but to Cameron Norrie's credit, he played awfully well when it mattered most. Right at the end in the tiebreaker, he kept the ball really deep and he stole that match from Alex, and that set off the Great Britain team, I think. And Katie Boulter, she's becoming a really good player, and she had too much power for Ayla tonight, I thought, and looked like a winner from start to finish. So they're in good shape, but I think the mixed doubles are still important for Great Britain, because if they can't go ahead and topple the US in their next round, they need to win as many matches as they can to try and qualify as the extra team.
And indeed, that's what makes this competition so very important, with all three matches in play. About the men's match, you alluded to the form of de Minaur and of Norrie, but Alex looked in it for quite some time, but Cameron, so tenacious.
Well, look, I thought that at the start, Alex was a little bit off his game. He struggled to settle down, and Cameron was almost faultless in the first set. He barely made a mistake. But then when Alex started to rally for longer periods of time and put pressure on Cameron, Cameron Norrie then went for more and started making a few errors, and he didn't serve as well in the second set either. As the match went on, I thought Alex was going to win this. I thought the longer the third set went, the closer he got. But to Cameron Norrie's credit, Steph, I thought, and this is what a good player does, at the right time he stepped up and kept the ball incredibly deep in the tiebreaker and barely made a mistake. So he deserved the win in the end.
And Fitzy, as far as a first match of the year goes, if you're Alex de Minaur, would you still be pretty happy with that, even though you've come out with a loss because the level was high? Or do you feel like there's something that he could do differently in a couple of days' time when he comes back out?
Yeah, no, Laura, I thought he was pretty good in the end. Like, you know, he turned his form around in the middle of that match, I thought, because he wasn't at his best at the start. He wasn't timing the ball as well. I thought the ball seemed to be skidding through on him a little bit. And Cameron Norrie didn't make any errors in the first set. So I thought, to Alex's credit, he turned it around and could have easily won that match. It was really a flip of the coin in the end. So I think that's a good start for him. I mean, he didn't get the W on the board, but I think he'll be reasonably happy with his form, and that'll stand him in good stead. He's got another match here, and then, of course, the rest of the summer. So I think relatively he'd be happy.
Absolutely, Fitzy. Don't go anywhere. Let's just have a quick listen as to what Alex de Minaur had to say a short time ago.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if I'm trying to be positive and looking at in a positive mindset, then, you know, last year I was in the same situation and I lost in 2 sets and I ended up having a pretty good year. So this year I lost to Cam again, but 7-6 in the third. So hopefully that means I'm going to have an even better year this year.
And Fitzy, I know this mixed doubles in your mind is quite important given who both teams are playing in the next couple of days with the US being so strong in the singles. What sort of partnership are you looking for from both the Aussies and the Brits?
Well, Laura, you know, mixed doubles was always a little bit of my forte, so I can thanks for asking. Look, I think it's important for Great Britain, more so here than even Australia, because like I said, if they can't beat the US in the next match, they need to win as many matches as they can to build a presence and maybe go through as one of the extra teams. So I think they'll come out firing. I expect Katie Boulter to play. I don't know if you've got any inside information on that. Neil Skupski probably. And I think Matt Ebden and Storm Sanders will play for Australia. They deserve to play. We've got the #1 ladies doubles player in the world coming out for us. So there's still something on this. The Aussies need to get a little bit of pride. And for the Brits, I think they'll be really keen to put this to bed 3-love. It might make a difference in the end to get to Sydney.
Fitzy, we do indeed have the inside info. We will be seeing Katie Boulter along with Skupski and Ebden and Hunter as the Aussies. So looking forward to seeing what you've just said come true on court, and hopefully the Aussies get some pride back. But thank you so much for your thoughts tonight. Look forward to chatting soon.
Pleasure, Steph. Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, always a treat to chat to John Fitzgerald, and we'll be hearing more of him throughout the tournament. But we've had such an exciting day so far. Let's have a look back on all the action with Roger Aldridge.
Australia's summer of tennis officially underway. Spain sharp early in Perth. Davidovich Fokina crisp across the court and down the line. He grabbed the critical break in the 7th game against Sabah Films. From there, he motored with a full array of shots.
Well, that one worked, and that one closes out the opening set.
It was a second set domination from the Spaniard.
Well, the choice of the drop shot's been strong.
A choice he repeated with increased success, and Sabah Films had no answer. The match over barely after morning tea local time.
Second match, Team Spain.
So a winning start for Team Spain.
Brazil's chances rested with Beatriz Haddad Maia, and the world number 11 appeared unfazed by the pressure.
Oh, yes. Excellent.
It was clear early what Sara Sorribes Tormo's go-to shot is and why that's so. Haddad Maia went with a more aggressive approach, and that worked too, as the pair traded blows right up and into a first set tiebreak.
What a way to open that tiebreak.
The tiebreak belonged to the Brazilians. 7-1 the scoreline.
Oh, wow.
She trailed Love 2 to open the second set, a minor speed hump.
Oh, that's big.
And it only got bigger. She reeled off 6 consecutive games after the early deficit and never allowed the Spaniard into the contest. Haddad Jmaya's straight sets win, making for a live mixed doubles. And it was Davidovich-Fokina who looked the dominant presence from the outset.
Good move.
The contest was typically entertaining, party tricks from both nations and clean hitting to boot as each searched for the upper hand. Spain would eventually grab the advantage, winning the first set 6-4 and threatened to run away with it in the second.
Putting on a show for this crowd.
Down a break, Brazil wouldn't lie down easy.
What a way to clinch it.
Spain was sparked back into action and it was Davidovich-Fokina who stood tallest.
Yeah, the brilliant play.
Spain escaping with the tie on the board in United Cup 2024.
Yeah, super shots of Spain's celebration. They're taking the lead in Group A. And Laura, you'd think that Davidovich-Fokina will be very glad of the day off. He had a big role to play.
He had himself a big day, and you know, Jelena Dokic over in Perth was saying he was really the standout player of that entire tie, and he made himself really known in the doubles in particular. And for a singles player who maybe doesn't play a lot of doubles, especially mixed doubles, for him to come out there and just play confident tennis, know what he was doing, and know when to cover his partner was the most impressive part.
And a good bounce back from Sorribes Thomas to be able to play her part, and Spain in the mixed doubles really bringing it home.
Yeah, and I feel like they can improve a lot. Sorribes Tormo actually has a really good background in doubles, so she's reliable on the returns and at the baseline, so you feel comfortable as the net player, maybe crossing a bit more than you usually would, which always helps in the mixed. And for Davidovich-Fokina, who'd be just saying, as long as I don't lose my serve, I'm in good stead. So it's a good opening partnership, and I would expect to see them out on the practice court over the next few days, maybe trying a few new things, and we'll see what they come up with in the next match.
Well, they won't mind the day off because it is Brazil that is back in action tomorrow. Let's have a look at who is on court on day 2 of the United Cup. We've got some big names coming up. Casper Ruud will be on court. He'll take on Talon Griekspoor. Jiri Lehechka meets Zhang Zhizhen. Angie Kerber. Oh, Laura can't wait to see her and her fellow countryman Alex Zverev. Erbe Erkac is in action as Brazil gets back on court against Poland, and of course world number 1 Iga Swiatek. So can't wait for that. There's a lot going on there, but yes, Vidya's had a tough day today, and she'll certainly be hoping to bring her best game tomorrow when she meets the women's world number 1 in that women's singles match. So plenty to look forward to, and as the Germans swing into action, they'll enjoy looking back on some of their activities so far while they've been down under. Let's have a look at Team Germany out on Sydney Harbour.
We talked about it during the European summer. We definitely said that we want to come back to a team atmosphere, we want to come back competing together, and so far it's been great. I mean, everybody's practicing very hard. I think, you know, it's just not just the two of us. I think we have a great team behind us as well who are going to contribute as well to the success, hopefully. And yeah, I mean, it's fun. Obviously, it's great to have Angie back. Hopefully it's going to be exciting for us and exciting for the fans.
For us, it's important to, you know, have a great start of the year, having a great support also. And I mean, I'm coming back after 1.5 years, and I will try to enjoy every single moment. Also playing, yeah, for Germany, having the team in the background, I think it will be a great week.
So what is coming? Oh, wow.
Kommt und supportet us hier beim United Cup. Woo!
At the end of the day, I think, yeah, it's great being competitive again. It's great being back on tour. You know, last year was our first United Cup. I was not competitive at all. I was obviously recovering from injury still, and hopefully just showing my high level of tennis.
Well, there's no better place to celebrate being down under. Look at the big smile, though, Laura, on Angie Kerber's face. As she said, 18 months away from the game. We've seen a lot of women come back even better when they have that renewed focus and a whole different balance to their life, right?
I've been talking about this all day. She's the one I'm most excited to see this week. And for Angie, she's always going to have a good ball strike. She's always going to be a great mover, but she just seems so relaxed this week. She's got her baby with her. They made a pretty impressive journey. She said the travel wasn't too bad, actually. So, yeah, I can't wait to see her back. I'm sure she has no expectations really going into it. You don't really know what it's going to be like, given that match intensity hasn't been there in so long. But she's just going to be excited, and to come back in a team environment where it's maybe a little bit less pressure, she's going to enjoy it. She's going to have some crowd support, hopefully. I'm sure lots of fans will be coming to see her, and yeah, I can't wait.
Yep, indeed. She'll take on Jasmine Paolini of Italy in her first clash, but it is the Aussies who still have a match to go on day one. Here they are behind the scenes getting ready for that mixed doubles match, and probably not as weary as people on the East Coast because, of course, they're 3 hours behind in Perth, but they are looking forward to getting out there. It'll be Storm Hunter and Matthew Ebden. Well, for the Canadian team, though, they have just touched down in Australia just recently, and they were straight up in front of the press. Let's hear what they had to say.
How excited are you guys to be in Sydney, and how much are you looking forward to the United Cup?
It's amazing. You know, I'm extremely excited to be part of Team Canada. I love playing for Canada, and to have the chance to play United Cup is truly an experience, and hopefully we can do well. And I just know that we're going to have a great time off court together, so that's always a plus.
Yeah, likewise. It's great to see where your level is first week of the year. I think everybody is usually kind of anxious, like you want to have a good start, you know. And I think I've been a victim of that in the past. You kind of get a bit excited, like you want to, you know, show what you've been working on and like play your best tennis from the first week. It doesn't always happen that way. So, and the season is long, so you know I don't panic too much. But if it doesn't go that way, but of course you envision that it's going to go well and that you're going to play well. And everybody's, you know, I think the first week actually pretty pumped and like giving their best effort to try and win.
What's the advantage of playing in a team competition in the lead up to a slam as opposed to playing one of the singles tournaments?
Honestly, I don't know. It's the first time I'm playing a team competition leading up to a slam, but you know what I do enjoy about this is the positive energy. You know, I get to ask some advice from my team members, have some good time on court, and you know, I think also learn from them.
Mixed doubles, can you just remind us how much you've played over the years and your approach going into mixed?
I'm not going to lie and say I've played a whole lot of it. Yeah, mixed doubles at the Olympics a couple of years ago. Trying to remember, growing up, I've played any, I think maybe once, but of course it's not something we play a lot. I've never played in a slam, for example, in mixed doubles, but at the end it's like, I think we make a bigger deal than what it actually is. I think, you know, we've all played doubles here, good doubles, and at the end it's the same thing. Like, and I think now the level, like the girls are playing like really good, that it's like you have to almost play normal. Like you can't really go into it like with a different mindset than if I was playing like a regular doubles with a guy. I think you go in with the same mindset, trying to win, trying to hit your targets, and play normal. And I think that's also like respect to everybody on the court. Like you try to play to win. Like, you know, you're not trying to play any games. Like we're all competitive and all just trying to win.
Felix, you touched on it before. You talked about the success of Canada in recent years, 2022 ATP Davis Cup, Layla, the Billie Jean King Cup. What do you put the success down to? Is there something in the water over there in Canada?
Nah, not exactly.
Maple syrup.
Yeah, maple syrup or...
Well, Felix Auger-Aliassime and Leylah Fernandez doing all the talking there in their presser, and rightly so. The focus will be very much on them, won't it, for Team Canada?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I totally agree with Felix's idea on mixed doubles, though, that it's kind of the same thing. I think he'll find that it is quite different once you're out there, because the general idea is that the guys can often do a bit too much because they're trying to be so active, and it's just up to you to try and calm down a little bit, know when to go for it, know when to pull back slightly. But it'll be interesting for sure. I'm sure they'll figure things out as they go, and obviously two great singles players are always going to play good doubles.
Yeah, and how about for the Aussies? Because we've got Storm Hunter and Matthew Ebden. Matthew Ebden we've seen have huge success over the last 12 to 18 months in men's doubles. How does that translate? How will they be approaching this kind of must-win clash?
Yeah, equally for Storm, finishing the year at #1 in the world. She couldn't have had a better season. And I think their game styles are going to match up really nicely, because Storm's got that lefty swinger on the serve where Matt Ebden can cross as soon as possible. That's really the key, trying to take the first ball out the rally and not let Katie specifically at the back of the court get involved too much. And, you know, they've got to be thinking they are the massive favourites, because Boulter doesn't really play a lot of doubles anyway, you know, women's or mixed. And obviously Neil Skupski, very, very accomplished, but they haven't played together. So, yeah, that's maybe going to be the deciding factor, but it's going to be an interesting one.
So you've been pretty much bang on with your predictions thus far. What are you expecting as far as results go, Laura, in this mixed doubles clash?
Well, Team GB's been on a high, though. I can't go against the grain now. No, I will say Australia, I'm giving them quite a significant lead in the mixed doubles, purely because the Brits have never played before, although Neil has a couple of mixed double slams under his belt, so you never know. I'm happy to sit on the fence if you'd like me to go back there.
That's very, very kind of you, and we can see the Australians standing in the tunnel. They're very close to walking on now, and I'm guessing that's the message from team captain Leighton Hewitt there to his players. Just go out there, have fun, there's nothing to lose, and just enjoy yourselves. There is the experience of Team Great Britain, but, well, Storm looks ready and happy to go. Matthew Ebden close behind her. Let's go down to the court now. It is Team GB and Team Australia for the doubles. Your commentators for this one,
final match
Catherine
for
Whitaker and John
day
Fitzgerald.
one of the United Cup here in Perth. Please welcome onto the court from Australia, Captain Leighton Hewitt, Storm Hunter and Matthew Ebden. And their opponents from Great Britain, please welcome their captain Colin Beecher and Katie Boulter and Neil Skupski.
So Katie Boulter there leading the line for Team GB just 20 minutes or so after scoring that impressive victory over Ajla Tomljanovic in the singles. She partners Neil Skupski for the evening in the doubles. So we have a current world #1 in Storm Hunter, a former world #1 in Neil Skupski. I'm Catherine Whitaker. Alongside me, a man that knows a thing or two about being world #1 in doubles, John Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Kath. Great to be with you. And yeah, it's sort of an interesting wind-up of the evening, isn't it, here? There's still something on this, I think, particularly for Great Britain. I mean, a good solid win for them tonight. Two great singles wins, and all credit to Great Britain. But if they cannot beat the US, and that remains to be seen, they may well. But if they can't, I think a match like this really goes a long way in trying to get them through to the quarterfinals. So still something riding on this match, no doubt. And the Aussies will want to save some face.
Yeah, this is a Group C clash. Of course, the other team in this group is Team USA, as John was saying there. So no easy matchups in this one. It's going to be tough for any team to qualify for the quarters.
We're going to have a photo after this direction, please. Normal stuff, you know about it, net device, shot clock over around the corner, and the box for the towels is already labeled with a country flag. Any question? 1 point after use. Male to male, female. Yeah. This is AO and head. Yes, please.
Heads.
Yes. AO.
Tails with it. Sorry, guys.
We'll serve. You serve. 4-2, 4-2, please. This direction. Yeah.
Adel Noor back in the chair for this one. The Brits winning the toss and electing to serve. It's all coming up Great Britain tonight, isn't it, so far? And given that, it's good to see how many of the crowd have stuck around, because it has been a tough night for the Aussies up to now.
Yeah, 2 Western Australians here on the court, Kath, and you know, that's important too, I think, and they'll be wanting to leave their mark, especially on this RAC Arena court. It's a beautiful stadium here, and it is good. A lot of the crowd have stayed, so we're in for some really great mixed doubles, and also there'll be some atmosphere for us.
Yeah, really special atmosphere when the Aussies are playing here in Perth. Storm Hunter, a world #1, playing in front of a home crowd. She talked before the event about how her family don't get much opportunity to see her play live. This is a massive moment for her.
Well, in Australia, we call her a ripper. We all love Storm. She's a terrific young lady and classy, and you know, so amiable, and she does the right thing. She's just a good person. So this is a delight, really, for our tennis fraternity here to see her reach the pinnacle of women's doubles. Quite an achievement.
And this man, not too shabby. He's the world #4 in men's doubles, partnering, of course, Rohan Bapana. What a season they had this year.
Yeah, they have. And look, he's a former Wimbledon doubles champion. He'll take that into the rest of his life, Matthew Ebden, so he can hold his head up high. And he's still got some good tennis left, by the way. He's got a young family now, but he's got a few years ahead, I think.
36 is nothing in doubles these days. It's absolutely nothing. You've got 2 over 40s, I think, in the world's top 10 in the men's. It's incredible, the longevity that they're having. Katie Boulter, who's on the court just 25 minutes or so ago, putting in a really impressive performance to beat Ajla Tomljanovic. Not Tomljanovic's best night at all, but Boulter, so impressive. So Katie Boulter tonight partnering this man, Neil Skupski, former world #1, had a great season himself last year alongside Wesley Koolhof, who he was informed in Paris just at the end of last season he would no longer be partnering in 2024. Koolhof's got back together with Nikola Mektic. It's a tough scene, the change-ups in the doubles sometimes.
It is, even for players that have had great success together. Yeah, and it comes at a late moment sometimes. You know, when one season finishes, they need to get organised for the next. And look, it's understandable, but it can be disappointing for one of the partners, and might leave them without someone really to grab quickly enough for the next start of the start of the next season. So, yeah, tough gig, but he's a good player. He'll be able to be versatile enough, I'm sure, Neil, to have plenty of wins with someone else. You know, there'll be a lot of people, with his ranking, there'll be a lot of people wanting to play with him still.
And of course, Storm Hunter will be playing with a new partner for 2024 as well. She's with Katerina Siniakova, so interesting times.
Yeah, look, it just brings a smile to my face thinking about her trajectory over the last sort of couple of years, and she's a major part of Australia's Fed Cup team now as well. But no, she's versatile. She can play with a lot of different styles of partners.
And of course, Storm Hunter as well has major ambitions still in the singles, and it's going to be interesting to see how she can juggle that alongside her doubles this year.
Well, I think, you know, it's the ultimate goal of a tennis professional, Kathy, to see how good you can be at the best of your career in singles. And I think for most of us, we all start out that way. We want to see what we can be ranked against the best players in the world, and then as time goes on, you know, you need to adapt and earn a living and play professionally, and so doubles is a major part of that, especially if you have an inclination to be good at that part of the game, because there's different skill sets. Some of the same, but some different.
And there's plenty of examples of players using it as a real springboard.
Yeah.
Max Purcell recently has done it for Australia, hasn't he?
He's a talent, Max.
at a career-high singles ranking, but he's been doing that juggling act of still playing the doubles.
Yeah, well, he's got the skill sets of both, Max Purcell, and you know, one of the better forehand court players we've seen, I think, in the last several years. He plays on that first court. I mean, if you can impress Todd Woodbridge on that first court, you're pretty good. And Todd thinks he's exceptional on that first court. So, but he's also got the ability and a big enough game to win at singles as well.
So a reminder then that this is a Group C clash. The members of Group C are Australia, as you see here, Team GB, who've already scored a win in this this tie this evening with their 2 singles wins, and Team USA, who are yet to play. One team will qualify automatically for the quarterfinals, and then one of